would you look at that? Would you look at that? We push it to the tube, and it works. All right, so we're live on YouTube, guys. We are live on YouTube. You can see my my scanners. You can see my news streamer, my charts, my beautiful face as well. But yeah, we're all set, ready to rock, guys. So come on over. YouTube Alpha Day Trading. We are officially live, and guess who's first? Mr. Joey. Mr. Steve, what's up? Good morning. All right, we're official. We're making it happen. We are all set, ready to rock and roll. Woo! I'm excited. New to the stream and stocks? Hey, you're at the right place. You're in the right place. You're going to learn a lot being here. Promise you that. I promise you that. You are going to learn a lot being in the stream. And the more you learn, the more questions you have. So what do? You ask away. And I will absolutely answer those questions for you. That's why I do these. All right, guys. So the morning stock newsletter is officially published, all right, inside of chat. So if you guys are new to the community, all right, obviously you got to be logged in. Once you're logged in, you're going to see morning stock newsletter. It's not going to be in the drop down, but if you just scroll up, click morning stock newsletter right here, May 25th, hump day. We got our morning stock newsletter up for your review. So this is how we're going to start going about our mornings, right? Every single morning, we put together our morning stock newsletter Monday through Friday. Every single stock with news. Sometimes there's like 5 stocks with news. We can review them. Sometimes there's 10 stocks with news and we cannot review them all. And honestly, some of these stocks we should not even be looking at. So every single morning, you get a preliminary newsletter at 8 a.m. And then at 8:30, you get a finalized newsletter. That's going to be my top stocks for the day. That's going to be our pre-market gappers, prior day top gainers, earnings for the week, but most importantly, every single stock with news. So take that 30 minutes from 8:30 to 9. Take that hour from 8 to 9 and review these stocks with news. What I'm going to start doing between 9 and 9:30 is I'm going to talk about the stocks that I like, the stocks that I think have the best potential and why, okay? And that's going to free up some time. It's not going to take a full 30 minutes to dissect everything. That's going to free up about 10 to 15 minutes of our time. If you say, Josh, in your newsletter, ELEV was something with news. I thought it was great news. Why are you not watching it? We'll go to the morning newsletter. We'll talk about the stock and see, if we should watch it or not. And if there's not a stock in the newsletter that you're looking at, that gives you an opportunity to say, hey, what about FRGE today, Josh? I'm watching FRGE. What do you think? So I'm going to do it this way, right? Just so we have 15 minutes to review the stocks that I think have the best potential from our morning stock newsletter. And then an additional 15 minutes to answer your questions and review your stocks, okay? So if you're wondering, like, how come you're not talking about everything? I want to free up that time, guys. Just so you guys know our new structure moving forward at 9 a.m. So again, go up there, check out the morning stock newsletter, every stock with news. Get yourself prepared for when we go officially live on the mic at 9 a.m. Okay, so I have right now, if you guys are wondering, I am watching VEDU. The reason I'm watching VEDU, it's slightly moving on up. It's up like 5%, 10%. Nothing crazy, no volume, but we don't have really anything else in the market. It looks fantastic. And when we don't have a lot in the market that looks fantastic, traders get desperate. They start hunting for opportunity. Where are they hunting? Where are they going? Well, traders like new IPO stocks that have been dumping for dead cat bounces. So I am looking at VEDU today for a possible dead cat bounce. This new IPO stock over the last 6 trading sessions has dumped from 28 to 151. We are starting to bounce here a little bit. So if we really start to bounce, we could take on off, right? We can move up to the 180s right now at this point in time. We could see like 194 and 2, and then we could see this thing up towards around maybe 215. I mean, shoot, it could technically get up towards around 293. So newer IPO stocks, it's a low float, little to no volume, no liquidity. It would be a riskier play, but it's definitely something I'm watching for that possible dead cat bounce. Just because it's been beaten down the last 6 days from 28 to 150, and we're starting to see the stock pop up on our scanners in pre-market. So that tells me that where there may be a little bit of interest, there may be some focus today because I have some focus on it. Where did I find the stock? From our up-gappers. Other traders are maybe finding the stock from their up-gappers, seeing the same thing, $28 down to 150, starting to bounce, maybe a dead cat bounce. we start to see it move up a little bit, I'm definitely willing to jump on in to see if we get that dead cat bounce. So I'm watching VEDU today. MOTS is on watch. BTTX is on watch. And then back burners, RDBX, NURO, SKYH, VERU for a 20 EMA bounce, and then FRGE as well. But my top stocks right now that I'm really watching out of the gate, VEDU, MOTS, and BTTX. Those other 5 stocks are back burners, RDBX, NURO, SKYH, VERU, and FRGE are back burners. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and look at all of our option plays, right? Stocks that we typically look at for option opportunities. And if anything stands out to me, we'll add it to our options watch list and get prepared. But again, I look at these higher time frames. If I get a higher time frame setup, that's when I start looking at these lower time frame setups. How did I find Square for the short? Daily chart. How did I find Affirm for the short? Daily chart. How did I find SNOW for the short that played out? The daily chart. How did I find PLTR for the short that played out? The daily chart. That's it, guys. So all of these shorts that we had the last 2 days, the stocks that actually cracked those levels and dumped on down even lower, the ones that I was super adamant about for these shorts Monday, Tuesday, they all came from the daily chart. Everything looked good on the daily. That's how I trade these larger cap stocks. So when I look at NVIDIA, I want to see something that stands out to me on the daily chart. And if I don't see anything at first glance, what do? I simply move on to the next one. That's it. I just keep on going down my list. I just keep going down the list until something stands out to me. If something stands out to me. If nothing does, I usually focus on the SPY and the Qs. So, I mean, BABA at first glance does, because this stock bounced, really grinded this 20 EMA, and then yesterday cracked our 85 support and had a decent little down day. So this was the confirmation that we rejected properly off the 20 EMA and that we are continuing to push to the downside. So if BABA team ever breaks and cracks below yesterday's low of 81.54, I would look at a short down to this low of 78.12 on BABA. So that's something that has potential. Definitely, 3 points to the downside, looking just for a continuation day. Yesterday was the day that we validated this 20 EMA rejection. We confirmed with a push to the downside. I'm looking for another day to the downside just for a continuation, a little bit of momentum. So BABA, that is something that I will have on watch for those reasons. And Disney kind of has the same look to it, right? Disney comes on down to 100, bounces, taps that 20 EMA, gets rejected, bounces, taps that 20 EMA, gets rejected, flat bottom support at 100. So what formation, right? A little bit of a lesson this morning. What stock formation has a flat bottom of support with lower highs? Okay, that's the criteria. Flat bottom support, lower highs. What kind of formation is that? You guys know? Flat bottom support, building lower highs, right? So it has these lower highs, flat bottom support. What kind of formation is that? Really think about this. If you have to take a pen and paper and draw this so you can visually see what I'm explaining, grab a piece of paper and a pen, draw it. No, so it's a software. It's XSplit software. I'm not paying for it until I test it. That's why I see their brand logo. I don't like it too much. I am going to get a green screen behind me and see if that helps. And if it does, yeah, I'm going to run a green screen because now you can see what's behind me without me having to always drop my webcam. You can already see what's behind me. Like, oh, you want to see the news? Here you go. Oh, you want to see the scanners? Here you go. Yeah, so I'm just testing something out, guys. All right. It's a descending triangle, Todd. Absolutely. Relaxing meditation music. It's a descending triangle. So stocks that have a flat bottom of support, building lower highs into support, that's a descending triangle. Descending triangles are bearish continuation formations intended to crack down below that level of support and continue lower 80% of the time. 20% of the time, the stock will actually break the downtrend and rip higher. One thing I do want to point out is when you have descending triangles on daily charts, they like to break to the upside. They do. So that's one thing you have to be mindful of. If you start to see the break here and you start to see a push off 100, you're not wanting to take that short because the odds of it pushing higher are actually in your favor. But I still like how we bounced off 100, hit the 20 EMA, back down to 100, up to the 20 EMA, back down to 100. That was the third point yesterday at $100. If we see the crack below 100 today, Disney can start fading, right? We can see Disney at 99.12. It's not a lot of opportunity. It's about $1 of reward, but the next target would be 95.92. So if we can get the crack of 100 and then crack 99, whoop, we can fade down to like 96 on Disney. So I do want to watch Disney today. I do like what we're seeing here on Disney. Is it really distracting? Y'all will be all right. I got faith in you guys. I got faith that you can remove these distractions. Hello, I have a question. Is IQ option is good for trade? I've never heard of IQ option. Is that binary stuff? Are those binary options? Is that IQ option, those binary options? Again, I'm not sure, but Walmart looks fantastic as well. Someone tell me what we're starting to see maybe on Walmart. I'm going to give you guys a hint, all right? You see this low back here in March of 2021 at 126.50. Prior support turns new resistance. So now that we know we have prior support, 126.50, could turn new resistance, what kind of formation could be playing out on Walmart? What kind of formation is a massive dump on down, followed by 2 or 3 green candles to the upside on decreasing volume into a level of resistance? What kind of strategy is that, team? What are we seeing here on Walmart? Now you get to see me when I pick my nose. No, I'll just do this. I got to pick my nose, guys. I'll just hop out of the green screen now because you can't see nothing. So you're good. It is a short. It is a short. But what kind of strategy is it? What's the name? We talk about this a lot. We actually talked about this on Monday, and I actually took a trade based on this strategy there on Monday. So what kind of strategy is a massive dump on down? And then it bounces for 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 candles. It doesn't have to be a daily chart. It could be a 1-minute chart, but it's a massive drop followed by 2 or 3 candles that bounce on up into a level of resistance on decreasing volume. Not a bear flag, not a dead cat, not a pennant, not a reversal. All right, this is why we do this. When we see something and we see a strategy, I want to educate you guys on it, right? A lot of communities, they say, short this at 126.50 today. And you're like, all right, let's short it at 126.50 today. And then you short it and you make money. Do you know why you made money? Well, because Joe Blow told me to short it. All right, what happens when Joe Blow goes bye-bye? You don't know how to trade. It's a 3-legged pullback. Absolutely. It's a 3-legged pullback. So the criteria of a 2-legged pullback or a 3-legged pullback is a massive drop to the downside. Walmart, massive drop to the downside. Okay, followed by a bounce. We're bouncing. The bounce needs to occur on decreased volume. The last 2 days, decreased volume. Today would be the 3rd day. Into a level of resistance. Where's that resistance level? 126.50. So if we see another light volume day today into this 126.50 and we get rejected, we could start to see that dump today, or we could start to see that move lower tomorrow off this possible 3-legged pullback. Absolutely. I think we should watch it. Where would we have room to? Back down to that 117, 118 level to retest that low. So the risk is very minimal here, Because if we end up seeing that confirmation and that third day getting rejected off 126.50 on decreased volume, and we're looking to short it around that 126 level, where's our risk? Right over what that high is. 126.50, 127, very small risk. What's our profit target? Retested that 117 low. The risk to reward here is fantastic, and there's a great strategy that suggests an 80% percentage chance that we do actually turn on down and roll on over. So I want to watch Walmart today and tomorrow as well. Definitely want to watch Walmart today and tomorrow as well, guys. And coin, at first glance, I like coin. So what did we have on coin? Massive drop on down, weak bounce into our 20 EMA, starting to roll on over. I love these setups. I love these setups. When we get a massive drop, a weak bounce into that 20 EMA, and then it rolls over, it dumps. I love these setups. So yesterday we start to confirm here. We start to confirm off that rejection of the 20 EMA. We fill the gap. We closed that daily gap here on coin. So what I'm looking for is a crack and a break down below that daily gap level. That's also a break below yesterday's lows. Where could we see coin fall down to? 50 bucks. I mean, that's a massive drop. I'm watching coin today as well. I love these setups, guys. Absolutely love them. And these are the same setups that we had on Square, right? This is the same exact strategy we had on Square. We locked in profits. All right, look at Square here. This was our watch for Monday and Tuesday. Where the hell is this chart? Don't you guys hate when TD does that? So same thing. Massive drop, weak volume bounce, 20 EMA, cracking below support. We dumped. Snow was another one, right? Drop on off, weak bounce, 20 EMA, rolling on over. Snow was one. PLTR, same thing. Drop on off, weak bounce on up, 20 EMA, getting rejected, rolling on over. So you guys see this strategy? It's my go-to. It's one of my favorites. So that's exactly what we're possibly seeing on coin at this point in time, right? What we're possibly seeing on Disney at this point in time. That's why I'm watching these two. Crowd's a little ugly. Meeting criteria, though. Crowd's not as clean as the other ones, but it's meeting the criteria. That's a back burner one. It's not a top stock. It's not a top watch like Disney and coin, but it's something that could be looked at. CRWD. It's not as clean as the others, but it's meeting that criteria. If you notice any audio issues, just refresh the stream. How did you pinpoint that level on Walmart? I look left. So look left for prior levels of support and resistance. So you see this, we dumped on off here on Walmart. We just had this massive drop after earnings. Where did we come down to? 126.50, and we bounced right back up. So that was our, call it an inflection point, call it a significant low. After earnings, we dumped, and that was the low before we rallied back up to retest those all-time highs. So I see that 126.50. If I look left, I have prior resistance at 126.50. If I look left, I have prior resistance at 126.50. If I look left, I can see there's a lot of consolidation, a lot of price action around 126.50. So that's why I'm pinpointing 126.50 as new resistance here on Walmart. So like like my webcam. So like when I speak, the words don't match my lips. Is that what you guys are stating? If that's the case, I'll just drop the webcam today. Looks like an old kung fu movie. Okay, it could be the new software. It could be. Again, I'm not sure. I think I would know why that's happening. I'm using a separate software to actually get the green screen, and it's being pumped here. So there's probably that delay. That would make a lot of sense for the delay. what I'm going to do is get a green screen and actually do the chroma key on the webcam right in the system to where it's going to be very just how it used to be. So for today, you guys are good. I'm going to go get a green screen tonight. Or maybe just one big green piece of fabric and just hang it up behind me. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. Trial, yeah, it could be, yeah, because I'm testing it and I don't like it. It's a little glitchy. But that was the reasoning for Walmart. To answer your question, Pfizer, our swing trade worked out beautifully, guys. PayPal, nothing there. Peloton, very similar setup, very similar. Getting dumped on down, bouncing on up into the 20 EMA, rolling on over. We just have a lot of momentum to the downside right now on Peloton. I want to play this momentum to the downside. Cracking below yesterday's low. You can see about $1 drop. I mean, $1's a dollar, don't get me wrong, but I mean, shoot, when you go look at some of these other opportunities like Coinbase, I mean, this thing could drop, 8 points. Peloton a point. I mean, it has potential, but I want those stocks that can drop 5, 6, 7 points. All right, that's our watch list. Just like that, we dissected about 30 stocks. And what I came up with was BABA, Walmart, Disney, and Coinbase. So I'm going to be watching these 4 here. I'm already prepared, ready to go. All right, so BABA, we know exactly why I'm looking at this. Just massive dump to the downside. Weak bounce into the 20 EMA, getting rejected, confirming, following through, looking for another day of momentum to pull this to the downside. BABA below 81.66. We have room down to 78.12. Disney, same approach. So Disney cracking below 100. We have room down to 99.12. We need to crack that 99.12 in order to see this really pull back to 96. Watching Disney today. Walmart, for the possible 2-legged or 3-legged pullback, we want to see this up at 126.50, get rejected, confirm, enter the shorts for that leg down into the 117s. We'll talk about trade plans, stops, and entries when this opportunity actually presents itself. But Walmart will be on watch for that possible 2 to 3-legged pullback. And then Coinbase, same exact setup that we have here on BABA and Disney. What I'm looking at on Coinbase is to start cracking below 58.69, grab a short down to 50.26 on COIN. I do think we'll have a down day today on the SPY. I do think we'll see a slight red day. And the reason I think that is if you throw this on a 4-hour time frame, we're in one massive falling channel here on the SPY. Just one massive falling channel here on the SPY. We just came up and tapped the downtrend from this falling channel. So we do have resistance that we just hit. Anytime we've come up to this, we've dumped. Come up to this, we dump. Come up to this, what could we do? We could dump. But one other thing that I'm looking at as well to really feel confident to be aggressive on this short is a crack of this uptrend. So we just got rejected off the falling channel resistance. If we can crack this trend line from Monday, that's actually not even Monday, that's Friday. So Friday's trend line into yesterday, if we can crack that here today, I do think we could start really pulling back to retest Friday's low. So I already like the rejection off the downtrend resistance from this falling channel. Now I want to see the crack of this uptrend to get short. The last time we had a crack of an uptrend right here, we went short, it dumped, right? Same exact setup, same exact setup. Okay, look at this uptrend, okay? We dumped on down to the falling channel support. We bounced up to the channel resistance. Then we followed through and cracked the trend line. Whoop! We dumped massively there on Wednesday. Okay, same thing. We're bouncing on up, hitting resistance of the falling downtrend from this falling channel. Now I want to see a crack of this uptrend. If so, I am looking to short this down to Friday's lows on the SPY. That's all I'm looking for today, team. That's it. The Qs is much different, right? The Qs, a lot different than the SPY as far as the technicals go. They were correlating there for a little bit. I mean, they moved almost exactly the same, but there's a little bit of a difference now between the Qs. Same concept. I'm watching this trend line. The trend line is not as steep as the trend line on the SPY. That's why I'm really focused on the SPY more than the Qs. But the Qs, Same thing, looking to see if we can crack this trend line, come back down and retest yesterday's lows, and then come back down and retest Friday's lows on the Q. But most of my focus is going to be on the SPY. It's crazy. Yeah, how you can actually, we can have two fantastic traders and we can both see something completely different. So that's why I try not to be biased, right? I try not to be biased. I try to have a short plan in place and a long plan in place. I'm not biased to the short side, to the long side. Sometimes I am, but just based on pure technicals with nothing else, like no negative news or negative sentiment, anything like that. Yeah, I try to not remain biased. Looking at a long opportunity, looking at a short opportunity. So if we hold the trend line on the SPY, let's say we hold this trend line, okay, that's a higher low, and we start to break through this falling channel's resistance. That's a breakout. That's an inflection point. That's a breakout. Buyers start moving on in. That's when I want to think long on the SPY. And anything can happen. We have our Fed minutes today at 2 o'clock, 2:30. So we could see this dump on off. We could have a nice little short out of the gate today. But if we ever see the SPY breaking out of this falling channel, we want to think long. So have a long plan in place, have a short plan in place. Get prepared for both angles. HMPL. HM, is it LP? Yep, HMLP. That's going on the watch list, HMLP. We got MOTS up there. MICS. What's up with MICS? Is this thing doing anything? It is not. What is up with MICS, though? MICS, massive drop yesterday. Massive drop. News on Singing Machine under SMDM, now under MICS name change. Okay, name change. We're not watching MICS. ELEV. What do we got going on here with ELEV? This stock is currently gapping up 18%. Third FDA rejection. So we got ELEV gets FDA fast track designation for solid tumor drug candidate. So they are announcing FDA fast track designation. That's a pretty good press release. FDA fast track designation, ELEV. So that's something that I think we should be watching as well. ELEV is a low float stock trading 2 million shares. On average, it trades 200,000. We have high relative volume. We have a catalyst. We have a low float stock. It's meeting that criteria to be a watch list worthy stock. We will be watching this today, guys. ELEV, another stock that we should be watching out of the gates. Josh on stream tomorrow in a green suit. Oh, man. If I missed any questions, re-hit me with a question, guys. If I missed any questions, please let me know. The audio visual latency can be configured in the software settings. The audio visual latency can be configured. Now we're just sitting here buffering right now, which is weird. Yeah, I noticed that we're just running into some internet issues. You got to love, I call them rectum. Like it's Spectrum, right? I don't call them Spectrum. I call them rectum. Because that's how bad they are. They're always giving it to me. So right now, guys, I do see that my stream bitrate is fluctuating pretty aggressively right now. We go down to 3 megabytes, up to 8 and 9 megabytes. Let's see if it can restabilize here for us. It looks like it's stabilized for us. But yes, ELEV. ELEV. Someone's asking, how do I determine what goes on the watch list? It's all about our criteria. Morning stock list, watch list preparation. Okay, so it all starts with the stocks gapping up. That's how we typically identify it. Okay, it's gapping up. What's the volume, right? So take HAPP, for example. It's up 84% on HAPP at this point in time, right? All right, cool. So it's up 84%. What's the volume? 11 million shares today. Is that good volume for the stock? Yes, it is. How do we know that? Look at the average volume. Okay, average volume 372,000 shares. We're trading 11 million shares today. That's high relative volume. All right, what's the float? I want to see if the stock's going to rip and run or if it's going to be a slow, steady mover. Well, it's a low float stock. That tells me it could rip and run. Okay, why is the stock moving? Right? Is this going to be a pre-market pump followed by an intraday dump because there's no news, there's no catalyst? Or is there a catalyst? Is there news on HAPP? Well, there is news on HAPP. All right. They entered into an agreement for sales up to 2,000 electric vehicles. So now we understand that there's a catalyst. We know there's high relative volume. It's a low float stock that can rip. We can see that this has a lot of focus from traders. And when there's focus on a stock, the stock moves. When the stock moves, we can trade it. And when we can trade it, we can lock in some profits. So HAPP meets our criteria to be a watch list worthy stock. Let's use GRIL as an example. All right, let's use GRIL as an example. Well, this stock is up 13%. All right, what's the volume? 3,000 shares. What's the average volume? 600,000 shares. So we have little to no volume. What's volume? Volume is traders, right? So if we have little to no volume, that means we have no traders. If we don't have traders on the stock, it's not moving. If the stock's not moving, right, there's not any opportunity to lock in profits, right? Is there news? There's no news. So you see how we just took one stock and dissected it and realized it's not a watch list worthy stock. GRIL, you're not looking at it. There's no volume. There's no news. There's no opportunity. Then we look at HAPP. We have the volume. We have the news. It's a low float stock. We know that traders are here looking at this play. It's definitely something we're looking at as well. So that's how we dissect our stocks. That simple, that easy. We dissect about 50 stocks every day, and we come up with about 5 to 10 stocks at most, for me anyway, that has the best opportunity to move. And if a stock's moving, there's opportunity to lock in some profits there. So I got HAPP at a 26 million. If you go over to Yahoo Finance and look at the statistics tab, Yahoo Finance is typically more accurate than trade ideas. So if you're seeing 60 million in float, that's good to know. Still low enough that we can see the stock move. Most definitely. All right, team. So if we have anybody just now joining, right, and you did not hear anything we discussed, let me know. We'll go through it. If everybody's been here for the last 30 minutes and you heard the breakdown on these stocks, and you know exactly what I'm looking at, why I'm looking at it, and you're prepared just like I'm prepared, then what we'll do is we'll look at your stocks, the stocks that you think have potential. Okay, we'll review some of these other stocks that you need more clarification on. So go ahead. If you've been here and you guys are prepared and you understand what I'm looking at and why, give me a thumbs up. Right? If you're just now tuning in and you have no idea what we just talked about, give me a thumbs down. Okay, and we'll definitely dive back into it. If everybody gives me a thumbs up, let's start reviewing some stocks that you guys are looking at for today. And those of you over on the Tickety Talk, yes, I'm talking to you right there. You. All right, we're live on YouTube, Alpha Day Trading. All right, we're going to go live today absolutely free. Okay, so come join us on YouTube. You can see my charts, see my scanners. You can see me trading live with my P&L on the stream, calling out my trades, educating, lessons, fun stuff. So don't sit here on TikTok. You can't see anything anyway. Join us on YouTube, Alpha Day Trading. We're going to be live officially at 9:30 when the market opens. I'm pointing at you right there, buddy. Pointing at you right there, buddy. You better be on YouTube. All right. Yeah, and I'm actually going to get the green screen so you don't see the chop, chop, chop around my beautiful face. So everybody gave us a thumbs up, Rob, thumbs down. All right, really quickly. Okay, I'm watching coin today for a rejection off the 20 EMA on the daily chart. Disney, 20 EMA rejection for the next leg down. BABA, 20 EMA rejection for the next leg down. Let me give you an example of what a 20 EMA rejection looks like for a leg down. This was my trade on Snow. This was my trade on Affirm. This was my trade on Square. Okay, so look at Snow. Dumps on down, right? Just completely getting beaten down. Weak bounce, very weak bounce into the 20 EMA, topping out, getting rejected, dumping, and rolling on over. So that's a 20 EMA daily rejection. Okay, we had that on Snow. We saw that on Square. We saw that on Plantier. Okay, we saw that across the board on a lot of these stocks. So I'm starting to see the same formation on BABA. Same formation on Disney. Same formation on Coin. I'm watching those three stocks for those possible 20 EMA rejections for the next leg down. Walmart's may not play out today. This is something that could actually start playing out tomorrow for us, but it's still on watch today and tomorrow for a possible 2 or 3-legged pullback rejection off 126.50 for the next leg down on Walmart. Okay, we are going to be watching HAPP team. HAPP entered into that agreement for sales of up to 2,000 electric vehicles. Support right now, 27 cents. Top resistance right now, 38 cents. We ever break 38 and 42 cents here on HAPP, you're looking to move up towards around 50 cents on HAPP. So we're watching that. We will be watching ELEV as well. They get FDA fast track designation. So we have a decent little press release there. We have support at 392. Top resistance right now is going to be 5 to 520 and then 590 on ELEV. So right now I do like ELEV. Definitely like the way it's moving. It's a low float stock, good volume, good press release. Right now the stock is still squeezing and moving to the upside. Right now ELEV, one of my top pennies right out of the gate at 9:30. One of the top stocks I'll be watching. Okay. HMLP earnings, and now it looks like there's acquisition here. Now it looks like there's maybe. All right, they're being acquired for $9.25 a share in cash. Not worth your time. HMLP off your watch list. STON. Is this acquisition news as well? STON. Stockholders to receive $3.50 a share in cash when the acquisition is complete. What's the stock worth? $3.50 a share. It's not really worth your time, guys. These stocks with acquisition press releases, they shoot up to the acquisition price and they sit sideways. So right now, STON, probably just going to chill at $3.50 today. All right, not worth your time. VEDU, this is a newer IPO stock that just dumped over the last 6 trading sessions from $28 to $151. We're starting to kind of pop up a little bit for the first time in pre-market, right? We're starting to creep on up just a little bit here in pre-market, looking for a possible dead cat bounce. Yes, cat, like CAT, meow, meow. All right, you want to make sure, meow, 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 right? Not cap, bust a cap. No, cat, meow, okay? Dead cat bounce here on VEDU. I want to start to see the same breaking 175. All right, if we can start pushing above 175, that's where I think volume moves in up into the 190s. So I'm watching VEDU. It is a back burner at this point in time. MOTS. All right, so MOTS, they announced top-line data from EU study of the pure VU system in hard-to-prepare patients presented at Digestive Disease Week 2022. So they're announcing top-line data from their study. This stock ripped to 52 cents, dumped to 30 cents. But 30 cents is support on MOTS. So I'm curious to see if MOTS can hold above this level of support and just start moving higher today off this level of support. It technically has room back up to 50 cents. So I think MOTS should be a stock that you're watching as well. It's a cheap stock. It's fantastic for small accounts. If you see this thing just sitting at 30 cents and it's building support and it looks like it's putting in market structure, that could be an area that you start scaling in, looking to see if this thing grinds throughout the day back up to 50 cents. So watch MOTS if you want. But I like BTTX. This is a prior day mover. Okay, so last time we had a multi-day mover on BTTX. So yesterday it started to rip. The first day we saw this rip, right, back in May. It ripped, pulled back to a very nice level of support, and it continued higher for a couple of days. This was a 100% swing trade that we took. So if we see BTTX coming down to this 175 level and holding above 175 as support, I am looking to take a trade here on BTTX. Okay, I would be looking to take a trade here on BTTX for a day trade that could turn into a swing trade, thinking that we could get back up to retest that spiking high from May 5th at 324. So right now I do like BTTX as another top stock right out of the gate. All right. So my top stocks right now is ELEV, BTTX, and VERU. And why would I choose VERU? Well, I like VERU because it had this nice big rip on up. It was due for a pullback. There was profit taking here. It's healthy profit taking. That's normal. It wasn't nasty. It didn't dump on off, decreased volume. What are you starting to see here? Yesterday, we came down to the 20 EMA. We bounced, right? Just now in pre-market, what did we do? We dipped below the 20 EMA, but we pushed right back above. 20 EMA support, 1175. We can see VERU start to bounce today off that 1175 level and push back up to yesterday's highs. Now, what is that? That's an 1175 level of support, possible entry up to 14 bucks. That's a $2.25 move on VERU. And we know VERU, when it moves, it moves. That's why I really like VERU out of the gate. So those are my top three. ELEV, fresh stock with fresh news. One of the top three stocks we're watching. BTTX, prior day mover, still shows potential. I like it. I want to watch it. VERU, it's a prior day mover, prior week mover. The stock's been moving since April. Okay, we're bouncing off that 20 EMA. I want to keep this on watch to see if we can start to see some buying volume move back in. All of my back burners for the day. Okay, these are back burners that I'm not going to discuss. I don't want to distract you guys and overwhelm you guys. Okay, it is on my watch list as a back burner. If this stock ever sets up, right, these stocks that I'm getting ready to list ever set up and I'm looking to trade it, I'll break it down at that point in time. I'll help you build a plan to get prepared, identify the opportunity, and make it happen. I just want to list these so you know that I am looking at them, but I don't want you guys to be overwhelmed with 20 stocks on your watch list. Remove the distractions. I'm watching VERU, back burner. I'm watching SKYH as a back burner. I'm watching NURO as a back burner today. I'm watching RDBX as a back burner. MOTS is a back burner as well. VEDU is a back burner, and HAPP is a back burner. Okay, so I know there's a lot of back burners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But those 7 stocks show potential. So if there's potential, I want to keep them on watch. And if they start moving, I'm already prepared. I'm more ahead of everybody else in the market that's not taking the time to get prepared and do their due diligence. I'm already doing that. But they are back burner stocks at this point in time. Okay. But my top 3 out of the gate, I like ELEV here the most. I like BTTX, and I like VERU. Now, out of those stocks that we just discussed, is there anything else that you guys want to discuss and talk about? We have 20 minutes until the market opens. Now, do you disagree with my watch list, right? Do you think that RDBX has better potential? Do you think HAPP has better potential than the 3 stocks that I think have the best? If so, let's discuss this over the next 20 minutes, and let's get even more prepared. QUBT. Great volume day yesterday. Fantastic volume day yesterday on QUBT. The stock yesterday, 5.1 million shares traded. Quantum computing to acquire QPhon. What is that? Quantum computing to acquire Q Photon So they're acquiring another company. That was yesterday. They announced the agreement to acquire Q Photon, delivering first commercially available, ready to run full stack quantum solutions. That's why the shares are trading higher. We had a nice day yesterday. And we know where support's at. Where's support? Yesterday's resistance, yesterday's support. Resistance, resistance, broke out. Retest, rebound. 190 support. As long as we're staying above 190, there's potential here. And we need to break this downtrend on QUBT. Believe it or not, I really like QUBT. Like QUBT looks sexy. It looks really nice. So good eye. Tech for beginners. I like it. I like QUBT a lot. I think this could be a slow little sleeper play, something that no one's looking at, because I didn't even notice this stock. This stock starts moving, and before you know it, it's at 240 before anybody else catches on. So I like QUBT above 190 support for a break of the downtrend. We could look to take this back up into the 220s as our first profit target on QUBT. So I like that a lot. Good job. Snapchat is still is still dumping, right? So it's in free fall mode. Snapchat is still technically in free fall mode, just pointing straight down. We're not looking to trade a stock when it's in free fall mode, right? Like Walmart. Everybody's asking, Josh, are you buying this on Walmart? Nope. Why? It's in free fall mode. Josh, are you buying this on Walmart? Nope. Why? It's in free fall mode. I want to see at least a day or so of consolidation, a signal of a reversal, right? It's pointing straight down. I'm not touching it. Next day, are you touching it? Not yet, but it's slowing down, right? The momentum's slowing down to the downside. Oh, guys, guess what? We had 2 days of consolidation. We just put in a daily doji off support. Look for a reversal. Boom, reversal. You just got to be patient, right? So when you look at Snap, it's still just straight down, right? I know it's bouncing a little bit in pre-market, but it's still straight down. It has more room to fade, in my opinion, right? Until it finds support and starts to consolidate just sideways for a couple of days. That's when we could start to see a nice little green day on Snapchat. And use Walmart as a prime example of why you don't want to really touch a stock and try and take it to the long side when it's still dumping and dropping. The analogy is catching a falling knife, right? If you drop a knife 10 times and try and catch it by the handle, you maybe catch it 2 times. The other 8 times, you cut your hand open, right? It's not consistent to catch these falling knives in the market. So what should you do? If it is going to bounce on up a little bit, look to short the bounce, right? The trend is down. The selling pressure is here. The momentum's to the downside. If it bounces on up a little bit, look to short the bounce off a level of resistance and carry this trade as momentum is still drawing the stock to the downside. All right, guys, good morning. Good morning. We've been live for a hot minute. We've been live since 8:30. So this is what I'm going to do, because this gets me fired up in the mornings, and I know it gets you fired up in the mornings. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the intro. If it works, I don't know if it's going to. We shall see. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I had to hit you with a big old good morning and happy Hump Day! It is Wednesday, aka Hump Day, May 25th. We have officially, ladies and gentlemen, 4 trading days left of the month. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and next Tuesday. So if you guys are showing up Monday and you're like, where's Josh at? The stream's not up. It's Memorial Day. The market is closed. We will not be here. So ahead of time, if I don't see you guys tomorrow and Friday, enjoy your Memorial Day weekend, a nice 3-day weekend. Use it wisely. If you're not doing anything on Monday, you can dive into the video lessons library and study up. But just know that Monday, the market's closed. That means we officially have 4 trading days left. And I want you guys to make this the best 4 trading days of the month, regardless of what's happened yesterday, last week, or last month. If you have yet to wipe your slate clean and just start fresh, do that right now. Wipe your slate clean, good or bad, just it's clean. Start fresh today. Just focus, stay disciplined, remain patient, trade quality setups, don't overtrade, right? If you don't like the market, you don't have to be aggressive. Scale back, identify what your There's so many things you can be doing, so many things that we discuss every single day, guys. You can be building your playbook. You can be back testing and paper trading. You could be scaling back on your size. If you like the market, be aggressive. I just want you guys to treat the market correctly. I want you guys to continue to be consistent, remain disciplined. And I want each and every one of you ending the month on a strong note, regardless of what's happened. Good or bad, end the month on a strong note. Use this as an opportunity to wipe your slate clean, and let's crush it the next 4 days, guys. All right? So we've been live since 8:30 inside of chat. We dissected everything at this point in time. I am on the boat. If you guys didn't know, I'm on the boat right now. Okay. We've dissected everything over the last hour. Okay. Stocks that I'm looking at, why I'm looking at these stocks, what I'm looking to do for today to lock in profits. We have about 12 minutes to go. If there's any stock that you're looking at that we have not discussed, this is your opportunity to say, hey, look at the stock. Let's dissect it. Let's get prepared. If you want me to clarify any of these stocks that I've already discussed, I will absolutely, go back through those and do that due diligence again to get you guys up to speed. So let's use the next 11 minutes wisely. Let's continue to talk stocks, review stocks, but stocks that may be on your watch list that you think have opportunity for today. The intro gets me in a money-making mood as well. Why do you think we have such a freaking awesome intro? Because it gets you in the money-making mood, and we all make the money when there's an intro. Ha-ha! So let's do it! I'm excited, guys. I'm excited. You have it wrong, Stir. It's all wrong. That's wrong. Wrong. John. Jack. Oh, Jack. Oh, Jack. I love you, Jack. All right, guys. You got 2 things I need in the morning, coffee and alpha. You got the coffee to wake you up. You got the alpha to motivate the shit out of you. So get motivated. Get hyped up. Let's go. Everybody's like, all right, Josh, that's too much. I cancel. The hype and the energy is too much. But if you don't like the hype, I don't like you. That was rude. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I meant it. I didn't mean it, guys. I do apologize. I meant it. I definitely did. If you don't like it, I don't like you. I didn't mean it, guys. I'm just messing with you. I'm messing with you. No, I'm not. Nope. Some of you guys think I'm bipolar. Yeah, this guy's, he's messed up. He's weirdo. Absolutely. You missed the spine to Q's breakdown. It's officially getting weird. Hey, man. Hey, this is what to expect inside the community. This is what to expect from me, your mentor. Education, guidance, mentorship, and a little bit of weirdness. All right, so the main thing I'm looking at today is the SPY, right? Trading Hunter, the SPY. The Qs, very similar, but I think the SPY looks a little bit cleaner, a little bit more predictable, okay? So one thing I really want to point out here on the SPY is the longer time frame trend in the longer time frame setup. One massive falling channel. We can see we have falling channel support, falling channel resistance. We come down to trend line support. We bounce the trend line resistance, down the trend line support, trend line resistance, trend line support, trend line resistance. We just hit downtrend resistance this morning in pre-market, okay? It looks like we are topping out, right? We put in this high, we dump, higher high, we drop, lower high. Some would say this is a little bit of a head and shoulders formation. We can see that we have a lot of resistance, still putting in these significant lower highs, just hit the downtrend resistance with a lower high, and we can see this uptrend from Friday. So uptrend, uptrend. If we crack the uptrend today, after just getting rejected off downtrend resistance, I'm looking to short this. Why? The last time we took that same short, 10 plus points to the downside. So what did we have? We bounced off falling channel, trendline support, up to the falling channel, trendline resistance. We had a trend line. We cracked the trend line. We dumped for 10 plus points in a single day. That was an amazing trade. 500%. Those options went up. Okay. What do we have here today? We just got rejected off falling channel, trendline resistance. What do we have? An uptrend. If we go from the bullish side of this trend line and crack it to the bearish side, what could we see? We could see it dump. It may not dump like this. It could dump like that. But we do know that that's still a great short opportunity here on the SPY. So that's what I'm looking at today on the SPY. Very simple stuff. I'm looking to see if this stock can stay below trendline resistance from the falling channel, eventually come through here, crack this uptrend around 390. I'm looking to short this down to yesterday's lows of 387, and then Friday's lows down in the low 380s. However, there's always a however. I like to have a long plan and a short plan. That's my short plan. So however, if we hold the uptrend and we actually start to break the downtrend, we would want to take this long back to 400 buckarooskies and then up to 410. Today, team, 2 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, 2 o'clock, the Fed minutes are released from 2 weeks ago. The Fed meeting that concluded, we have those Fed minutes being released. It's going to give us more insight on inflation, what the Fed's planning on doing on these next upcoming rate hikes. Are they going to be more aggressive, not aggressive, inflation, how they're shrinking their balance sheet. It's going to give us more information, more details than what we already have. So today's going to be a key day, right? If we get these Fed minutes and we see more that we didn't know before, there's some data in here, there's some information that we didn't previously know. The markets are going to start, pricing that in. We'll probably start to see the markets drop. But if those minutes come out and there's some positivity here, the market's going to digest that information, price it in. We could see the markets rip to the upside. But if we see these minutes come out and it's exactly what we already know, and there's nothing new, right? There's just nothing new. Like we already knew this. The markets don't have anything to price in. The markets are just going to remain choppy like they have been the last couple of days. And these technicals are really going to come into play. So we have up until 1:30 to really have some fantastic trades by the technicals alone. Now around 2:30, 2 o'clock, when those Fed minutes are released, that's when we're going to see some volatility move in. That's when things may be a little unpredictable for a little bit. So be mindful. You should have your positions closed by 1:30, right? In my opinion, if you're in a position, I would say up to that 30-minute mark before those minutes are released, I think you should be out of your position or at least be risk-free in your position. Just in case, let's say you're short and those minutes come out and there's some positivity in there. You see the markets rip 5 points. You're like, what just happened? Well, I'm letting you know. Right? There's going to be volatility at 2 o'clock when those Fed minutes are released. Now, is it 2 o'clock or is it 2:30? Please clarify that. I think it's 2 o'clock if I'm not mistaken. Okay. BABA. Hey, Baba. Catherine. Baba's already on my watch list for the day. We already talked about this. We'll talk about it again. I like BABA. So same exact opportunity that we had on Snow. 20 EMA rejection, dump to the downside. PLTR, 20 EMA rejection, dump to the downside. SQ, 20 EMA rejection, dump to the downside. 3 of my top stocks I was watching this week, they all played out beautifully. BABA, what are we starting to see? All right, dump on off, weak bounce, 20 EMA rejection. We actually started to confirm yesterday. So yesterday was our confirmation that the 20 EMA was going to hold this down as resistance. We cracked below Friday's low and Monday's low. We moved down to this 81.66 level. I'm thinking there could be more momentum here today. I think we could see another day to the downside, just a continuation off yesterday's move. Okay, so I'm looking for a crack below 81.66 to get short. So a crack below 81.66 on BABA. We got to lock in profits around 80. It's a psychological level that may bounce, but really cracking below 80, I'm feeling good. Down to 78.12 on BABA. All right, so that's what I'm looking at right now is a 20 EMA rejection for a nice little continuation to the downside. Looking to short BABA. Same setup that we had on Square Monday, Tuesday. Same setup that we had on Snowflake Monday, Tuesday, and the same setup that we had on Palantir the last couple of days also. What do you buy if the SPY is going up? I know UVXY is what you want to buy if the SPY is going down. So if the SPY is dumping, you want to be going long on UVXY, ideally. Or you could simply buy calls and puts on the SPY. You can buy calls and puts on UVXY. Let's shift our focus for a second. If the SPY's dumping, most likely in this market, most likely, okay, and I say that because it's never 100%, but 99% chance that you're going to see the Qs dump as well. The broader market, it's going to move together. That's how it's been moving over the past, few months. So if you see the SPY, you're looking at the SPY and you see it cracking and dropping, that's going to pull the overall market down. The market's going to correlate and move together. So you could look at the Qs, and then so here's the next thing is, what could you trade? TQs. Okay, you can trade TQ, TQQQ. So let's really break this down. What do you buy if the SPY is going up? So if the SPY is ripping to the upside, I would think the Qs would be ripping to the upside as well. If you do not like trading calls and puts, what can you do? You can type in TQQQ, and you could look to trade shares on TQQQ. It's 26.43 a share. It's an ETF that tracks the Qs. It's not an inverse ETF. It's an ETF that tracks the Qs. It's a lot cheaper. It's 26.43. So if you look at the Qs and the Qs are breaking and ripping, TQs are going to break and rip to the upside as well. I'm not sure if there is. I'm not sure. Usually, again, guys, if I'm looking at the SPY and it's ripping to the upside, I simply go in and I would usually buy shares of the SPY, or I would just go look at the Qs. I would short SQs or go long TQs if they're ripping to the upside. With the SPY, again, we can look it up and see if there's another ETF like TQs that tracks the SPY. That's a little bit more cost effective. And we can see if there's another ETF that tracks the SPY. Not an inverse ETF, just an ETF that tracks the SPY. That's a little bit more cost effective. Jesus. So we can definitely do that today. But right now, traders, the market is open in 8 seconds. We are all set, ready to rock and roll. You guys know exactly what I'm looking at right out of the gate. And the number one stock that I'm looking at out of the gate, team, is going to be ELEV. I am also watching BTTX, BERU, and QUBT. And ELEV was the company that got FDA fast track designation. Okay. They had FDA fast track designation news on ELEV. And I am scalping the crap out of the market on these dips. I love, love, love trading these dips. So right now with ELEV, getting a little bit of a pop here. I'm currently long ELEV for the bounce off the VWAP, for the break of this downturn over 440. Looking to see if we get a squeeze out of the gate. There's 441, 443. 444. Let's go ahead and lock in a little bit there at 444. I like scalping. I like locking in some quick profits. I'm going to go ahead and take it. Wow, that was unique. I never made 93 even before, so that works. If that would have just taken on off into the 450s and broke, I would have held it. But again, we open up. We dip on down a little bit, close above the VWAP. We start to see this push for the break of the downtrend. That's why I was scalping it through this push, looking to see if it just took on off. It started to back down. I walked away. So right now, guys, if you are not scalpers, if you don't scalp the market with large position, 5-10 cent pushes, right now at this point in time, looking at the bigger picture, you want to see this break 450 to get up to 5. Okay, you are starting to break this downtrend from pre-market. You can break the downtrend and run up to 450. Breaking 450, your next target is going to be $5. Current support is going to be right here at 420. If you start cracking below $4.20, team, you do have room to fall back down to $4. Okay, but right now 420 is support. You have the VWAP here as well. We are breaking this downtrend. Could definitely see it back up at 450. And then your top target today would be $5 here on ELEV. And I wouldn't sleep on VERU, guys. I would not sleep on VERU. When VERU starts moving, VERU starts moving. Okay, so what this is doing is it's gapping down today into our 20 EMA. You see how yesterday we came down to our 20 EMA? We bounced. We're gapping down and we're trying to bounce here off our 20 EMA. So if we actually see some volume move in and we start to bounce here off this 20 EMA and we start breaking yesterday's close of 1220, that's where volume starts moving on in. That's where volume would start moving on in to VERU. So definitely keep VERU, team, on high watch here, especially if you start breaking out over that 1220 level. Right now, the number one stock that everybody's looking at is ELEV at this point in time until it starts dumping on off. If it doesn't start dumping on off, this is the number one stock that we should be watching at this point in time. Right now, the top stocks, VERU, breaking over 1220 is where volume is most likely to step in on VERU. And we all know when VERU starts moving, VERU starts moving. So I'm going to go ahead and take a little jump at this here for the pop over 1220, guys. Just a small position to get my feet wet here on VERU as we are starting to pick on up. We are nearing this 1220, and if it starts breaking 1220 on VERU, we know that this stock can really start getting some action. So I am long VERU right now, looking for the squeeze over 1220, see if we can get it. But right now, we're going to keep ELEV up on the live stream, as this is the number one stock that we're watching that has the best volume and some of the best action. But again, I am long on VERU at this point in time, guys. Long on VERU at this point in time. We're up to 235. Go ahead and lock in just a little bit here. Let's go ahead and sell that, and I'll switch to selling half my position now. Currently up $168 on the day. VERU, 1214 cost basis, getting in before the break. Like I said, when it starts moving, it starts moving. Go ahead and lock in 150 shares here on VERU, locking in a little bit of profit here. We break to 1250, $13 next. No, 1275. If we start breaking 1250, team, you're looking to go to 1275 next on VERU. Still holding a good majority of my position for the 1250 break on VERU. Got 1245 on the bid. Here, let's go ahead and do this. VERU, let's get it up on the live. You guys know I am locking in profits little by little here on VERU. Locking in a little bit more here. As you guys can tell, I have 300 shares left. Locked in about half my position so far. Small trade out of the gate, something small, get my feet wet, start the day green, not take on too much risk. And I was getting in right here as we were starting to push through that 1220 level. Again, 1220 was yesterday's close. And that's where volume started to really move on in here to VERU. Still holding about half my position at this point in time, as I do still think we have potential up to 14. The top two stocks, we had VERU and ELEV. So ELEV was the break of the downtrend for the run up to 450. VERU is bouncing off its 20 EMA. And we started to break yesterday's close, and we had a nice little almost 30-cent pop to the upside, and I was scaling out along this little push to the upside. And I'm still holding about half my position, as I do believe VERU could get up towards around that $14 level today. And right now, if I go break even on this trade, I'll go break even on it. I'm willing to break even on this trade to hold this to see if we do get that nice move, and maybe it turns into a little bit of a swing trade. We do know that when VERU starts ripping, VERU starts ripping. When it runs, it runs. When it takes off, it takes off. If ELEV starts breaking over 450, guys, your next target is $5. Again, support right now, 420 on ELEV. 420 support right now. The ABA starts cracking below 81.66. That's going to start confirming your possible short there. So keep BABA on watch, guys. I kind of want to add to my position here on VERU for the next leg up. I am going to go ahead and add to my position here on VERU. It's bringing my cost basis up a little bit, but I still have so much breathing room that I do want to enter a little bit more for this 1250 break. As we do see increased volume, I'm going to add again here to VERU, looking for this 1250 break. New cost basis is 1226. I got plenty of breathing room. Plenty of breathing room on VERU. Got a 1226 cost basis. I did add back to my position as I'm looking for the 1250 break up to 1275, 13, and then possibly $14 being our top target for today. Let's see if we can get this 1250 break in this next little leg up. Again, I'm risk-free on the trade at this point in time. If it double tops and it starts rolling on over, I simply get out and look for a better entry. But if we can see these buyers start stepping in through the 1250 level, more volume moves in, we see another nice little pop to the upside here on VERU. And like I told you guys a moment ago, I'm absolutely okay with breaking even on this trade. I know I'm up about 180 on this trade right now. I'm actually willing to let this trade go to zero profit. I'm not losing anything, but I'm okay with not making anything. To be patient with VERU, as I do believe it has great potential. And when VERU rips, VERU rips. When it moves, it moves. And if it is going to move today, and if it is going to get up to that 14 area, I want to have a nice little position on the table for that. Obviously, scalping some of this along the way up and locking in some small profits but still putting myself in a position to have a nice little a little runner on the table. Could be a little bit of this double top starting to form here on VERU, guys. We start cracking back below 1220. It's going to confirm that double top, and that's where you want to be walking away. If you start cracking back below this potential neckline, that would be like 1222. That confirms the double top. You don't want to be long on this. But if we can bounce here off this 9 EMA and see a nice little strong push, that could get us going up over that 1250 area up to that 1275. I'm going to add again to this. Cost basis is now 1230. I want to see the push here strong off the 9 EMA and a follow through over 1250. New cost basis 1230 on 1200 shares. We want to see it push right here, right now. If it starts backing down, below 1230, that's not a good sign. We want to see this right now start to get that pop through 1250. If it's going to go, it should start going right here. That last candle, not a fan. Not a fan of how that last candle's coming down like this. So like I told you guys, I was definitely okay with going 0 on the trade. Still has some potential. And that's why I'm trying to work with this right now out of the gate. I like how it had a little bit of a push here towards the end of that candle. Slight push towards the end of that candle. Now it's looking for that break. I'm adding again here to VERU. Looking for this 1250 break. It's got to break right here, guys. If it doesn't start breaking on this third attempt, it's probably going to start dumping on off. But right now, I do expect to see a break. That's why I'm adding to my position. We need to see this candle, high volume, break 1250. High volume and break 1250. If it gets rejected and it starts dumping here, walk away from the trade because it's probably going to dump back down to 12. We want to see this candle push 1250. Decent volume on that candle, but a lot of that volume is due to some selling here in the 1240s. You're opening up a new candle. This is where we've got to push here. This is where we got to start pushing on VERU. $12.43. Cost basis is $12.37 now. As I've been adding to this little by little along these higher lows. Get a $12.50 break. We can start scaling out a little bit. Moving in the right direction. And right when I say we're moving in the right direction, it starts backing down. Right now, my cost basis is $12.37 on 2,400 shares. I've expected this to already break that $12.50. The more that it struggles, the less confident I am. The more that it hits that level and then starts backing down like this, the less confident that I get. And that's not the type of price action that you want to see there. So as you see, I am liquidating this position. I am getting out to reduce my risk. Just struggling a little too much for me at this point in time. But I'm okay with working with this trade. I'm okay with, getting in and getting out. Kind of just building a nice little position if it still shows potential to break. We got about 30 seconds left on this candle here on VERU. I am not buying options. No, this is equities, physical shares. I would not trade options on a stock like VERU. Personally, I would not be trading options on a stock like VERU. That's just me, though. Not really digging it, but you do got about 10,000 shares sitting at 1233. You did have that. I'm out of VERU. I made $8. If it was going to break, it could have broke and it could have ripped. That's why I was willing to work with this trade. Getting in, scaling out for a little bit, getting the pullback, adding to my position, bouncing on up, not working out, reducing my risk in case it dumped, holding up, adding back to my position. I was okay with working this stock and working this trade because let's be honest, if this would have broken that 1250, it could have ripped straight up to that $13 area. And on a $2,400 position at 50 cents, that could be well over $1,000 of profit. So I was willing to give back my $150 of what I had just made for the potential to make $1,200 of profit. So I made $8. Woo! That's it's done, baby. A whopping $8 on the day. Well, $8 on the trade. And now I see some traders talking about CBIO here. We take a peek at CBIO. Monday spiking high is 146. If you break 146, you're still going to have 150 resistance, but your main level of resistance today is going to be 185. That's your 200-day moving average. So I do like CBIO. It is starting to move on up here a little bit. You do have SIGA trying to move up a little bit as well. So these are your two stocks. CBIO team is definitely a stock you should 100% be watching at this point in time. CBIO. And for now, it's still ELEV. Those are the top two pennies at this point in time, guys. Top two pennies at this point in time are going to be CBIO and ELEV. Wow. Okay. I do like what you just saw on the SPY, guys. I do like that. So we just put in a double top, right? You guys see this double top on the SPY? It's actually a little bit of a higher high, but look at that RSI divergence. So we just put in this false breakout, right? Double top with confirmed RSI divergence on the SPY. So right now, this is a strong reversal indication. This is a sign that we could really start to see a reversal here and possibly move back down to low of day at 391.91. So there's a couple decent opportunities out of the gate. ELEV was a decent little opportunity out of the gate to lock in a quick profit. VERU had fantastic potential on VERU. All right, it could still move today. It's still something I am watching. It had such great potential out of the gate. That's why I was jumping in. It just didn't get that big time push that we were expecting, but we managed the trade perfectly, right? Managed it absolutely perfect. can't be disappointed with the way that was traded, as it had really good potential. It's still on watch, but not the top stock at this point in time. Your top stocks team, you're looking at two stocks. You have CBIO. You did have CBIO. Now it's given a lot back. But ELEV, guys, I mean, you definitely see a lot of these lower shadows. So that's one thing that may be concerning is look at this. It was at 450 and it pulled all the way back to 425. Right here, we're at 444, all the way back down to 416. So that's a little concerning is you have a lot of these big drops, but very strong pushes. So what you should do on ELEV, if you are planning on entering, is make sure you give this enough breathing room, right? Make sure you let this breathe. You don't want to get prematurely stopped out. So that means you may have to reduce your position size to be able to let this breathe a little bit more so you're not prematurely stopped out on, say, a larger position, because we can see it likes to wick down and then get a nice little pop. It likes to wick down pretty aggressively and then pop. Wicks down aggressively and then it pops. So you need to make sure that you're giving this substantial breathing room so you're not prematurely stopped out, and that simply means reducing your position size. So right now I'm watching the cues here. Also looking at SQQQ for a possible long if we start rolling over here on the cues. So I do like this potential short setup here on the cues, guys. I really do like this. We cracked below the 9 EMA and the VWAP. We're coming back up for a retest. VWAP resistance and the 9 EMA as resistance. If we start to see the cues drop here off the 9 EMA resistance, off the VWAP resistance, we could see this thing really dump on down. And that would help pull the 9 EMA below the VWAP, which could really start pulling this down. But our confirmation is to stay below the 9 EMA and the VWAP, which right now we're not. The confirmation is we want to continue to see these types of candles where it pushes through, gets rejected, pushes through, gets rejected, pushes through, gets rejected. Okay, and if we see that again, which I highly doubt because we are pushing here, we could see that next leg down to low of day. So right now we do have some potential here with the cues, guys. There is some potential here with the cues. I'm curious to see what the cues do here over the next few moments. If we do start to see a crack of this very short-term uptrend, we start to fall back below VWAP and that 9 EMA. After we hit this level of resistance, we could see a measured move that would put you right at low a day. But we never had confirmation here to get short. That's why I never got in. I was waiting to see how this candle closed and to see how the next candle opened. If it would have closed below VWAP and the 9 EMA, the next candle would have opened and started to sell off. I would have jumped into a short for that leg down to low a day. But right now, it's just squeezing through that level. So there was no trade here whatsoever on the cues as to why I never took the trade. But it was definitely worth watching at that point in time. It was absolutely worth watching at that point in time because that could have been a nice little rejection followed by a nice big dump there, about $2 to the downside. It could have paid nicely, never confirmed. We shift our attention elsewhere. But I still think we should keep this on watch. Absolutely. I still think we should be watching the cues right now at this point in time to see what happens over the next few moments. There could be a nice little opportunity coming on up here. I do want to look at the SPY as well and see what the SPY's looking at. You still got about another point to the upside on the SPY before I feel good about a possible short there. And really what I'm looking at on the SPY, guys, is yeah, maybe a head and shoulders, very ugly. But honestly, what I'm looking at is for this to come up and hit that trend line. That's it. I want to see this come up and hit this trend line. If we can top out on this multi-week trend line here intraday, that's a killer opportunity. So if we can put in a double top here, a head and shoulders, if we could get some kind of confirmation that we are going to pull back off that multi-week trend line from the falling channel, that's an area that I want to be looking at to get short. That's right around 396. I do want you guys watching VERU because VERU right now is trying to give it another go. VERU right now is building up that volume and it is trying to give it another go for that 1250 break. If we start to see VERU breaking that 1250, guys, don't be surprised when you start seeing 13 and then possibly upwards of $14. So I do still want you guys, if you're looking at VERU, to be mindful that it's trying to get that break of 1250 here. We do see increased volume starting to move on in. I just want you guys to be mindful of the opportunity that is here on VERU if we start breaking that 1250 area. That's exactly where I think a lot of volume is going to start really moving on in. And you can see a quick spike to 1275 and then $13 here on VERU, guys. So right now at this point in time, I suggest there's nothing else going on and you're not really looking at anything else at this point in time. I suggest that you kind of just watch VERU. If it starts to really pick on up here through this 1240 area, looking to break 1250, that's where I expect to see a lot of volume really start moving on in for that nice big push to the upside. If you crack back down below the VWAP here, team, on the Qs, and you start cracking this short-term uptrend, you could look for the Qs to come back down to that prior low at 286.55. I tell you what, it looks like VERU wants it, guys. It really looks like VERU wants it here. So this is high watch on VERU. High watch on VERU, guys. That's the only stock that I'm really looking at right now because it shows some pretty decent potential. I'll be a little upset if it dumps, but right now, looking at the price action, looking at the volume, how we're kind of moving and forming, it definitely shows great potential to break that 1250. Now, if it does pull back here a little bit, that's okay. You do have trend line support down towards around 1223. Again, right now, the one stock that I'm looking at has about 80% of my focus, 80% of my attention is VERU. And I think you guys know exactly why my focus is here on VERU at this point in time. That's why I'm currently long, as you guys can see on VERU, looking to see if this is this candle that gets that 1250 break. Every time it tries, it backs down, but then it shoots right back up. Then it backs down and shoots right back up. I do like that price action. I don't like the dips, but I like how quickly it gets bought back up. Again, it dips on down into the 1230s. Not a fan of that, but I like how aggressively and how quickly it gets bought right back up. And we can see that the bids are still increasing here little by little by little. Big seller there at 1249 though. Big seller at 1249. Let's see. There it is. There's the break over 1258. There's your break over 1258, guys. That's what we're talking about. That's what we wanted. Nice little pop up into the 1260s. I took half off the table. Looking to see if buyers can continue to move on in over this 1250. This is that area that we said volume is really going to start moving on in. There's 1263. So right now we are fighting for it, guys. I did take half my position off the table on VERU the second we popped up to 1259, 1260. I locked in a little bit of profits. Let's see if buyers can stay above 1250 and get this up to 1275. Still holding half my position on VERU. $12.56. My finger's not coming off the trigger. All I can do is literally just duck down so you guys can see my P&L. There. That's all I can do right now. I just got to duck down. Do you guys see it? You see it? All right. I can't take my finger off the trigger. Where's my chair at? There's $12.59 on the bid. Let's see if buyers can pop over $12.60. We do have a $12.75 target. There's $12.54. Let's do this. Let's lock in a little bit more here at $12.54. Let's be smart. Let's lock in a little bit more at $12.54 here. Again, it had a nice little pop, nice little profit. Wasn't that big time explosive move that I was really after, but it was still profitable. And that's all that matters, guys. You see an opportunity, you take advantage of it, you lock in profits when you think is the best time to lock in profits. If it does break and it just rips and it exceeds your expectations, that's when you turn in a base hit trade into a potential home run. We're not looking for home runs. We're looking for base hits. I'm getting a base hit right now on VERU. Did it have potential to turn into a home run? Absolutely. Is it a home run? No. It's still a fantastic base hit. Back below 1250 on the bid, you're going to see me closing this position. I'm just taking my profit. I'm out. I'm out of VERU. But hey, there we go. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. I'll take it. 555. Not bad. Nice little trade there. The first one didn't work out. Made $8. I see the setup again. Get right back in. Boom. $500. And it's okay. I'm not even upset that I missed my QQQ or my SQ trade. I'm not even upset that I missed the Qs. I'm not even upset that I didn't pull the trigger on SQs because I was able to grab some VERU there. But cracking this trend line, look for the put. What's really nice about this? What else is really nice about this on the Qs? Not only are you just simply cracking a trend line, but what else did you do right before the crack of the trend line? You put in a double top. It just double topped. It put in this very clear M. Look at that M formation. Then it cracked the trend line. That's screaming short me. This is screaming short me, guys. Short me. I want to dump. And it dumped. So congratulations for those of you that were still focused on the Qs for the crack of the trend line. We were even able to back it up with a double top coming off of this dump with confirmed bearish divergence. So far, guys, there's some clean setups on the Qs. If you missed that divergence trade, it's all right. You just got a double top, crack of the trend line, you would have just taken that for about $1.50 to the downside with still more room to go. Rod making 344 on the SPY. Woo! Trading Hunter locking in some profits. There we go. Little money maker on the SPY there. Good job, traders. Good job. Another one. All right, let's do a quick little, just a little run through. Okay, we're about 37 minutes into the market. Why was I watching VERU? Because VERU was bouncing off the 20 EMA. All right, that's not the only reason why. It was breaking yesterday's close. And we know that VERU, when it moves, it moves. It's psychology, right? When VERU moves, everybody talks about it. Like when VERU was moving last week or 2 weeks ago, everybody in chat was talking about it. That's every other community out there. That's every other trader, knowing that VERU is a stock, when it moves, it rips. So why was I so adamant about looking at VERU? Well, it was bouncing off the 20 EMA. It was breaking yesterday's close, right? That's where I expect to see volume move in. Volume moves in, right? I was expecting it to take on off. It did. But what did it do? It came back down and bounced off the prior intraday high. And then it started to build on back up. So that was my reasonings for really watching VERU. Just one of those stocks that could be looked at as a sleeper play. Not that many people looking at it, but when it starts breaking 1250 and 13 and ripping up towards 14, that's when everybody looks at it. So I want to get in early. I want to be getting in before the majority of traders are getting in, right? So I can be in and they can start buying it up and then boom, nice big break to the upside. That was my reasonings for really focusing on VERU right out of the gate, guys. All right. And there was a couple of decent opportunities on VERU. All right. CBIO. Right now, team, we need to see a 146 to 150 break. We really just should wait for that break over that 150, let it retest, and then take it long to 185. That's your 200-day moving average. But to be a buyer below resistance in this market, I'm not a fan of it, okay? If we start breaking 146, that's a good first sign. We're over 150, that's even better. And then a retest of that 146 to 150, that can definitely confirm your entries up to your next resistance level, 185. So if you're watching CBIO, that would be your plan. That would be my recommendation for your plan. All right, but there's still a lot of great opportunity here with CBIO. You should absolutely be watching that, 100%. How's ELEV doing? This stock right now, giving a lot back, starting to dump on off. ELEV, back burner play at this point in time. BTTX just doesn't have volume. That's the only thing with BTTX is there's no volume at this point in time. So you have two stocks. You have CBIO, and I still think VERU is on high watch. And honestly, team, if this thing comes down to the VWAP and taps this trend line, I'm jumping back in the VERU to see if we get that next leg up. That would be the third leg up. One leg up, pull back. Two legs up, pull back. That third leg up and that typical final leg up is the strongest. So a bounce off the trend line, a bounce off the VWAP, and we hold that level, we start to see some volume move back in. That could get that push that we're looking for into that $13 region. If we close below and crack below the trend line, close below and crack below the VWAP, we have room back down to 1210. So right now, VERU is still the one stock that I'm really focused on here. And then you guys are watching CBIO. For those of you that like CBIO more than VERU, we broke down a nice little plan there on CBIO on what to expect and how to get involved here on CBIO. So you guys are all set. So nice little scalp there on the Qs for you. Run a downtrend off these highs and just look to see if this downtrend is resistance on the Qs. Same thing with the SPY. Run a downtrend off these highs. Look to see if this downtrend holds the stock down as resistance. Watching BABA below 81.66. Nothing yet with Disney. Walmart's going to be a killer short coming up, guys. I definitely feel it. I'm smelling it. I smell I smell blood. I smell weakness. I smell a dump. But definitely, we want to see it first hit 126.50. So if we can just slowly grind throughout the day on very low volume, 126.50, and we see intraday resistance, don't be surprised if I enter a short for that leg down to 118 on Walmart. Definitely something I'm watching. High watch Walmart at this point in time. It's honestly my favorite stock for a day trade that can turn into a super awesome swing trade. So absolutely still focused on Disney here. Okay. 100%. Let's readjust this trend line, right? Trend lines are subjective either off the wicks or either off the bodies. So right now, this could be our trend line. We see the price action that suggests traders are moving in here off trend line support, and we see that little jumpy price action, right? That candle just kind of pops a little bit, right? You know, price action, that little jump, that little pop, little jump, little pop. It just looks like you have buyers stepping in. That's the kind of price action you want to see to suggest this is a good area to maybe start a position. Stops would be at like 1224. That's the beautiful thing. Stops would be underneath the trend line and underneath the VWAP. If it comes down to 1224, get out because it's probably coming down to 1210. So right now, I'm taking a small starter here on VERU again, guys. I'm taking a small starter here. So 600 shares to start. 10 cents of risk. What's my risk here to see if this is going to play on out? It's $60. Literally, I'm going to risk $60 to see if we start to bounce here off the trend line in the VWAP. If we start to bounce off the trend line in the VWAP, I have a fantastic entry. I can add to my position as well. We have so much room to the upside. So when you really break this down, you have high reward with low risk, and VERU is a stock that has so much potential, like we've discussed several times today. So there should be no surprise as to why I'm still looking at VERU and why I'm still willing, to build a position for that bigger time push that we could still see. And again, my risk right now is like less than $60 if I am not right about this trend line and VWAP. So I'm okay with giving up $60 of profit to potentially make $400, $500. I mean, makes sense for me. So that's why I am starting a position right here at this 1230 level. Stops below this low here. So if we come down to like 1224, I'll just walk away from it. The last thing I want to do is see the trend line crack, right? That trend line cracks. Bye-bye. Hello, dump. That trend line doesn't crack. We see these buyers move in, which you're starting to see a little bit of that. A little bit, not a lot, a little bit. There we go. Thinking about adding to my position here. Thinking about adding, but not yet. I want to wait to see if there's a little bit more volume to move in. And I should have freaking added. Like, I'm thinking about adding here, but let me wait for a little bit more volume. I should have added. But no, we're good. I still got a nice position here. Again, stops right here at 1225. Yeah, 1224, 1225. You start to see like these nice big green candles. Like you see this candle, how it just went from 1236 to 1246. That was a nice little push there. If you start to see these nice big green candles form these large upper shadows and turn red, you definitely have your finger on the trigger, right? If you see a candle that's nice and green like this and it just turns red and it looks like it's coming back into the trend line, that would be the fourth touch of the trend line. That would be touch number 4. Trend lines typically crack on the third touch. So 1 touch, 2 touches, 3 touches. If you see a lower high coming back into this trend line, get out because the likelihood of it cracking and dumping is very high. You have like 80% odds that the trend line will crack and dump if we come back down and hit it for the 4th time. You want to see this just open up and move higher, right? Nice higher high, nice healthy pullback into the trend line, into the VWAP, still giving us a nice intraday uptrend with higher lows and higher highs. You want to see this just continue to push on up off the VWAP, off the trend line, okay? And if you continue to see that, you're good to hold. But if you start to see this rolling on over, forming a lower high, and it starts coming back to that trend line, I will be getting out because I think it would crack the trend line and dump on off. So that's how I'm trading VERU and the reasonings why I'm trading it and how I'm looking to manage this position as well. So not just buy here, sell here, buy here, sell here. I'm buying here. Why? I'm selling here. Why? This is my position and my sizing. Why? What am I looking to do if the trade starts rolling on over back into the trend line? Getting out. Why? Right? Everything's backed with a fact. Everything is backed with a reason and education so you guys understand why we're taking these trades and why we're managing them the way that we're managing them. Thinking about adding to the VERU position, if I add to it right here, cost basis would be 1239, 1238 cost basis, give or take. Yeah, say 1238. That may not allow me to let it breathe as much as I want. So I'm not going to add right now. I don't want to add right now because I like my cost basis being down here closer to the VWAP, and it allows me to work with this a little bit. Again, my stops, I'm going to throw them down just still right underneath that 1225 area. That's what I'm going to do on VERU. I'm going to risk that 10 cents. I'm okay with that 10 cents of risk. On 600 shares, I'm okay with that. So someone on YouTube says, I just want to be rich. Well, if you want to be rich and wealthy and successful and financially free, the first step is getting educated. Right? That's the first step, is actually getting educated with whatever you want to do. You want to trade stocks? Get educated. How do you get educated? You invest in your education. You invest in your education, you get quality education, you learn what it takes to trade stocks, and you can make as much as you want in the stock market. There's no cap on how much you can earn. You want to be rich? Get educated. Figure out what you want to do to get rich with, right? To generate that wealth, to generate that income. And then just invest in your education and learn that topic and master that and be better than everybody else. That's how you get to where you want to be. Again, team, I'm on VERU, explaining why I'm long VERU. And what I'm looking to do here, we start rolling over. And if we start pushing here off this 9 EMA, and we start to see some better volume, a little bit better price action, right? It's actually moving, not as stagnant. I would absolutely add to my position to see if we do get that run up to 13. So right now we're up about $700 on the day. So literally we've been trading for less than an hour. And so far up a little over $700 on the day. That's it's not a bad hourly pay rate, right? It's definitely not a bad hourly pay rate. You know, $700 an hour. Oh, I'll take that. That's the best paying job out there. I didn't even go to college. I'm an idiot sometimes, and I drool sometimes a little bit. I lose my train of thought a lot. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about this, guys. Is again, I don't come from really anything. I'm not a very smart dude. I mean, I am, but I'm not. Like, I didn't go to college. I didn't get educated, right? I don't have a degree, and I'm still able to come in and do something I love doing and make hundreds of dollars an hour. That should be motivation and inspiration to everybody. That if Josh from Indiana that barely graduated high school, if he can do it, why can't I do it? I just added to my position. I like that retest. I like that bounce off the trend line and a higher low. I am currently long 1,250 shares. Cost basis, 1239. I did say I was only risking $60 on the trade, so now I can only risk 5 cents. My new stop loss has to be 1234. So my stop loss right now, since I added to my position, I doubled down, my stop loss is now 1234. I would only still risk that same $60 on the trade with a 1234 stop loss. And that's how I'm managing my trade. I added to it because I like that volume off the trend line again, looking to see if we open on up and start pushing to the upside, right? Since I doubled down, my cost basis came up. Based on my new cost basis and my new position, what do I have to do? I have to recalculate my stop loss. I just did. It's 1234. Where was my ad? 1245 was my ad here. So I'm only risking that $60 on this trade. The potential to make 600 to 700. Literally. If we start to push and open up here, this thing could really take on off. If we start cracking this trend line, that's a stop out. That's a simple stop. So you're buying right off support. You're looking for a nice strong bounce off support here. You are in an overall uptrend. The stock has great potential to the upside. I mean, there's so many reasons to be looking at VERU right now. There's so many reasons. Like, I feel like I have 80% odds in my favor of being right. And there's that 20% chance I'm wrong. So I have confidence. I have that 80% chance of being right. I have confidence. And I'm willing to take a $60 loss to see if I'm right to make potentially $600, $700. If I'm wrong, that's fine, right? There's that 20% chance I'm wrong, and I'm okay with being wrong, right? I'm okay with losing $60 to be wrong. But if I'm right, and there's that 80% chance I am to make $600, $700, I mean, that makes sense. Again, my stops are 1234 because I doubled down. Okay, your stops may be different. Your trade plan may be different than mine. Honor your trade plan regardless of what I do. Stick to your guns. Honor the plan that you just built. Manage the trade the way you know how to manage your trades, regardless of what I do. I'm in a different position, different cost basis, different size, different risk tolerance. Everything's different. Same trade, different plan. Stick to your plan, trade your plan. Just like I'm going to stick to my plan and trade my plan the way I just walked you guys through it. So I'll get my my P&L out there for you. Again, you can still see it. That's why I put the green screen on. That's why I put the green screen on, so you guys can see my P&L all the time. I want to go ahead and pull it over here for you guys right now. Very simple day today. Very easy day. Right? No stress, no anxiety, no chasing stocks, just all simple setups. Low risk, high reward, calm, cool, collected. We're starting to see that nice volume increase. If we can break that previous high here, this thing's taken off. We start breaking that 1267. Watch for this thing first, 1275. You got to lock in profit at 1275. And then 13. And if you got kahunas, come on. If you got some big old kahunas, you could leave a runner on the table up to $14 resistance. We have to break into a higher high. If we don't have a higher high here, team, and we come back down to the trend line, you're out. Right? That's what I recommend. If you don't put in a higher high here and you start to see it curl on over with a lower high back into this trend line, which is now like 1240, you get out. You just get out of the trade. 100%, you get out. So with that being said, guess what? Based on the chart, based on what the chart's giving me and where my stop loss should go based on the chart, I have just now gone risk-free. And that's not going risk-free because I'm scared to lose money. That's going risk-free because the chart's telling me to put my stop loss at this level, and that level just so happens to be my cost basis. So right now, trading this correctly, I can actually go risk-free on the trade, and I'm up 162, 150. Should I just lock it up? Should I just lock in something here? I kind of want to, but at the same time, I like the potential. All right, 1248. We want to hold that that prior high. So we had resistance at 1248, resistance at 1248, resistance at 1248. Don't want to see it below 1248 at the lowest. We don't want to see it below this trend line. We want to see this just break and put in a new high a day. Take some profits at 1275 and then take some more profits at 13. If you got kahunas, you can run a little bit of a trade, a little runner up towards around 14 today on VERU. Right now, we're up another 281 on this trade. We're approaching $1,000 today. That's my goal. And just like that, within 2 trading sessions, I make back my Twitter or my Snapchat loss. No, it wasn't Snapchat. What was it? Can't even remember. Can't even remember what the trade was now that I think about it. Zoom. Yeah, that Zoom trade that I took a loss on. I was like, you know what? I'm not discouraged. I'm going to bounce back. You have red trades. It happens, right? Being transparent, showing you guys that I took a nice loss. In just the last 2 trading sessions, I've already made that big loss back. In just 2 trading sessions, not really trading a lot. So just like that, making that loss back, slate is wiped clean, and it's just nothing but profits right now. Nothing but adding to the bottom line. If we don't start breaking that 1266, 1267 on this candle here, yes, this candle here, I am locking in half my profits. There's a new high a day. There's a new high a day on VERU. Back below 1265 on the bid, I'm taking half. That was the high day break, 1265. Back below 1265 on the bid, I'm locking in half. But if we see 1275 on the ask, I'm locking in half as well, because that was our target, was 1275. Let's see if we can get one more little leg up here, one little pop. 1275 target, back below 1265 on the bid. I'm locking in half my position. I'm up $360 right now on this trade alone, pushing me up over 1,000 on the day. Keeping it simple, no stress. Locked in half, like I said, at 1275. First target. What was that prior high? 1265. All right, back below 1265, I'm out. I'm going to put a hard stop in the system on VERU. So we're going to go stop. 1264, 600 shares, sell. Hard stop in the system, I have a runner. All right, so just like that, I'm putting a hard stop in the system at 1264, back below that prior high. If I get stopped out, that's fine. I kind of want to get all out anyway. But if it just continues to push straight up, I keep making money. But honestly, I think that stop is going to get hit. And I'm okay with that because I want to be out of this position. I want to lock in my profits. But if my stop's not hit and it just continues to squeeze, so be it. So be it. But if I get stopped out, it's a great trade. There you go. Good job, Kamal. Taking 1,000 shares off the table. 1275 resistance. Congrats. Hard stop set. You get stopped out, be okay with it, get paid. If you hit 13, lock in a little bit more profits here, guys. And that's what I'm doing, is I'm locking in a little bit more profit at 13 if we get there. New high a day at 1277. So Dave over on YouTube says, don't let him fool you, Dan. He lost almost 3K between Monday and has only made 1,700-ish. I made 1,100 yesterday. I'm currently up 1,100 today. That's 22. That puts me very close to break even, what I just said. What I just said is between the last 2 trading sessions, making up nearly all that loss. Wiping the slate clean, everything from here is profit. Okay, so just some clarification. I am transparent with you guys, right? I was very transparent when I posted my loss there on Zoom. I'm very transparent with showing you my P&L, right? Explaining why I'm buying stocks, why I'm getting in, where I'm placing stops. I mean, nothing but transparency. Does anybody else out there do this? I don't know of a lot of people that do this right here with full transparency with their wins and losses. So let's just be positive, all right? Let's be positive, because if we're not, let's just try and be positive here, guys, all right? That's it. Right now, I hope you guys are locking in some profits. I hope you guys are having some fun. I hope you guys are learning, right? That's the most important thing here, is learning as far as, how we're even making profits today. Every single trade was streamed live, full breakdowns on every trades, education behind it, building trade plans. Again, there's a lot of great, a lot of stuff to learn here today, guys. CBIO is still looking a little weak at this point in time, but I'm still holding VERU with that hard stop in the system. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. I don't know how much more transparent I could be, but that's it. That's it. Nothing but positivity, baby. That's all I ask is just be nothing but positive. If there's any negativity whatsoever, like I don't want to ban anybody, but I will, right? I want to work with the people that want to be worked with, the ones that can actually learn here and the ones that want to learn. And that's the one thing we don't tolerate is negativity. So if that's all it's going to be is negativity, we ban. It's okay. It's not a lot to ask for. Just be positive and be mindful that there's other traders here that really want to learn and you're taken away from that. So DKS has been nice to me today. DKS, let's go look at that. I'm just curious. Charles is looking at some oh my goodness, Charles, look at you, buddy. Look at you, Charles. DKS has been nice to me today. Yeah, absolutely it has been. It's been very nice to you today. Congrats. Just like I did last year, I'll do it again. Just like I posted my statement on social media last year, I'll do it again this year when I close out my year. So go back and look at my social media. I posted my statement from my brokers on social media. So go check it out. And when I close up this year, I'll do the same exact thing. I know, guys. I know. If it seems like I'm feeding into it, I'm not. I'm just answering questions, right? That's it. Just saying, hey, you want a statement? I'll post it at the end of the year, right? Setting the expectations. So we're all good. Right now, we're still just looking at VERU. We have a runner on the table. If we look at CBIO, there's just really nothing here on CBIO. If we look at BTTX, there's really not a lot on BTTX. There's nothing on HAPP. Nothing yet on QUBT. BEDU, nothing. MOTS, nothing. We do have RDBX grinding along today, little by little. If we take a look at RDBX here, support on this stock is going to be back down at 575. All right, so support would be back down at 575 on RDBX with resistance here, right around that 616 area. And then let's get a nice little pop up to the 200 SMAs realistic, 718-ish, 718. So I like RDBX. I say we go ahead and bring that from the back burner to our main stocks to be watching at this point in time, as it does look like there's some decent potential. And that's just about it, guys. ELEV is really dumping on off. So these are your new top stocks to be watching. RDBX, definitely still VERU. And we're still going to just look at CBIO to see if it does hold above this 132 level of support. So those are our three top stocks at this point in time that really should have your focus. Get to know these stocks, understand these stocks, do your due diligence, get prepared, and then just simply sit back and wait for an opportunity to come to you and present itself. Those would be the three that I suggest that we're looking at this point in time. Joey saying, I'm in Redbox on 3 accounts at $4. Let's go. Joey, $4? Ah, look at you, buddy, on 3 different accounts. He is long and heavy and aggressive on the trade. I hope it pays you, boss. I hope it pays you. All right. I do want to take a moment and talk about the SPY here real quick. What is the SPY doing right now, team? What's it doing? It's actually breaking slightly this falling channel here. Okay? And that was one of our plans. We said, if we do see that rejection and we come and crack this trend line, I'm looking to go shorts. That's my bigger picture short. That's my bigger picture plan. But if we do indeed continue to build these higher lows off this trend line, and we see a break out of this channel, that could be a long up to 400. So we are starting to break to the upside out of this channel. But could we readjust our levels here? I mean, is this the accurate trend line? I think we could probably bring it up just a smidge right there, and it's still connected. Running it off those highs. Let's go back into a 5-minute, and we're sitting right at it. Okay, so we're sitting right at that level. We haven't technically broke it yet, but we're testing that downtrend. So if we see a strong intraday break, it's consolidating, still looking good, building momentum, it's looking good to the long side. You want to look to play this long up to 400, and then anything over 400, your next main level is going to be like 403. But if we do not see this breaking and looking strong and we don't have the volume and it's not looking good to the long side, and you're starting to see it a little bit of a reversal here off this downtrend, off this resistance level, you would think of a put. You would think to short this and play the bigger picture short that we were talking about, continuing to fall inside of this channel on the daily chart here on SPY. Let's go ahead and read off some profits from Profits Chat. George from the NYC updated my P&L, added VERU. Got about a 170 profit, BTTX 400, locking in 590 on the day. George, good job. Rod, Trading Hunter, Johnny Holmes, good job, team. Good job. Very proud of you guys. Let's go back over and look at VERU and see if we should still be in this position at this point in time. Where was my stop loss at? 1264. Oh, I'm going to get stopped out here at 1264. That's fine. Pay me. That's A-okay. Just go ahead and pay me here. Just hit that 1264 all the day. Facebook. Facebook. There is a reason, yes. I'm blatantly ignoring you. Because I'm focused on educating and helping the team make money. So there's your question, or there's your answer to the question, Facebook. Okay. And that's it. So we're still long VERU, right? That stop is right below that high a day. I put my stop right there at 1264. Okay. Never got stopped out at 1264. We only came down as low as 1265. So if we do indeed hold this high here, we could still see this U shape and still see this trade work on out. But I am running a very tight stop loss here because technically we have room for this to come back down to this trend line. And if we do dump right here, right now, the trend line will put you right around 1250. And I'd say 1250 is still a good support level. It's a psychological level. You had some resistance at 1250 here as we were looking for that 1250 break. So yeah, 1250. You know, you had prior resistance at 1248, prior resistance at 1248, 1248, 1249. So 1249, 1250 falls right around this trend line. So even if we do crack below this 1264 area, we'll have another level of support right around 1250. And it's still this uptrend that we have been respecting very nicely today. So still absolutely okay with VERU being our top stock right now. I'm stopped out of VERU, $1,865 in profit. Ooh, man. Man, oh man, I love it. I love it. Very good stuff, team. Very good stuff. And I should be getting stopped, and there's my, the ask. And then I just got my stop. All right, so I was like, why am I not getting stopped? Oh, okay, I just got my stop out. Fantastic. Total, 914.46. Not too shabby. 914.46 altogether, and that was a series of 3 trades. The first one, letting it all go back to break even. 2 trades, 3 trades, was able to scoop up $900. Kamal locking in $1,800. My goodness, that's absolutely amazing. Can we take a glance at JWN? Absolutely. Thoughts on the Fed, good or bad? So we have those Fed minutes being released today between 2 or 2:30. I know someone hit on that today and they verified the time. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 2. It could be 2:30. But then we do have another Fed speaker talking today. I think that was at 11:30. We have someone speaking from the Fed today at 11:30. Let's go look at the Fed calendar. All right, so let's just go look at the Fed calendar here. All right, just literally go to Google, type in Fed calendar, and just scroll on down to today's date. Today's date is the 25th. So we have Governor LeBernard speech. Starts at 12:15. Commencement remarks at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies of 2022. So we do have a little bit of a speech today, but this is what we're really looking for here. 2 p.m. FOMC minutes from the meeting that concluded on the 4th of this month. So it's going to give us a little bit more insight in regards to their meeting. So to give you an example, what we know is about 50%. So at the end of that meeting, remember May 3rd to May 4th, we were looking at the conclusion of the FOMC meeting on May 4th, followed by Powell's remarks and his interview. We got about 75% of the data. So he shared about 75% of the information that was discussed during that meeting. The other 25% of the information, again, this is an example, would be in these FOMC meeting minutes. So that's going to give us more insight on inflation. Do they still think it's peaked? Is it falling? Do they think they have it under control? How aggressive are they being with their next series of interest rate hikes? What is the Fed planning on doing to shrink their balance sheet? What are their next series of goals to shrink the balance sheet? A lot of information we're going to get in these minutes. And if it's very neutral, it's basically everything we've already known, markets are going to remain neutral. And we're going to continue to see these technicals play on out. Okay. If there's anything that we were unaware of, and we're like, oh my gosh, that's not good, we didn't know that, watch for the markets to dump. If we see some things that shed some positivity, like, wow, they're not going to have a total of 7 rate hikes. They're actually going to go back down to 25 basis points versus 50. Wow, that's good. That's good news, right? We didn't know that. That's good. Watch for the markets to rally. So there is a lot of importance here at 2 p.m., right? There's going to be some possible volatility around these Fed minutes. So at 2 p.m., we'll be here. We'll be dissecting those minutes, seeing how the market reacts, and there's going to be some opportunity in the market. Right now, we really just don't know. We just honestly, at this point in time, we do not know if the market's going to react positively or if the market's going to react negatively. We all have to wait until 2 p.m. So Kamal is saying, I've had the best month ever because of the knowledge of Josh and team's support. I really want to thank you for allowing me to be a part of this amazing community. I want to thank you for believing in this amazing community. And the fact that just being here has helped you have your best month ever makes me feel amazing. Clearly, we're doing the right things here inside of chat. Clearly, we have the right team. We have the right members. We have the right community for you to be successful. So I appreciate you being here and believing in us. And once again, congratulations, because that's awesome. We saw Johnny Holmes with a very consistent month last month. He only had 2 red trades out of like the 40. Kamal sharing his best month ever. Corey stepping up, locking in $1,000 days consistently. There is just so much energy, positive energy inside this community, guys. You are all doing just fantastic. Kamal, total profit for the month of May, $45,300. $45,300 for the month of May, and the month's not even over yet. You still have 4 days to go. You got today and 3 full days. Can we do 50? Can we get 50? Maybe, but the goal is to not go below 45.3, right? That's the goal, to not go below that 45 threshold. Now, if we can keep adding, let's keep adding. But right now, what should be your mindset on a killer month, the best month ever? Capital preservation. Hold on to your $45,000. Congratulations. Keep up the awesome work. I want to see what you close the month out at. JWN. Yeah, Kamal, time for a vacation. You come down to Florida. I'll take you out on the boat, and we can do like a little staycation, right? We'll go get the nicest hotel, 5-star hotel. We'll rent a yacht for the day. Yeah, it's a vacation, right? Come on down, Kamal. Come on down. I'll do a vacation with you. So right now, team, if you are looking at Nordstrom, JWN, we are nearing the gap down open. So we saw the stock here at 24.83. It gapped down to 23.27, and then it dumped that day. So the gap down open is resistance. Why are we starting to stall at this 23.27 price? It was the gap down open. But if you start breaking that level with volume, you could start filling this gap up to 24.62. So right now, you're not long on this. But if you start breaking and you see the stock holding above this 23.27, you are inside of this gap fill area. So you see this big gray box? There's a big gap here. Gaps like to be filled. So if you see a break and a hold above this 23.27 level, you could start filling the gap at 24.62. But right now, it's already made a pretty nice move today. It's already gone from around $20.40 to 23.20. So it may be done. It could start fading here. But if you ever see more strength into this gap fill area, you do have a gap fill strategy, and that's tradable. Scott saying, I believe to not trading, just learning. This is the best learning I've ever seen. That's awesome. I love it. How's VERU looking? No, because VERU cracked the trend line. So it's done now. It's done. The second we go from the bullish side of the trend line and we crack the trend line, we go to the bearish side of the trend line. So right now we have room to fall all the way back down to $12.10 on VERU. $12.10 is your next level of support here on VERU at this point in time. CBIO is pretty dead. If you look at CBIO, it's lost all of its volume, pretty dead. VERU had its move. RDBX still looks decent. I would say out of every stock that we've been looking at today, RDBX still shows potential for now. Still wait for this to develop another 5-10 minutes. Let's see what it looks like. And let's see if there's any opportunity here. I'm sure some of you guys are watching BTTX as well. And if you are watching BTTX, there's a couple levels that you need to start breaking before you enter. You need to break yesterday's close and yesterday's high. So the first level to break above and stay above is yesterday's close at 220. Now, if you can break above and stay above 220, you have room to yesterday's highs, 238. That's really the level that you want to see break. Because if you can see that break, you can see 266 and then 324. So I would keep this on high watch. High watch. You see the stock breaking 220 and consolidating and staying above 220. You have a 18 to 20 cent window of opportunity to scalp this. And if it ever does break that 240, you have room to 266. You have room to $3. And then you could see 324 on BTTX. I like it. I think there's potential here. I'd be watching it. HAPP off the watch list. QUBT. QUBT's off the watch list as well. BEDU off the watch list. MOTS off the watch list. NURO off the watch list. SKYH off the watch list. FRGE. And ELVE. So we just cleaned up our entire watch list. So the only stocks that you should be watching coming to lunch hours, because we are approaching lunch hours in the next 9 minutes. These are the only stocks that I have on my watch list. I still have CBIO on my back burner watch list. I'm still just watching VERU, RDBX, and BTTX. Coin never gave us confirmation for a trade. Walmart hasn't yet. Disney has not. DABA has not. SPY and the Qs are right at a couple key levels. Well, I mean the SPY. The Qs still have a lot of time to go. The Qs downtrend is at 300, but the SPY's downtrend is right here at this 397. What else is right at this 397 area that you guys notice? What else is right around this downtrend? What other indicator do you notice is right at the same price as this downtrend from the falling channel that makes this really appealing, that really makes this look really good, if you ask me? I knew bare minimum about stock trading until I started watching Josh about a month ago. He's very motivational and ignites that fire. Ooh, got to get that fire. I'm going to get a, I don't know, like a blowtorch. When anybody says that fire, it's hot in here. So take off all your clothes. Yeah, everybody's like, Josh, please don't do that. Don't do that, man. Don't take off all your clothes. Please don't. Okay, so yes. So that is going to actually be, why is that a 13 SMA? That's not right. That's not my study. That's a 13 SMA. That's not what I use. What is that? Very odd. Okay, it should be my 20 exponential moving average, EXPO. It should be my 20 EMA. I don't know why in the world that was a 13 SMA. That's what I used to use. Right now I use a 20 EMA. So that throws off all my analysis from this morning. Like when I'm looking at, Coin and Disney and Baba, that throws off all my analysis. Because that was not the right indicator. All right, that's correct. So just scratch what I say. Actually, don't scratch what I say, and I'm going to explain why. I use a 20 EMA on the daily. Okay, I find it to be more accurate. I find it to be very popular as well. A lot of traders like using the 20. Okay, the 13 SMA is still very popular. I used to use a 13 SMA on the daily chart. So I would use a 13 SMA for about 3-4 years. It was very popular. I like it, but I found more success with the 20 EMA. So if you want to have a 13 SMA on your chart, you can. There's nothing wrong with that. It's still a very valid and a very popular moving average. So you can go throw a 13 SMA in here if you'd like and just adjust your color so you can see the difference. And, if we do utilize this 13 SMA, we can see that not only are we sitting at this downtrend from the falling channel, that's right around our 13 SMA as well. And the 13 SMA has been respected. So look at our 13 SMA and 20 EMA respection. It respected the 20 EMA here, respected the 20 EMA here. On this move down, it's respected both the 20 EMA and 13 SMA. So I use a 20 EMA personally, but you can use a 13 SMA, and that's exactly where we're sitting at. So that 13 SMA is at 396.17. That's where the downtrend is as well. So not only are you hitting downtrend resistance, you're hitting the 13 SMA resistance on the SPY. Here's what I would do. If you start to see an intraday reversal, that could be a double top, could be a head and shoulders. There's a lot of reversal formations. If you start to see a reversal formation at this level of resistance intraday, you want to be getting prepared for a short. You want to be getting prepared for a short here. What you should do as well is put a trend line on this. Okay, so if you get that reversal formation off this level of resistance here intraday, and then you then proceed to crack this daily uptrend, right? You then proceed to crack this intraday uptrend. You would want to short this. I will short it. 100%. I would look to short it. I could barely see it either. I had to like really zoom in and look at it. I'm like, all right, what is that orange line? But yes, so you did hit this downtrend intraday, and you see it topped out. You have just a little bit of divergence. It's kind of hard to see it, but you can see that divergence here off this higher high, and that was the false break and the move lower. So if you start to see a more, just a better, more confirmed reversal here, and then you start to follow through and crack this uptrend, watch for the SPY to move back down to 395. It's not a lot, but it's about $1 of profit. It's about $1. So if you have a 30 delta on a contract, that means you make about $30 per contract if you're trading a 30 delta on that dollar move to the downside. So there's potential. And I like this. And so I'm definitely looking to see if this sets up for us. And if so, I would be looking for one final trade before lunch. Let's see how this plays on out over the next maybe 5-10 minutes. See if we have one final trade before lunch, guys. What is a short? A short, to keep it simple for you, you want the stock to go down. So when you hear I'm long, someone's trading the stock and they want it to go up, and that's how they make money. All right, they're going long. They want the share price to go up. That's how they're going to make money to the long side. When you hear someone say short, you're basically borrowing shares from your broker to sell to the market, and you want the stock to come down. You want it to come down lower so you can rebuy those shares at a less price, and you get to collect the difference between what you sold at and what you're buying at. All you have to do is just return those shares to your broker, but whatever that difference is what you get to keep, right, of your profit. So to keep it simple, if you're going short on a stock, you want the stock to drop. That's how you're going to make money. And that's what we're looking to do here, is possibly short the SPY, which basically means as well that you can go buy a put contract, because a put contract will go up in value when the stock is falling. BGFC. The very good food company, and I'm not gonna lie, their food's pretty good if you ask me. If you guys ever had very good food, it's not bad. They got these chicken wrapped tortillas, enchiladas. That's pretty delish. Okay, don't get the artichoke garlic bowl. It's disgusting. But those chimichangas, those enchiladas, oh, they're delicious. Very good food company shares are trading higher after it announced it increased retail distribution across Canada with low blow companies. So you got BGFC, very good foods, and their food is very good to the point that I may buy some shares of this for a long-term hold, because their food is delicious and it's becoming more and more popular, and they are expanding little by little. This could be a decent little longer term investment. I got to do more research though. But right now, team, 50 cents is your main level of resistance. Right now, you have support at 36 cents. So we see we broke out here with very nice volume. We just came down and bounced at 36 cents, came down and bounced at 36 cents. What did this just do? It just put in a double bottom right off 36 cents. So as long as we stay above 36 cents, where do we have room to move back up to? High a day, 46 cents. Over that level, we need to look at our daily chart. Where do we have resistance? Right around 50 to 52 cents. So right now, if you're in this, you're locking in profit at 47 cents. Oh, I have to take this, guys. 1 second. I do apologize. I did have a quick call at 11. Let me take this real quick. Should only be about 10 minutes. are back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face, cause I wasn't here in the chat room trading stocks, making money. I was gone on the phone with an attorney, and now I'm back to make some money. Hey, that actually sounded good. I mean, the voice was terrible, but it rhymed, it flowed. America's Got Talent, here I come. Here I come. All right, sorry about that, guys. I completely spaced. I had a 20-minute window blocked out from 11 to 11:20 because I had a very important phone call, and we're good. So I'm going to make up that extra 20 minutes after 12 o'clock. All right, so don't worry. Don't fret like, dude, it's 11 o'clock. Why'd you? I'm going to make it up. I'll make it up. I'll be here early today as well, too, guys. Any thoughts on BKSY? First things first is, why is the stock moving at this point in time? They win a 10-year contract with U.S. government. So they win a 10-year electro-optical commercial layer contract with the U.S. government. Any type of U.S. government contract really brings in a lot of hype. I mean, it's no wonder the stock's trading 34 million shares, and it just started ripping at 10 o'clock. This is a high watch play. I mean, absolutely high watch. The news alone, 100%. 10-year contract with the U.S. government. That's a big deal, guys. It really is. So we're not sleeping on this whatsoever. There's definitely some great potential here. 243, 313. Now it's trying to identify where this bad boy could pull back to before getting that next little leg on up. So I notice where our 50 SMA is, and our 50 SMA falls right around where we were consolidating here for a little bit. We did put in a nice little doji candle that signals indecision. Those are respected as support and resistance. So I'm actually going to go ahead and throw our decent level of support. Okay, decent level of support back down at 163 at this time. Obviously, top resistance right now is going to be at these highs here today. Intraday resistance right around 213 to 217. And then we have room to 243 to 250, and then 3 to 313. So there's a lot of great potential. I like that press release on BKSY. It's a low enough float stock it can move. It's 60 million in float, and it's trading fantastic volume after they just received a 10-year contract with the U.S. government. Definitely a stock to watch, too. Definitely a stock to watch. Again, that is on BKSY. BKSY. BGFC. BGFC. We discussed this, looking to see if we can hold above 36 cents. Literally, I walk away and everybody leaves. I come back, everybody's back. So right now is at 11:25 in the market. And we discussed this on Monday, is I had a couple of lessons for the week. Yesterday, we talked about building your playbook, your trading playbook, the process behind it, what you guys should be doing, how to build it, how to segment it, and how I build mine. And I did tell you guys on Monday that more or less we're going to be doing open floor discussions to recap on prior lessons from this month. We talked about a lot of important stuff: trade plans, psychology, a lot of mindset discussion, risk management, support, resistance, level 2, time and sales, volume, price analysis, Fibonacci's, SMAs and EMAs, and the RSI and my strategies. There's been so much that we've discussed for the month of May that I don't want to keep just throwing information and knowledge down your throat. I want you guys to be able to digest this and make sense of it. Okay, so that's why we're doing open floors, for us to recap on these prior lessons, to make sure that everybody is on the same page, it makes sense, and we're all set ready to rock and roll to move forward. All right, so we are officially in our hour-long open floor Q&A session. My focus, members in chat. You get my priority. You are my priority. You get my focus. If we don't see any messages in chat, I'll start answering questions over on YouTube. All right. But right now, we're still going to be trading, analyzing stocks, getting prepared for the next best opportunity, and answering those very important questions I'm sure you guys have. So we're all set. And we do have RDBX getting above our 616 level. So RDBX at this point in time is on high watch. Nice little trend line on RDBX. Decent little trend line here on RDBX. We just broke above that 616 level, and we are starting to get some action here. Next little pullback into support. I'm looking to go long for the next leg up. So we get a nice little pullback into support. You'll see me entering a position for the next leg up. I know we have room to $7 and then 718, which is our 200 SMA. So that's what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen, because we're sitting back, relaxed, having fun, making money, getting ready to answer some questions if we have any from members inside of chat. Hit me with a question. Let's have a good time. Let's drop some value bombs. Because I tell you what, guys, sometimes it's difficult for me to come up with lesson ideas. Like, how many SMA lessons are we going to do? How many Fibonacci lessons are we going to do? We talk mindset all day, every day, risk management, preparation. I need some new topics. I really need some new topics that are intriguing to you guys. Will you email me your link to your TOS setup? I'll do one better. I'll drop it in chat. How does that sound? I think that sounds fantastic. So we're going to go right here to share that workspace. We're going to go and hit that share button. We're going to open that link, baby. We're going to just open up. Oh, there it is. We're going to sit there and go Control C. And we're going to come back inside of chat, and we are going to do a Control V. And there you go. There's my TOS setup, buddy. Devon, do you think other traders use fibs on penny stocks? Absolutely, I think traders use Fibonacci's on penny stocks. Do I use them consistently? No. Why? They're not as respected as large caps. You run a fib on a large cap, you see it getting respected quite a bit. You run fibs on small cap penny stocks, they're not respected that much. And we use fibs in conjunction with other forms of technical analysis. So if you do draw a fib and you see one of those levels being respected and being backed up by other indicators, levels of support and resistance, trend lines, whatever the case is, that would allow you to get a separate reason to take a trade. The last stock that I actually used a fib on for my technical analysis was BTTX for the swing trade that we took a couple weeks ago. But yes, 100%. I do think traders, a good majority, will utilize Fibonacci's on penny stocks. You just call me honey? Hey. J-Dub, thank you, honey. Absolutely, sweetheart. I gotcha. Johnny Holmes, that is not TOS. That is my other broker. That's just how it is. Everything comes detached. Just like my Fidelity account, everything comes detached. So I can take my Fidelity account, detach it, bring it over, all that good stuff. TOS, the only way, if you're using TOS to detach, is you have to go into the monitor tab and detach it. So right here, you can detach your activity and positions tab, and that's going to show your P&L, but it's not a super small box like you get with Fidelity and Lightspeed. A little bit different. Realized I got hit by a rookie mistake this morning. I exited puts on a market order without checking the spreads. That'll do it. Absolutely. That'll really impact that P&L if the spreads are large, especially on those options. So it is, yeah, 100%. I like that you are you're admitting it. You're taking ownership of, it was a rookie mistake. It happens though, Catherine. It happens to the best of us. How many times have I made rookie mistakes you know, trying to sell my position, but I'm actually adding to it, right? Or I click the button one too many times and I close out and then actually get short. Like I make rookie mistakes quite a bit. I wouldn't say quite a bit, but I make rookie mistakes. It happens. It really does. So as long as we're aware of it and we're like, rookie mistake. I should have checked the spreads. That could have been a much better outcome. What are we going to be doing next time? We're going to be looking at those spreads. Yeah, we're going to be making sure that the spreads are nice and tight to not make that same mistake again. We're going to be able to bounce back quick and not, make that mistake for a very long time until you make it again. You realize, you learn from it, you bounce back. Long duration of not making the mistake, you make it again, you realize it, you bounce back. It's a process. It happens. We're human, right? We're human. We do make mistakes, but as long as we realize it in the moment, we learn from it, and we bounce back from it, we're okay. Gotcha, Johnny. That's the one thing with most brokers is if you have a long-term account that you invest in and you day trade in it, you're never going to see, right? It's never going to be consistent. It's not just what you're day trading, it's your long-term stuff as well. And it messes with you. That's why I recommend you have separate accounts for everything. Because let's be honest, if you day trade right now, if you day trade on your long-term investment account, what's the first thing you see in the morning? You're down, you're red, your account is getting beaten up. So what's that going to do? It's going to put you in a weird mindset to start your day. Now you're day trading on that account. And the first thing you see for the day is, I'm getting hit hard. That has nothing to do with your day trading. But yet, we're letting that impact our day trading. It's a psychological thing. So what do I recommend to not have that problem? Separate your accounts. Separate your accounts. Interactive brokers, long-term accounts. My Roth, my other long-term account, my individual account, long-term stuff, it's in interactive brokers. I never have it open. Maybe once a month when my deposit goes in and I add to my positions. Fidelity. Fidelity is a riskier long-term account. So I have some riskier stocks for the long term, and I periodically day trade on it, periodically to offset some of these losses in my positions. But that's exactly where that comes from is there have been a few days where I've logged into Fidelity and I look and I'm like, man, it's getting beat up hard today. It's getting beat up. And that messes with my mindset for the day with day trades. So you have to separate them out. You have to separate them out. You trade futures, futures. You trade options, options account. You trade equities, you got an equities account. You swing trade, you got a swing trade account. You invest in really solid companies, boom, you have an account. You invest in risky stuff, separate account. Separate everything out. It's going to make things a lot easier and a lot better for you. We talked about this a year ago, a long time. Yeah, Catherine's like, well, I would go crazy if I had everything in one account. I would go crazy too. And I've done it before, and that's why I'm like, I got to separate everything. Everything has its own unique account. Jay Cohen, I have a hard time marking up my charts correctly and can never get them to look like what you have. Infidelity or TradeStation, Infidelity or TradeStation have looked at some videos on it and nothing seems to help, especially with trend lines. Do me a favor. Go ahead and draw your trend line on Fidelity or TradeStation, right? And then what you see that doesn't look like what I have, screenshot that and post that image up inside of chat so I can actually see what you're seeing to get a better idea of why is there a difference between, our trend lines and our support resistance levels. That would really help me out to see what you see to try and help find a solution to that. I have a FOMO account as well. I do have a FOMO account that I just have some cash in, and every now and then I'll just throw it in this, throw it in that, and have some fun. Yep. Both. Jack Burton asking, on gap fills, do you set your support resistance lines at the highs and the lows or the opens and the closes? Both, because those are both areas that would be respected as support resistance. So I look at the highs, I look at the lows, I look at the opens and the closes. I mark all of those levels up. Could you refresh my memory on what a death cross is? The death cross really pertains to like the indexes, larger cap stocks. A death cross is when the 50 SMA crosses below the 200 SMA. So right here, back in March, you were hearing a lot of people say death cross. It's because the blue line, the 50 SMA, was crossing below the red line, the 200 SMA. JWN could not break in that 23-27 area. You see, it came up, rejected, came up, rejected, came up, rejected, formed a triple top at that resistance level, and now it's simply selling off. So JWN, we never actually broke inside of this gray box, and we never actually stayed inside of this gray box because our level that we needed to break and hold above was 23.27. Did we break and hold above 23.27? We did not. And right now, traders see that. It's failing. They're closing up their positions. Shorts are entering. Now we see the stock moving lower. So that trend line appears to be accurate. That trend line appears to be accurate there on your daily chart, Jay Cohen. So this is on a daily, cannot seem to create anything on smaller time frames. So do this for me if you don't mind. This may help out a lot. Go to ticker RDBX on a 1 minute time frame and run a trend line. If you say you can't get those levels accurate on lower time frames, use RDBX as an example, mark up your trend line, and then post that picture. I'm trying to get an idea of why that could be. So we are seeing our pullback here on RDBX. And like I told you guys, getting that nice little pullback into a support level. Support was 616 into this trend line right around 616 as well. I think there could be some good potential here on RDBX. Let's see if it bounces on up here a little bit. Let's see if RDBX can hold this trend line and start to bounce on up here off this trend line. So VERU is going to participate in fireside chat at the Jefferies Healthcare Conference on June 8th, VERU. We do have some put sweeps on VERU as well. Those were coming in yesterday. We did have 12.5 put sweeps, 12.5 put sweeps. Then you had on the 20th a call sweep. So right now, yesterday, you do have some unusual options activity here on VERU, 12.5 put sweeps. Near the bid, there's about 2,000 of these contracts taken at an average price of $190 a contract. VGFC is dying on off. BKSY, we are breaking above our 213 area. So we never made it down the 163, but we did hold on up here and we just broke above this 213, guys. As long as you're above 213, you're long to 243. As long as this stock stays above 210 to 213, 210 to 213, as long as it's consolidating above, holding above, you absolutely have potential to see this continue higher to 243 and then 250 on BKSY. So I would understand. It kind of makes sense to me now, Jay Cohen. It makes sense to me because this is like I'm looking at your screenshot, and this is what you're looking at. To me, this is what I think you're looking at. Like you have your chart kind of zoomed in like this. So I'm going to switch this to a new drawing set. Create drawing set. Great. So based on your picture, this is exactly what I see, right? And so you're looking too close. Like you're zoomed in too far, basically. You're zoomed in too far. So, you would kind of look at this as being a downtrend and this being a trend line here off the lows. And that's exactly what I see you have drawn up. So I think your problem there with why things aren't lining up correctly is you're zoomed in too much. You're too zoomed in to just very close, to the price in a sense. We want to take a step back. We want to zoom out and look at the bigger picture because right now you can't really see too much. Right here, all you really see is, you could run a downtrend here. You could run a trend line off the lows, but that's all you see, right? You're very too close. You're too zoomed in. So do this. Open it up. Zoom out. You have to take it down a little bit to zoom out, right? I want you to see the whole stock chart. I want you to see the whole thing, okay? And when you look at the big picture from open to where we're at right now, that's when we can come in here and say, you know what, low a day, that's a significant point, right? When drawing trend lines, we need significant points. Well, we have a low a day, that's significant. We have this pullback low before the high a day, that's significant. So we're going to go ahead and connect that as a possible trend line. I'm now able to see better levels of support and resistance. So I can see resistance at 608, resistance at 608, false breakout, 608 resistance, 608 resistance, 608 resistance. We break and retest, we rip on up. So by zooming out and looking at more data, we're able to see the bigger picture. We're able to see the bigger picture versus being just looking at this window here, right? Instead of looking at the last 20 minutes, let's look at the last 2 hours. Now, what do we see here, right? If you were zoomed in like this, you don't really see too much here, do you? If you're zoomed in like this here, you're missing what we have. Like we don't see a setup. But if you zoom out, we have a head and shoulders. So that's why it's important to zoom out a little bit because now we can see this head and shoulders formation. If we were this close up to it, we don't even know what's going on. Like, what is this? Could it be a double bottom? All right, I'm getting ready to take this for a double bottom. That's what most traders would think, looking at it this close, like, oh, came down and bounced, came down and bounced. This is a double bottom, right? So some traders are buying this for a double bottom. Zoom out. Do you still want to take this trade for a double bottom? No. Why? You have a head and shoulders formation, right? So if you look at this stock now, you can clearly see you have the shoulder, head, possible right shoulder. Would you still want to go long on this, seeing a bearish setup? Absolutely not. So hopefully that helped. Hopefully that made a little bit of sense. I'm trying to pick this apart, trying to pick apart your message and those pictures. And if I'm on the right page here, I think that makes some sense as to why things wouldn't be matching. Did you take snap today? Having a good day? Huge gap on the daily. Think too early. Did I talk snap? I did a little bit. And what I said was it's still in free fall mode. It's just straight down. And I'm not going to touch a stock while it's in free fall mode and straight down. Like a lot of traders are asking about Walmart. The day of, I said, nope. The next day, nope. Day 3, nope. Day 4, probably. They're like, what changed? What was the difference between the 17th of May and what changed on the 20th? Well, we were losing volume as we're dropping. So we are slowing down. We're starting to slow down. The momentum's slowing down a little bit, right? We had 2 days of consolidation. We actually set sideways for 2 days. We weren't just straight down, straight down. We started to consolidate. We put in a hammer doji on the daily, which signals a reversal, and that took place at support. And we saw the reversal. Talking the same thing on Snapchat, right? Snapchat, massive gap down, right? This morning, I'm like, guys, it's still in free fall mode. It's still just straight down. We need to see some consolidation before we even think about a swing trade. So right now, we're going to be stuck in between these two levels from yesterday, right? You're going to have top resistance off yesterday's high at 1456. You're going to have bottom support off yesterday's low at 1254. All right. All you're looking for is a daily candle with some volume to break above resistance to get long for a gap fill, or simply looking for selling volume to move back in, crack below that 1254 to get short, I would say down to $10. And $10 is fantastic. So it's that simple at this point in time. What I would be looking for is a strong move above resistance with high volume. Start looking at this for a gap fill to the long side. Or if we see a strong move below 1254 support, we would have potential down to $10. For now, it's still sitting in between support resistance. We need to wait for this to make a decision on which way it's going to go. Gotcha. Yep. So you think I'm looking at different time frames when looking at the entire day. All I'm doing is I'm going down to my time axis and I'm zooming out to see as much data as possible. Now, if I'm looking at a stock like this, Snapchat, and I zoom out and I'm like, man, I can't really see these candles. Like, you can't really see these candles. You see like stripes of green and red. You can't really see these individual candles. So what would I do at that point in time? Maybe go to a 5-minute time frame, zoom in, still see the same data, right? It's still the same data, the same amount of time I'm looking at, but I'm shrinking this into 5-minute candles to see these candles a little bit more clearly. Still seeing the same amount of time, the same amount of price data, just putting that data into a 5-minute candle versus spreading it out over 1-minute candles. So that's when I start going into larger time frames. There's other reasons why I go into larger time frames. I use multiple time frames to gather analysis, but this is one of the reasons why you see me switch around from different time frames. CBIO. You know, again, this was my plan from earlier, and I'm going to stick to my plan. I would not personally look to trade CBIO until it's trading above 146. That was Monday's high. And then we got 152 is resistance. So I'm going to stick to my plan, and I'm not going to look to be in this or consider trading this until we actually see it breaking and staying above that 146, ideally 150 as well. That's when I would start thinking about a trade up to 185. That is correct. Yeah. I mean, most definitely your uptrend. Your uptrend is fantastic. I mean, you definitely connected your points correctly from this uptrend. Absolutely. Your downtrend, you need 2 significant points. So you got high and this low, and you already broke it. So that was, that was your downtrend as well. Fantastic job. Yep. So you got your uptrend across the lows and your downtrend across the highs. You absolutely did that correct. Actually, this is what I would do differently. Grooves. What I would do differently is it looks like you're connecting this high and this high here, which is okay. I would have personally, if it was me, not saying you have to do this, I'm just letting you know what I would have done. I would have drawn my trend line from there. That's how my trend line would have been drawn. That high, that high, that high, right here, break, retest, follow through. Trend lines are subjective, right? Your trend line's like this, that's a valid trend line. My trend line's a little bit lower. It's still a valid trend line. I've seen some traders charts that look like this, because you can have a various number of trend lines. Trend lines are very subjective. I've seen traders that literally have just trend lines everywhere, because there's so many ways you could technically create a trend line and draw a trend line. But how do we draw the best ones? 2 significant price points to get started. All you need is 2 significant price points to get started. And then you just run it out to the right. So what do I mean? 2 significant price points. Well, let's use this as an example. CBIO. What's significant price point number 1? Down here off this low a day. What's significant price point number 2? This higher low. So we can take this significant low and this significant higher low, right click it, extend it to the right, And that's going to be one of the better trend lines that you could have on the stock. What happens? It comes down to the trend line and it bounces. So that's it, guys. You need a trend line tool. You need two significant price points, whether that's two significant lows or two significant highs, so you can actually start drawing that trend line. Your trade on BKSY paid. All right. Why do I say wait for a break and a hold above? Because this stock could run on up. You're jumping in. All right. This is what some traders do, guys. Seriously, this is what some traders do. They see the move on up. They're getting excited. It's going to break. They see the move on up. Oh, they're getting excited. Let's go ahead and jump in here for the break. They're buying at resistance, like literally at resistance. Let's see it break. They see this, like, oh, it's not going to break. It's not going to break. I'm already down 10 cents, right? It's not a lot. But what if it comes down to 190? What if it comes down to 170? I'm going to lose a lot. Oh, let me just go ahead and get out now. Let me just get out now. It didn't break. It didn't break. It's moving back down. You can prevent all of that by just waiting for the stock to break and then waiting for it to actually hold above and then buying it. You're going to remove a lot of stress. A lot of new traders, they're buying right here at resistance because they want to see it break immediately. That's not how stocks work most of the time. So they see it come back down. They're starting to get a little scared, right? They get out just to watch the stock move in their favor. Now they're pissed and they're revenge trading. Or what you can do is wait for the stock to actually break out and prove itself. How did it prove itself? Well, number one, it broke above resistance. Number two, it was backed with high volume. So that's a strong breakout. So the stock's proving itself that it's a strong breakout. Now, as long as we hold above that breakout level, you're long. If you fall back below the breakout level, you're stopped out. But as long as you're above the breakout level, 213, you're long, where next target 243. What happens? You hold above the breakout level beautifully. You curl on up and you hit our target to the penny before it sells off. Break 113, confirm that it's staying above. It's staying above. You get long. You take it to your target. If this would have came right back down below, you would have been out of the trade. But you still have very low risk. How is it very low risk? Your stop loss is right under support. You're buying right at support and your stop's right under support. Your risk, I don't even know if I can push my fingers that close together. It's like that. It's like that. Your profit on this particular trade greatly outweighed your risk. What was your risk? Like, let's say you bought right here. If it came right back below, you're risking 10 cents. What was your target? 23 cents. So you're looking to make 23 cents and you're risking 10 cents. Those are good odds. Simple break and retest for the follow through. So BKSY played out very nicely there for you guys. There is nothing at this point in time on VGFC. But BKSY still has a lot of potential. That is a top stock. CBIO, I have to wait for this thing to break 146 and 150 before I feel confident to get in. VERU still should be on watch. RDBX looking like that head and shoulders, but it hasn't cracked yet. So still worth watching on Redbox. It's still worth watching. And if it starts pushing back above 630, that's where volume moves in the 650. But if we don't break back above 630 here, you could still see the crack and confirm the head and shoulders. So just be mindful about that. And there's nothing with BTTX. Honestly, BTTX team for a mid-candle breakout tomorrow looks pretty nice, doesn't it? Nice little mid-candle breakout opportunity on BTTX. I'm watching that for tomorrow. Absolutely. There was your short on the SPY. All right. There was your short on the SPY. If it ever cracks the trend line, get short. Crack the trend line. Never got back above. It's now downtrending. So there was a decent little short there on the SPY simply off of a trendline crack after it just got rejected off our main level of resistance being the downtrend off these daily highs. Danny, do you have a lesson on how to add the resistance, support, VWAP lines on your TOS charts? I do. And a lot of these lessons are in our video lessons library. So here we have our video lessons library over at alphadaytrading.com. We have 88 lessons. So we do RSI, the fib, level 2, SMAs, EMAs, strategies, candles and time frames, the break and retest strategy, how to trade a small account, dojis, having a winning mindset, how to build a watch list in the morning, how to build a trade plan, indicator. There's a lot of stuff in here, guys. There's multiple lessons that our members get access to. So the ones that are titled premium are exclusive to members inside of chat. The ones that are free are exclusive to our intro members that signed up a couple of weeks ago. The ones that are labeled unlocked are unlocked to the public, and you can watch these lessons at any time. So one of those lessons that are unlocked is our support and resistance lesson, 2-to-1 risk reward lesson, our trade plan lesson, stock market sectors lesson is unlocked. So you can come in here and watch some of these lessons for free. And if you want to get access to these premium lessons, you can join at any point in time and get access to this 24/7, 365. So yes, we do have these lessons in our video lessons library. Absolutely, Danny. CBIO just ripped. Fantastic. So what is this stock doing right now for us? It's proving that it wants to move higher. Would you guys agree? How do we know that it's proving that it wants to move higher? Look at that volume. Look at that substantial volume that moved in. That's telling me we have a lot of traders getting in. There's a lot of buyers here. It's proving that it wants to move higher. So now, what should we see it do? Just pull back and retest that prior high. That's it, right? Just like we saw with BKSY. Let it prove itself. Let it hold above support, and then take it long. So if we look at CBIO, it just broke above our 146 level, okay? As long as it stays above 146, it has good potential. I still think it needs to break 150 first. That's just me. I still think 150 is a stronger level than 146. So I know 146 was Monday's high, and that is the first level that we need to get above. I still think 150 is more important to break above. So why did I say 150, not 146? Because I still think 150 is more important. It's a good first sign if we can break and hold above 146. It's a great sign. Then breaking above 150 really confirms the trade. So if you want CBIO, you technically could take it at 146. Make sure it sits here first and holds, right? So I wouldn't buy it on this candle. I'd wait for this candle to close personally. Because if this candle just comes straight down, you never want to get in. But if this candle actually holds and it looks good, and it looks like we're going to see that bounce on the next candle through 150, that's when I would actually be buying. After this candle closes on the next candle, if we start seeing some volume and we start to see it move back up towards 150, that's where I would be getting in. And I'd be putting a stop loss very tight at 144, 143. I would literally risk maybe 5 to 6 cents on the trade, right? Putting it right back underneath support, underneath the pullback low. All right, so I'd be risking maybe 10 cents at most. 10 cents at most, okay? What's my target? 185. Looking to make 35 cents, I'll risk 10 cents. So now that you have a plan, entry, stop loss, target, assess your position size. If you don't want to lose any more than $100 on this trade, you take 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares at a 10-cent stop loss is $100. If you don't want to lose more than $50 on this trade, you take 500 shares. You're not going to lose more than 50 bucks. You have potential to make $150. So that's the next step. And then accept it. Is this a trade that you want to take? Is this a trade that you want to stay away from? Right? Understand what this setup is. Understand why you're trading the stock. Build your conviction, build your confidence, build your plan. If you want it, you've got it right here. If you don't want it, stick to your guns. If this is not your style of trading and this is not your go-to strategy, don't trade it. But if you're like, yo, this is it, this is my go-to, I love the break and retest, you have something right in front of you. So the only reason I haven't pulled the trigger, look at that volume. You guys see the volume there? There's like no volume right now. That's the only reason that I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I like the break and retest. I'm not crazy about this volume. But if we start to see some volume move in, I may look to just dabble with this on a small position, see if we can run up to that 185, and I risk 10 cents to make 30. But that's the one reason why I haven't gotten in, is there's literally no volume. My finger's on the trigger. But like I said, it's not really moving the way. I mean, look at all that volume. Look at all that volume. It was trading literally 300,000 shares, 400,000 shares, 700,000 shares. We have a lot of selling volume here at 800,000 shares. We pulled back and we bounced with literally 99,000 shares, 150,000, substantially less volume. Substantially less volume on the bounce. When a stock bounces, I want to see some buyers, right? We have buyers here, a lot of selling, right? Now that buyers are transitioning back in, I want to see if there's buyers. That's not what I'm seeing right now. So why haven't I not pulled the trigger? Because I'm not really seeing that buying volume to make me feel confident to get in. That's just personally. That's just me. You know, I put a lot of emphasis on volume. I put a lot of emphasis on price action. I read the tape, and that's how I really determine great trades from decent trades. This, decent trade. It has potential. Fantastic trade where I just want to get in with 10,000. No. That's why I didn't pull the trigger here, because I'm not really seeing that volume just yet. Now, if we start to see that volume move on in, pushing through 150, I have an order typed up, and I'm more than happy to take this trade. More than happy to take this trade. Steve, thanks, Josh, for everything you do. You really do rock, man. I try, despite the one percenters that like to troll. I don't even know why I answered. I thought it was a genuine question. I really thought it was a genuine question. Like, hey, all right, show your P&L. I'm like, okay, I do. Hey, don't let him fool you. Yeah, he's still red. I'm like, that's what I just said. I thought they were like genuine responses, and I realized he was trolling, so I banned him. I do not feed into anybody anymore. I used to a little bit. I don't even pay attention to that crap. How much trouble? I have so much trouble watching the level 2. Steve, it comes in time. I was 3 years in, and I was still having trouble reading the level 2. I still, to this day, have trouble at times reading the level 2. So it's not you. It is something that's difficult to master. It's one of the hardest things to master is the level 2 and the time and sales. So be patient with it, little by little. As long as you're feeling more comfortable with it every day, you're at least making the right steps in the right direction, right? You're making the right steps in the right direction. But just know that it's not just you that struggles with it. A lot of traders do struggle with it. I do to this day. I can absolutely look at the cues and tell you what I see. I see an attempted reversal. I see the cues trying to reverse here. I see the cues possibly trying to break this downtrend. Where's support on the cues? That low here was at 288. You did have support here at 288.66. You had resistance, resistance, resistance. You broke above, support, support. You cracked below, and you just rebounded instantaneously right back above that level of support. So I would say this: if we see this formation on the Qs, I think you have a good long coming on up. So if we see this play out, when I'm getting ready to draw, my handy dandy drawing. You guys know I just love freaking drawing. I like giving you these visual representations. So if we see this form on the Qs, I think this would be a good trade. So obviously we have point number 1, point number 2, point number 3. Trend lines like to break on the 4th point. On the 4th point, that's usually when you get 80% odds that the stock will break. So what I see here is we rip through resistance, we pull back, we bounce, we pull back, we bounce, little double bottom, lower high. We have a valid downtrend now at this point in time. We fall below that level of support, but instantaneously get back above. So if we see this come down to this 288.66 and we start to see it curling into the downtrend for the 4th point, and you start to see this downtrend break after bouncing off support with volume, I would actually look to go long at the break of the downtrend with a stop right underneath support. So I'd put a stop here, SL, stop loss. Being a buyer right at the break of the downtrend, and I have 2 targets. First target, that high. Point number 2 of the downtrend, that high, first target. Second target, high a day. If you leave a runner on the table, let's see where your runner would take you. Your runner would take you next $291. Yeah, very close. 291 is going to be a little bit. If you're looking at bigger levels, your next main level is going to be 293.29. I would say 293.29 would be your next main level. So that's what I see on the Qs. I see this thing showing potential to come back down to this 288.66. See buyers move in, actually see a bounce, it start to follow through and break this downtrend, right? That would signal a long for the break of the downtrend off support. Stops would be right below support, and you would have a couple of targets. But it all depends. Is this 288.66 going to hold? Is it going to find support? Is it going to start curling back into the downtrend with volume for a break? If we see all of that happen, you have a trade. If you see that not happen, you just watch the trade and wait for the next setup. Wait to see if it does set back up, which I'm sure it will. And now I'm reading the rest of your message. You can kind of maybe see that little wedge, right? I definitely see that as well. I definitely think you're on the right page here, right? Connect this low, connect this low, connect that third low. Not only are you coming back down the 288.66, but it's also this uptrend. It's also this uptrend. So I definitely think you're on the right track here. You have your uptrend, you have your downtrend. It's one big triangle, right? One big squeeze formation potentially. But I'd actually be looking at this to curl on up here with a higher low, start to break this downtrend on the 4th point. That gives you 80% odds that we break the downtrend and we follow through to retest the prior high that we just sold off from. That would be one of your big targets back up here at this prior high. It seems like for me, the day has to unfold some before I can find success. If I trade at the open, it always goes south, or so it seems. I found some success letting the day unfold some and finding channels that have been doing well at trading within channels. John Boy, that's your edge, right? You're identifying where you perform the best, right? Do you perform the best out of the gate like some traders? Or do you perform later in the day once things really unfold and things develop? I'm a little bit of both. Right? I love volatility. When do you have some of the most volatility? Right at the open. So panic pops for shorts, washout longs, gap and go strategies. I like volatility, so I do well at trading out of the gate. I also do well trading later in the day once things unfold as well. But if you're like, hey, the first 30 minutes, I don't do the best. I used to be that way. I didn't like volatility. I used to fail the first 30 minutes. So I would create a rule, and that rule says no trading the first 30 minutes. Wait for things to develop. Wait for more data. And that's what I would do. And then I got better at trading, and now I trade the first 30 minutes. So that is you determining what works for you in the market and what doesn't work for you. So if you realize you don't do the best out of the gate, you do better later on, make a rule right now that says, I will not trade the first 30 minutes. I will only trade from 10 to 11:30 if I see opportunity. And then I'll come back from 2:30 to 4 and trade if I see opportunity. But make a rule to stay out of the market during the times that you don't perform the best in. That's a good assessment. That's a good assessment on your part to see where you can make improvements to find more success. Time. It was over 2 hours before you took a trade today. That's fine. Here's the other saying. It doesn't matter how quick you make money. No one cares how quick you make money. What do they care about? What did you walk away with? I can make $1,000 in the first minute of the day. You can make $1,000 at the very end of the day. Who was more successful? We're both successful. We both made $1,000. I made it the first minute. You made it the last minute. It doesn't matter when you make the money. It just matters that you're locking in profits. So if you don't like trading the first 30 minutes, stay out of the market. If you don't like trading the last 30 minutes, stay out of the market. As long as you're able to come in and assess the market and get prepared and do what you're supposed to do that we preach all day, every day, you're going to be just fine. I do appreciate it, Steve. Everybody, hit the like button, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. Give this man some kudos. Hey, guys, I mean, we're just dropping value bombs left and right. I mean, there's nothing else to say. It's just straight, it's a value nuke. It's not even a value bomb. It's a value nuke. We're blowing shit up today. So I'm glad that you guys are here. I'm glad that you guys are learning. There's a lot of good education here. There's a lot of great value. We've talked about so much stuff. It's insane on just how much we've talked about today, and we haven't even dove into an official lesson. You had a nice trade on BKSY. I explained why I wasn't trading CBIO, right? It's like, I just don't see the volume here, right? There was a reason for me not to get in. I wanted to explain the reason, and we see exactly how I prevented taking a loss because we just didn't have volume. Could it set back up? Absolutely. But at that point in time, the volume wasn't clear that it was going to move higher. So we stayed out of that trade altogether. VERU still has potential. RDBX ended up cracking that 608. And we are coming in the lunch. This is normal around 12:15. It is lunchtime. Things slow down. I would suggest going to 3-minute time frames, team. Clean up some of this noise, clean up some of this chop. I would recommend going into a 3-minute time frame across the board. You can see things more clearly now. The chop is gone. I can see clearly now. The chop is gone. Throwing a 3-minute up for TA. Guys, just know I'm trying out for America's Got Talent, okay? You hear me singing a little bit, you're like, it's weird. It doesn't sound good. I'm practicing, okay? The first day I started trading, I sucked. 7 years later, I'm much better. So just bear with me for the next 7 years as I sing every single day inside a chat, because in 7 years, I'll still suck. I'll still be terrible at singing. So right now, guys, there is really no fresh opportunities in the market. Wouldn't you guys agree? There is not a lot of fresh opportunity in the market. Right now, the best opportunity, I think, would be on the Qs. We have a setup, whether that's long or short, right? You break the downtrend, you want to think long. You start cracking the uptrend, you want to think short. So this is the next best opportunity that we do have coming on up. Other than that, guys, it was a great morning. There was great opportunity right out of the gate. 10, 10:30, 11, 11:30. I mean, we've been banging out trades left and right, quality trades, fantastic trades, A-plus setups, good risk reward. I mean, just an amazing morning, an amazing day in the market. Couldn't be more simple than this. So congrats to everybody locking in some profits today. And congrats to everybody having a fantastic month. I'm going to switch it up real quick and get off topic. You guys have until Tuesday on YouTube to enroll and join the team for our Memorial Day special. So if you guys don't know what that is, click the link in my bio on TikTok. It's going to basically break down exactly what our Memorial Day special is. That's going to be the last promo that we have for quite some time. So if you've been on the fence, you're like, I don't know, I need a few more streams. And today was like, all right, this is the community. I can learn from the guy. I can trade with him. I can make money. It makes sense. He's good at breaking it down. And you've been on the fence, but now you're like, yes, I'm definitely joining for sure. This is the best opportunity for you to get a free course and to save 10% off the yearly. You get an extra 10% off. It's already discounted 33%. And you get the course for free. We're not going to be doing that again for a very long time. So today would be your day. Tomorrow, absolutely. It's for Memorial Day, guys. Okay. Just wanted to go ahead and throw that out there as I see a lot of you asking most of the time. And we're just kind of sitting back looking to see what the Qs are going to do here. Either way, we have a trade coming up. If we bounce off the trend line and break the downtrend, let's go long. We start cracking this trend line. Let's think about getting short here. Me personally, I've already locked in great profits. I'm going to personally sit back right here and not give anything back because my mind is capital preservation. I want to keep adding to the bottom line, not taking away from it. And again, I strongly recommend that you are out of any position ahead of the Fed minute 2 o'clock. Or you're at least putting a hard stop in the system at break even right before those minutes are released. The last thing you want to do is be aggressive to the put side and see the markets rip 5 points and you just completely get destroyed. It's an economic event. And if you ever go work for a firm or an institution or whatever you want to call it, a prop firm, right? Institution, and you're a pro trader on a trading desk, they tell you to be out of positions 10 minutes before a major economic event. CPI, PPI, jobless claims, 2 p.m. Fed minutes, right? That's what professionals do. You want to be a professional? Be out of that position or at least be risk-free on that position at least 10 minutes prior to those Fed minutes. It is a big economic event. So just be mindful of that, guys. We have a lot of members in chat that trade options. How many members do we currently have in chat that really trade options full time? I'm curious. How many traders in chat primarily trade options 90% of the time? I mean, 90% of the time. John Boy, Jay Cohen, Stir. J-Dub is actually learning the trade options. He actually just dove into the video lessons library and watched several hours of option lessons, right? I know Corey, 90% of the time trades options. I know there's so many people, so many members in chat that trade options. So what we do in chat, the education applies to any market. Swing trading, day trading, penny stocks, scalping, buy and hold all day, options, futures, doesn't matter. It applies in every market. Do we look more at penny stocks? Yes. But do we focus on large caps for options? Yes, we do. And we have a lot of members in chat that focus primarily on options. I agree. That no matter what you learn here, it can be applied in any market. And that's something I was talking to Matt about. About futures and this and that. And he's like, yeah, dude, honestly, all those lessons you have, such great education that you can apply it in any market. It just, you need to know the currency pairs. You need to know the commodity that you're trading, understand that market, right? But the foundation, the education, the knowledge, the risk management, the preparation, the building of trade plans, all of that applies to every market, any style of trading. So RDBX is now starting to roll on over. VERU is very slow. The only thing that I see that still has potential is CBIO. That's going to be a bounce off this trend line. If it comes back down to the trend line, you can see it run on up. So you have the VWAP as support and the trend line as support. If you're looking for this to be a higher low bounce, you're looking to buy right here around VWAP and trend line. If you see the stock close below the VWAP and the trend line, you want to get out because you would be going to the bearish side of the trend line. All right. So if you go to the bearish side, watch for this thing to dump on off. As long as you stay above this orange line, you are considered bullish. You do have potential back up to high a day. And our main target is our 200-day moving average at 185. That's going to be your top target today on CBIO. So far, you got almost a point, but it was so quick that you probably saw a quick little spike out of those options because that drop happened very quickly, which is great on daily expirations. But you got about 80 cents to a point out of that. There's always opportunity to be locking in profit, right? There's always opportunity to be scaling out, and then leaving a runner on the table. So that could have been a great opportunity to take a quick point on the Qs and then put yourself in a position to continue to hold some of your position to see if it does continue down to these lows here at 286.73. That's going to be your second target. If we start cracking below 288, your next target is going to be 286.70. And the 286.70s is another level that you should be looking to take some profit off the table here on the Qs. So right now I'm having fun with you guys. I know it's 12:24, but shoot, I just stream all day. You just want to go all day? Screw the gym. I'm actually talking myself out of the gym right now. I'm like, we can just stream for the next 4 hours. You guys want to do that? It's like, Josh, you got to go to the gym. But guys, you're more important than the gym. You are. No, my health is important, but I'm talking myself out of the gym right now. I'm like, let's just trade until 5 o'clock. I don't have to do anything today. No responsibilities, no accountability. Just trade. Just hang out with the team. Gym. Big deal. The wife already disagrees, guys. Listen, I got a kid and I've been working on this dad bod. Come on. If you have a child, it's acceptable to have a dad bod. You have 2 kids, it's acceptable to just let loose and not care. I'm working on kid number 2, so I just don't have to care. Okay, but right now, I like what I have. I've worked hard on this. This is a lot of ding-dongs and ho-hos and frozen pizza. So you have to imagine how much money is in this. It's a lot of money. Frozen pizzas aren't cheap anymore. They're like $10. Eating good. Shrek 3, when he has kids, grossed more in the box office than Magic Mike. I'm telling you, women love the dad bods. They really do, for the most part. My wife loves my average dad bod. Because it's comfy. Like, imagine laying your head on a bag of rocks, but then imagine laying your head on a bag of fluffy feathers. Right? What feels like fluffy feathers. Which one do you want to sleep on? I want to sleep on the feathers, not the rocks. So I'm working on adding more feathers to my pillowcase, okay? And I like eating. But no, I got to go to the gym. Yeah, there's no on demand today. I'm using a new tool to stream, and I'm still figuring out how to set it up for using the same broadcast where it has the rewind. So today is my first day streaming from this new tool. And what I'll be doing is dabbling with it tonight, doing some test streams to make sure the on demand is working. But what you can do, Cole, what we can absolutely do is when we drop these streams, let's get this stream downloaded from the server, and let's do what we do. Because there was some exceptional trades. We had 3 trades on VERU, a little loser on ELEV. Not a loser, but it wasn't the best trade. It was like $93. Spaz, good afternoon. I like the green screen. We have the same setup. I actually need to put a green screen behind me. I actually need to put one behind me. But welcome back. Steven says, if you help me with stocks, I will have you losing weight. Honestly, I'm underweight. My height and my age, I'm actually under what the average weight should be. So I'm the right size. But obviously I can go to the gym and exercise, and exercising is good, right? Taking care of your body like you take care of your mind, right? Put good foods in your body, exercise, right? Read books, study, listen to podcasts, right? Exercise your body, exercise your brain. That's why I go. I don't go to get shredded. I go to literally just exercise because it's good for you. That's why I read, because I'm exercising my brain. It's good for you. Looks like today will be my first red day in over a week, right? So I'm glad that it's your first red day in over a week. So you lost $76. Now, let me ask you this, Steve. Is $76 more than what your daily max loss is? Is it under what your daily max loss is? Do you even have a daily max loss? I'm just trying to compare this loss against what you've made so far to see if it's a good red day or a bad red day. I had a bad red day on Zoom. That was a bad red day. But here last week, I had a good red day. When I only lost like $120, that was a good red day because it was a good trade and I managed my risk. Zoom was a bad red day. So I'm just curious. Is this a good red day or is this a bad red day where we need to make some improvements? Or is it just a losing trade, right? We have those. We have losing trades. We have losing days. It happens, right? Is it good or bad? So right now you got a nice little move here. You got about a point. So over the last 15 minutes, you did get about a point plus to the downside. How do we know what we would have made, right? If you would have had a contract, a put contract with a 30 delta, your one contract would have gone up roughly $30. If you had a 30 delta on that dollar move down, your contract would have went up by $30. If you had 10 contracts, you made $300. If you had 30 contracts, like Matt typically trades, that would be $900. So this little teeny move could have been $300 to $900, depending on the amount of contracts. You had one contract, it's $30. But I bet that one contract probably cost you what? $130, maybe? That's 20%. When you look at it in terms of the percentage, it's pretty nice. It's not a bad return there. And I think the same thing applies to Steve, what Cole just said. You recognized your emotion. You will come back better and stronger. Same thing, Steve. You recognized you got greedy and emotional. You recognize that you could have gotten out and broken even. So what are you going to do on the next trade you take? You're going to be more mindful to not be greedy. You're not going to give in to your emotions. If you see a reason to get out, you're going to get out, right? You're going to remove greed and emotions from your mind, right? And you're going to just be more aware of what to do better on the next trade so you don't have the same results that you just had on today's trade. So I like that it's under what your max loss is. So I would say that could be looked at as a good red day. It could have been worse. You could have been more greedy and more emotional and never honored your risk management. And it could have been 10 times worse. That's definitely a bad red day. I would say it's a good red day because you cut your loss, you manage your risk. It's way under what you're allowed. And the most important thing is you recognized what went wrong. Most traders don't actually take a step back from the trade to recognize what they did wrong. You took a step back to recognize what you did wrong and what you need to do differently on your next trade. You did everything perfect. That is exactly what you guys have to do on every trade, every single day, every single week. So I would say today is a good red day. Right? You were able to learn a lesson. You still manage your risk. Now we can move on to the next trade and the next day and bounce back. A brand new day full of brand new opportunities and a brand new, fresh, great mindset. So good job there, Steve. I like the way that you held it together, and I like the way that you came back and reviewed your trade to realize what you did wrong. So good job. That's what you have to do every single time. All right, team. Do we have any final questions, comments, or concerns? Right now, it is 12:30. So I do have another 30 minutes to work with you guys. I do need to take a step out, and I'm going to go work out for about 30 minutes. I am going to grab a bite to eat, right? Got to fuel your body to fuel your mind. I need to have some energy for this afternoon. We are going to come back at 2 o'clock because we have the Fed minutes, and that's when things get interesting. All right, so if we have any other questions, let me know. We'll hit those on the head. Then we'll go ahead and wrap up our morning session and come back at 2 o'clock to end our day to see where the other opportunity is in the markets, to have some fun, to get you guys educated. Yes, educated. And lock in some more profits. And yes, on YouTube, the stream will be up all day, right? It's our free stream Wednesday. If you guys want to come back at 2, I'll be live on the mic just like this. And we'll continue to make it happen. I bought ELEV at 430. ELEV at 430. Okay. I thought the dip would be minor. The dip here would be minor. It wasn't. No hard loss was set. I knew I should have got out, but I had a gambler's mindset. I ended up closing the trade at 408 a couple hours later. Gotcha. So you ended up taking a little bit of heat all the way down into the 380s, and that could have continued to fade and fade and fade. You did get lucky. It bounced back, and you made the right decision at that point in time to go ahead and just walk away. But the key takeaway here, Steve, the key takeaway from everything that you just said, and you've already learned from this trade, there's nothing I can say. You've done the right things. You have the right mindset, right? You realized it could have been a massive red day. That thing could have just faded. You bought at 430. You thought the dip would be minor. It wasn't. Number one, you didn't have a hard stop loss. So what are you going to do differently on your next trade? Have a hard stop loss. right? You're no longer to make that mistake moving forward because you realized that that was one of your mistakes on the trade. So now you can make a conscious decision on your next trade to place a hard stop loss in. So you're solving that problem. You had a gambler's mindset, right? That's something else that we need to work on is mindset, right? This is easy. Put a hard stop in. But to get out of a gambler's mindset, that takes time. It does. I had a gambler's mindset for 3 years. It took me 3 years to get out of it. So yeah, that's a different discussion when we're actually really honed in on mindset discussions. I would actually say go into the video lessons library. This is what I would do. Right after what you did on that trade, I would actually just go right in to the video lessons library, and I would actually start by watching this lesson titled Have a Winning Mindset. Have a winning mindset. I would watch any lesson that pertains to discipline and mindset. I would. So I would come in here and I would actually start by watching the Have a Winning Mindset. I would also come in here and watch building trade plans, making sure that you're building these trade plans before your trades. And that's going to help get you out of a gambling mindset. Because if you have odds in your favor, you're not gambling. So if you can build a trade plan on a quality trade and put those odds in your favor, you're not gambling. I would watch those types of lessons right after that trade just to get you in the right mindset right now. You've already realized what you did wrong, right? You already realized what you did wrong, which is fantastic. You're going to start putting hard stops in, but watch any lesson that pertains to mindset. We have the winning mindset lesson. We have how to control your emotions, right? That's another lesson in there, how to control your emotions, building trade plans. That's what I would do. That's how I would personally bounce back if I were you. I would go right into that video lessons library and start getting myself into the right mindset. And then just write something on a sticky note. Say, put hard stops on every single trade. Make that a rule. Moving forward, you will put hard stops in on every single trade. You will bounce back. 100%. And controlling your emotions. Absolutely. It is a great lesson. You don't see a lot of those types of lessons out there. Actually, I don't think you see any. But yeah, that's what I would be doing to bounce back, buddy. 100%. But good job keeping the loss small. And good job, reflecting on that trade, seeing what you can do differently. One tall, cool one. Man, I'm starting to not like posting my little wins compared to the most. Keep posting those little wins because you're consistently posting little wins. That's the key takeaway here. Consistently posting little wins. If you can consistently post small base hit profits, let's start scaling up your base hits, right? If your base hit right now is $50, how do we make $100 base hits? How do we get to that point, right? Once we're consistent with $100 base hits, how do we make $200 base hits? And then so on and so forth, rinse and repeat. Before you know it, you're going to be consistently posting up $200 profits. Then it's going to be 3 and then 5. And then before you know it, you're going to be throwing up $1,000 consistent profits every day. You got to start with $1 first consistently, and then go to 5, and then 50, then 100, then say 500, slow and steady at your own pace. But the simple fact that you're posting consistent profits is amazing because not a lot of people can do that consistently. So you should give yourself props for at least being able to come in and make a consistent profit. Now, let's just figure out how we go from 100 to 200, from 200 to 400, from 400 to 600, so on and so forth, till you get to the point where you're making those consistent, bigger profits to hit your goals. Jack saying, I watched your fib video yesterday and it helped clear up just about everything for me. I'm just confused on what a bad or good chart to use it on. So you're confused on what a bad or good chart to use it on. So I use it on top stocks. So if the stock is hot and it's moving and there's volume and there's liquidity, I will pull out a fib and use it in conjunction with other indicators. But a stock that's just sitting sideways, not moving, for example, PIXY, I would not use a fib on this stock at all. It's not going to be respected because there's not even traders here. But where are traders? Traders are on Tesla. Would I use a fib on Tesla? Absolutely. There's volume, there's activity, there's movement. There are traders. PIXY, would I use a fib? Absolutely not. Why? There's no volume. It's stagnant. There's no traders. So that's how you determine when to really pull out these tools from your tool belt of TA and start applying those. And how I do it is really just based on, is the stock active? Is it moving? Is there volume? If there's not volume, I'm not even going to look at the stock, which means I'm not even going to pull out a fib in the first place because I don't want to justify a trade, right? When you look at PIXY, at first glance, you don't like it, walk away from it. At first glance, I don't like it, I'm walking away. But if I was like, well, you know what? I mean, there is this downtrend here, right? There is this downtrend, and there's a wedge. So there is this wedge here. Okay, so we have this wedge. All right, and we're bouncing off the 200 SMA, so we have that. And now we run a fib from this low to high, and we're at a fib level. I'm justifying the trade. At first glance, it looks like crap. Why am I even going to look at it? Gone. It's off my watch list, right? But now if I start justifying this, which I just did, I'm going to start justifying why I should buy. There's no need for justification. If you got to start justifying a trade, remove this stock from your mind. Get off that stock. There's no justification here. Yeah, it broke out of a wedge. Yeah, it's sitting at the 200 SMA. Maybe it's at a fib level. But what does it not have? Volume, activity. It doesn't have traders. So without that volume and without that activity and without those traders, the stock's not going to budge. It's going to be a waste of your time. Last question before. All right, George, which time frames do you prefer fibs on? All technical analysis, right? This pertains to fibs to answer your question, but I want to take it a step further. All technical analysis works better on higher time frames. Every strategy works best on the highest of time frames, right? The higher the time frame that you see that setup, the more powerful it is. All right, a bull flag on a 5-minute has more power than a bull flag on a 1-minute. And a bull flag on a daily chart has more power than a bull flag on a 5-minute chart. So to answer a very broad question, I prefer fibs on higher time frames because they're more validated. I will use them on any time frame. But if I start to see the fibs being respected on a higher time frame, I'm really looking at it. Absolutely. But that applies to all technical analysis, strategies, trading tools, indicators, more validation and higher probabilities on higher time frames. Last one, GOVX. Can I quickly look at GOVX? GOVX was a nice little mover here the last couple of days. Holding the trend line, but seems heavy near 260 to 270. It's seeming heavy up there because you have 2 days of resistance. You have Monday's spiking high right around 279. You have yesterday's open right around 279. And it is looking heavy. You kind of see it starting to curl a little bit, right? It has that little rainbow effect. It doesn't have this nice U shape to where we can start picking on up. We actually have this little rainbow to where it could actually start dumping on off. But you do have a trend line right here. But what I would suggest on GOVX is look at the bigger picture. This has been a stock that's been moving 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Not just today, 4 days. Can we look back at the last 4 days of data to get a better understanding and a clearer picture of the overall trend? I would suggest that we do that. So, is there anything that really stands out to us on this higher time frame? Yeah, look at that. The day we started moving, we pulled back, we established a trend line, and we just came down and hit it this morning in pre-market. Okay, so I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm looking at a 1 hour time frame. It's definitely very top heavy here because you have a lot of resistance. What kind of formation could this be? There's two types of formations this could be. One's bearish, one's bullish. All right? One is bearish, one is bullish, but there are two patterns. There's two patterns that you can actually see here on a 1 hour time frame on GOVX. One's bearish, one's bullish. What are those? Whoever gets it right, I will say good job. Look at you guys. Come on. Yes. John Boy. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. All right. GOVX, the bearish setup. Potential, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Trend line's your neckline. So potential, head, and shoulders formation. So what do? If you start cracking the trend line, which would be your neckline, look to short this as it'll probably dump and fade on off. However, what else do you kind of see right here? Flat resistance, building higher lows. This could be looked at as an ugly but valid ascending triangle that could cause the stock to break and rip to the upside. So resistance right now, let's throw this up, 283 resistance. Okay, so if we continue to build these higher lows, we break resistance, that's when we can see some buyers move in to push this back up to the 338s. Okay, but at the same time, could be looked at as a head and shoulders formation. So if you start cracking this neckline, this trend line here, you would want to actually go short back down to some of these prior levels. I would actually say back down towards around 180 and then 160 to the short side on GOVX. And you can see that on a higher time frame. And that would be your neckline, would be right here. So let's remove this one. This would be your neckline right there. If you ever see that orange line today crack, you're cracking out of this potential head and shoulders formation. That is your neckline. You start to see that orange line crack, you're going short down into the 170s. I would take that trade. If I can locate some shares on this, I would look to short this stock. Absolutely. All right, so you had a bearish setup. You have a potential bullish setup. GOVX, still something that you should keep on watch. So this is what I'm going to leave you with, guys. This is what I'm going to leave you with. I've been having just way too much fun with you today inside of chat. This is what I'm going to leave you with. GOVX, we're watching that. I think we should watch this one throughout the rest of the day, just to see if it ever sets up and it ever starts moving. VGFC, it's not dumping on off. It's actually consolidating here. I would still watch it the rest of the day. BKSY, I would still watch this for the rest of the day. If we ever break 250 on BKSY, we ever really start breaking this 250 level, we have room to 3 and 313. This is probably my top pick right now. One of my top picks would be BKSY. CBIO, not a top pick anymore. DERU, not a top pick anymore, but it's still on watch for the rest of the day. RDBX, not a top pick. BTTX, I like it for the mid-candle breakout tomorrow, but right now for today, it's very safe to say that the best opportunity remains on BKSY. So that's the one stock that I suggest you put most of your focus on over the next hour and 10 minutes. So I got an hour and 10 minutes to eat and go get some lunch, and we'll make it happen. That's a very nice short there on the Qs team. You guys were grabbing the Qs here. Very good job there on the Qs for that short. As long, if you have a runner, okay, if you have a runner on the table, as long as the Qs do not break the downtrend, you can still consolidate lower. So you can still hold this little bit of this downtrend and continue to move lower ahead of the Fed minutes. I'll be back here about 10 minutes before 2. Throw up CNBC. Pay attention. And all eyes on the SPY and the Qs. All eyes, right? We could have some good swing trades that come out of this. Like, we just have to see what happens. What is discussed? What are in these Fed minutes? And what could we be looking to do next? All right, as far as today to lock in some profits. And then do we have a market bottom that's being put in? Could we see this bounce back up into the 310s, the SPY back into the 410s? Is there swing trade opportunity? Let's find out. Because if there is, I'm ready to make it happen, guys. All right, so you are watching BKSY over lunch for the break over high a day. You have room to 3 and 313. Back burners at this point in time. GOVX, VGFC, CBIO, BERU, RDBX, BTTX. These are back burners because they don't look great right now, but they could set on up and provide us with opportunity. So we should kind of just keep them on a back burner. A little bit of a watch list. Periodically, just look at them. See if there's anything there. But if you're really looking at one stock, the stock that stays on your chart, BKSY, the SPY, and the Qs. All right, guys? So, Kamal, if you can talk Corey into texting me, okay, because I got a new phone and I did not transfer anything. I lost all my contacts. So if you talk Corey into texting me, and we can set up a time to bring Corey on the mic as a guest speaker. Maybe we can do like an interview setting, interview Corey about his last, 12 to 18 months of trading. And then maybe he would be more than happy to talk about selling cash secured puts, right? Covered calls, more advanced stuff. So again, I'll let you guys take care of that. He's under no pressure at all, right? He can come up and say, no, I don't want to do that. And we have to respect him for that, right? But if he's willing to, then he can shoot me a text. We can talk about it and make it happen, right? But if Corey does say, yeah, I'm not okay with doing that, respect that and say, but thank you for even considering it in the first place. All right. So I'll see you guys back here in literally an hour. I'm going to rush to the gym. Maybe. It's to the point where now it's like a maybe, but I'm definitely going to go get a smoothie from Smoothie King and I'm going to get some food in me. I'll see you guys back here in about 1 hour. All right, guys, 1 hour. Make sure you're here because there's going to be some opportunity in the market. I'll see you guys very shortly. You really thought we were done, didn't you? You thought we were done here? Okay, we are done. See ya. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! Good job and good work, traders. Way to make it happen. Good job. Keep it up. Keep making me proud. Once again, I'll see you back here in about 1 hour. Take care, guys. Have an awesome lunch. Good afternoon, traders. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It is that time. It is officially 2 o'clock. We are looking at these Fed minutes that are just now being released. It's time, guys. Let's pay attention to what they're saying here on CNBC right here. I'm going to mute myself, turn on the desktop audio. Let's listen. Let's pay attention. This is very important stuff.
Most judged a 50 basis point increase likely, quote, appropriate at the next couple of meetings. That meant the meeting they raised 50 at plus a couple more. And this is the line that stood out for me. They said a restrictive stance on monetary policy may well become appropriate. That means raising the rate above neutral to try to reduce economic growth. The Fed acknowledged the challenges of fighting inflation and keeping labor markets strong, a polite way of saying that they could not assure, for example, a soft landing. The Fed, they did say, however, they should assess the risk to the economy later this year from rate hikes. That is sort of embracing this idea that Raphael Bostic has put out lately about getting to neutral and then looking around. A number supported selling the mortgage-backed securities after the runoff is well underway, and several saw potential for, quote, unanticipated effects in financial markets from the runoff of the balance sheet. And there was concern also about Treasury market liquidity and the risk in commodity markets, or the risk from commodity markets from higher prices. On inflation, some worried that inflation expectations could become unanchored. Many expected a tight labor market and wage pressure to continue for some time. New inflation pressures were seen from China as well as the Ukraine war. Higher wages and input prices were being passed on to the consumer, and inflation risks were skewed to the upside. Overall, however, there was a positive outlook for GDP growth, both in this quarter and for this year, that was seen moderating this year relative to last year. So I think the headline that stood out to me, Tyler, from these minutes here was this idea that there seems to be widespread support on the committee, from what I could read, for the idea that it may well be appropriate to raise rates above neutral and create a restrictive policy. Tyler?
Steve, stick around. Thank you. Our Steve Leisman will have more as we get more reaction and analysis from our panel of experts. Lindsay Piegza is here with us. She's the chief economist with Stifel. David Katz is the chief investment officer at Matrix Asset Advisors. Bob Bassani and Rick Santelli are here with us as well. And let's quickly, Rick, start with the market reaction here. It's interesting because the debate that Steve is highlighting about where we're going with Fed policy seems less important to the market right now than how quickly we're trying to get there.
All right. So nothing too crazy right now. Obviously, there's more they're discussing. They're going to dissect it a little bit more, but I was really looking forward to the other guy. I can't remember his name, the bald dude. He's the one that always goes over these minutes. Very briefly, highlights the key points, market reacts. So market shot up very quickly. Where did it go to? It went right to that daily downtrend. That's the second time today we've come up to that daily downtrend. We've got rejected intraday. So that's a very key technical level. If we can break that downtrend and break outside of this channel to the upside, that is going to be bullish. And we could absolutely look for this to get back up to 400 and then 404 and then maybe in the 410s. However, if we struggle to break and we can't, and we top out again like we did earlier, you want to think about shorting this and playing this falling channel, because the falling channel would still be intact. All right, guys. So we're going to throw this on a 3-minute time frame. And it's not a coincidence that we came up to the penny and then back down. So it's not a coincidence that we came up to the penny, back down. Did GOVX drop an offering? Down, they're down 50 cents already. 50 cents on the day. You got to love penny stocks. An offering. That's fine, though, right? Drop the offering. The offering allowed this stock to break the trend line and crack. What did we say earlier? If you crack the trend line, short it to 160, right? Said cracks the trend line, short it to 160. They drop an offering, helps crack the trend line. You could already be up 50, 60 cents a share. If you were just really watching GOVX as your number one play, you would have started to see this. You could have absolutely gotten into that trade, 100%. And that's a $20 million direct offering priced at a premium to the markets under NASDAQ rules. 165 a share. That's what it was priced at, 165 a share, which puts you right at 160 support. So I'm just looking at the news streamer as these articles and updates come through. So I'm just watching the news streamer right now. The committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information of the economic outlook. The committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at the rate of 2% over the long run. The invasion of Ukraine by Russia is causing tremendous human and economic hardships. The implications for the U.S. economy are highly uncertain. That's not good. Are highly uncertain. The market doesn't like that word, uncertain. So right now, markets are starting to dump here a little bit. Right off that daily downtrend. I mean, just right off that level. If we can get a short-term bounce on up, we can just see one small bounce, I want to short it. Right? It's very overextended. The thing just dumped. Literally 4 points to the downside. 4-point drop. It's going to bounce on up. Then I want to look to short it for the next leg down. But right now, guys, we are starting to see this thing get hit really, really hard at this point in time. Yeah, Thinkorswim is what I chart on. So the one thing that I took from this is the implications with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia for the U.S. economy. The implications for the U.S. economy are highly uncertain. The market doesn't like anything uncertain, right? So, definitely we're seeing a little bit of a reaction there. Everything else was positive about, the interest rate hikes, the monetary policy, shrinking the balance sheet. Obviously, they're still speaking right now. And what we're going to see is you're going to see more reports come in, right? Every couple of minutes, as we get more data on your news streamer, you're going to continue to see more things come through, and that's still going to give us a really good idea. Right now, we can look to play these technicals, guys, right? We saw a quick spike on up. We hit that daily downtrend. Nice big dump on down. So the technicals are being respected even during this time of heightened volatility, which is amazing to see. So I'm looking for a little bounce, right? We just dumped on off here over 3 points. I'm looking for just a little bit of a bounce, into a level of resistance, start to roll on over. And if we see that happening, I would absolutely like to short the Qs or simply go long on SQQQ. You absolutely nailed it. 100%. Corey was saying, I'm guessing a few dollars swing both direction on spine cues before it actually figures out which way it wants to go. 100%. We've seen this a lot. You see a very quick reaction in one direction, and then you typically, I would say more times than not, you get an immediate move in the opposite direction. So you get a quick spike on up. I was thinking it was going to dump. When you see those quick dumps, usually you rip. We see that pretty consistently in this market. So we had that quick spike, big dump on off, squeezing back up. It's pretty volatile right now. We're not chasing this to the long side. You would have been screwed. We're not chasing this to the short side. You would have been screwed. Seriously, if you saw this big squeeze and you're like, oh, it's going to rip, and you're in, you just took a big loss. All right, I'm flipping short. It's dumping, and you just took a big loss because you're getting squeezed on. Chill out. Sit back. Be patient here, team. Okay, be patient. Wait for this to calm down a little bit, right? Give you more predictability on what the direction is, because you would have just been whipsawed out of both of those trades, calls and puts. You'd be struggling right now. So do not chase anything, guys. Just wait. A lot of this is algorithmic moving. So a lot of this, the algos are able to react to articles and keywords faster than humans. This is all algorithmic. For the most part, that initial move was mainly algo. It was an algorithmic move. So yeah, the algos are always going to, what was the word I'm looking for? Literally, I just lost my train of thought again. That happened yesterday in mid-sentence. It just like, yeah. So the other day I went to the store and had a smoothie. But no, this is going to be algorithmic movement based on how fast it reacts to that data. So. All smoothie, no workout. I didn't have time to go work out. All smoothie. So I'm gonna drink the smoothie. I'm thinking the same thing, man. I'm thinking the same thing. Corey, you hit it on the head there. I need some algos in my life too. I need me a couple institutional algos. Just 0.0001% a day. I'm good. So my best advice that I can give, not even advice, it's more of just education, is start with investing in companies that you already buy services and products from. So for example, Amazon. Why am I picking Amazon despite the fact that it's been beaten down 50%? I'm buying Amazon, the stock. I'm investing in Amazon because I buy pretty much everything on Amazon, right? If I'm looking for a book, Amazon. Computer monitor, maybe Amazon. A mic, Amazon, right? I'm not going to Best Buy that much. I'm going to Amazon, okay? I'm buying everything through Amazon. Where do I watch my Halo TV series? On Paramount. Where's Paramount at? Amazon. Where do we host our chat room? All right, Amazon AWS. It's all freaking Amazon. And that's what it's going to continue to be, in my honest opinion. It all started off with books. That was the Kindle. And it was this, and it was that. Now they got their hands in everything, and they're going to continue to have their hands in everything. So start with identifying companies that you buy services and products from. And then honestly, just ask yourself, in 20 years, do you still think you are going to be buying services and products from that company? When I think of Amazon, I buy everything on Amazon. My wife buys everything on Amazon. You got the streaming service. We got AWS. There's so many other things that we can talk about. Do I think they'll get their hands in more things and get involved with more things where I'll be a consumer more to Amazon in the future? Absolutely. So I'm going to buy Amazon. That's the easiest way, in my opinion, to at least start investing in quality companies. So stocks like Amazon, I'm going to buy some Google, Alphabet. Stephen S. BKSY. Broke high day and is currently going for a jog. Any of y'all jump on it? Missed it. He even told us to be on look for the break. I did. I tried to get you guys prepared with multiple stocks. I know some of you are watching BKSY. I know some are watching GOVX. Some of you guys are watching RDBX. And that's why I try to be very, very thorough with these stocks, just in case you are personally watching them as one of your top stocks. That's why we said short GOVX at the crack of the trend line, run it down the 160. That's why we said definitely be watching BKSY for that break over that 243 to go long. I'm going to be honest with you. Looking at this stock in hindsight, it would have been a bit challenging to really get in, right? Having that level at 243, seeing some chop and it faded back below and seeing that break, you probably would have been like, well, it falsely broke out here. What if it's a false breakout again? It wasn't super clean to where it's like, yeah, you should have been on it. This would have been one of those, do I take it? Do I not? Maybe I scale back a little bit. Maybe I scale in. So many variables. But, when we broke that prior high, it did come down and retest. Readjusting these levels at this point in time, we had new resistance at 250, right? Before lunch, I had my resistance down here at 246, right? Obviously here after the second point, it was clear we had 250 resistance. We broke 250. Even if you missed the break, it came back down to the penny. It retested and immediately followed through for a nice 25 cents to the upside. So decent opportunity there. If you missed it, it's okay. It's okay. This is not like Pokemon. You can't catch them all. Okay, you can catch a few of them. The ones you catch, make sure they're good ones. Okay, so you can't catch them all, right? You got to wait for the next one. Wait for this thing to pull back a little bit. We could see this down around the trend line on BKSY. So we're going to just sit here and wait for this to come down towards this trend line and see if it sets back up for us. Nothing here on VGFC. We've already discussed GOVX. Nothing here on CBIO. I definitely think we should watch VERU. I most definitely think we should still be watching VERU. One big ascending triangle breakout, guys. Look at that. We have a low, flat resistance, higher lows, flat resistance, higher low, flat resistance, one big cup and handle, one big ascending triangle formation. Doesn't matter. I don't care if it's an ascending triangle. I don't care if it's a cup and handle. Why? Ascending triangles and cup and handles form at high a day, and they are breakout continuation patterns. So they both are intended to do the same things. Form at or near high a day, break high a day resistance, and continue the trend on up. I really do like VERU, and VERU is going to be one of my top stocks coming into the end of the day. So let's re-highlight VERU, as this is something that we are actively watching. RDBX is still something that I'll be, taking a peek at periodically. And then BKSY. So these are the top two at this point in time, BKSY and VERU. Definitely starting to slow down here a little bit on the SPY and the Qs. Not as volatile, not as aggressive. I'm telling you guys, if this trend line on the daily chart still holds this stock down as resistance, I'm looking to short it. I'm looking to short it if we cannot break this resistance level. That was a really good lunch. That was a delicious lunch. I feel so full and so just amazing right now. That sounds good. I had some peanut butter in that. Pretty good. All right, guys. See if we get any action here. The spy and the Qs. Let's see if we can get any action here, guys, with the spy and the Qs. I do want to throw this on a higher time frame, so let's go in here to a 1 hour. I mean, we are squeezing here, guys, though. I mean, bigger picture, falling channel, right at resistance. Short-term formation, a little bit of a squeeze formation. It's really grinding on up here. It's building these really nice higher lows, and it's getting very tight today into this this downtrend. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks. I really wouldn't be surprised if it breaks. I don't want to see it break, honestly, because I'd rather play this to the short side and play this falling channel on down. Have some killer opportunity, not only for a day trade, maybe to turn this into a little bit of a swing trade as well. So I'd really like to see it fail. I'd rather play it to the short side, but if it does break, there's still opportunity, right? Looking for the break in the retest. Let's get long to 400. If we continue to see this level become resistance and hold down as resistance, and we can't break above and we start cracking back on down, you look to play it short. Back down the low a day, 292. And then you still need to be mindful of this trend line from the lows on Friday, from the lows on Tuesday. So even if we do get rejected here and we do start dumping on off, you still have this trend line that could hold on up as support. So just be mindful of all those levels. Kind of noticing the same things, aren't we, Corey? We're kind of noticing the same things. The gut says short into the close, and I'm really banking on the short personally because I'd rather play it short than long. Because I think once if we start selling off here off this trend line and we start seeing a little bit of nastiness, it should really take over and really pull this back down. So I'm banking on the short side as well. But again, have a long plan in place just in case it does break to the upside. Because if it does, well, there's no reason to short it, but build a plan ahead of time to get prepared for the long if it does set up for a long. I like SoFi long term, so I do own a small position of SOFI long term. But you're seeing a little bit of that divergence. Just a little bit of that divergence. And just a little bit. But that's not enough to go off of. Just that little bit of divergence, not enough to go off of. It's just a little choppy right now. It's just a little choppy. VERU is looking kind of tempting, guys. I'm not going to lie. VERU is looking tempting. So I'd really like to see this break 1275 by the end of the day, run up to 13, over 13. Looking at the chart, it has room to 14. There's still a lot of great potential here with VERU for this potential cup and handle breakout. or this ascending triangle. Either way, they're both breakout continuation formations. We're looking to play this long. The Qs, if they break here, the Qs would have room to 293.57. The Qs, before you hit your next level of resistance, if we break this current level of resistance, you can see the Qs break 290.77 resistance. Your next level of resistance is 293.57. If we fail here, if we fail and get confirmation for a short, your first target to the downside is going to be 287.62. So right there at 287.62. Yeah, so BKSY, your target was 3 and then 313. Right now, it's at high a day. I'm not touching it at high a day. The thing's got to pull back. If it's not pulling back, I can't trade it. If I can't trade it, I just watch it, watching it to see if it does pull back, looking to see if it resets back up for a new entry, another trade. But right now, as it's already up from 250 to 294, I'm not looking to trade it after it's already ran 40 cents to the upside into resistance without really pulling back. So I'm not touching it on BKSY. I am watching it though. And if it sets up, we will absolutely build a plan and make it happen. I know a lot of your focus though right now, traders, is on the Qs. A lot of your focus is on the SPY. But for those of you that are still looking at some penny stocks, high watch on VERU. VERU is on high watch at this point in time. Steve, you should go to auctioneer school so that way when a stock is running up, you can talk to us like an auctioneer. I'm not really sure why, but I think I would enjoy it. I don't think you would. I would commentate for like 30 seconds a day. I did this yesterday. I was like 30 seconds in, I'm out of breath. I'm like, yeah, you wouldn't enjoy it because I lose my breath quick. So why am I not in anything right now? Why am I not trading VERU? Right? I'm not trading VERU because this is technically the third touch of resistance. Okay, I know that resistance has a higher probability of breaking on the fourth attempt. Same thing with support. Support has a higher probability of cracking on the fourth attempt. That's when we talk about trend lines, shorting them when they crack on the fourth attempt. Downtrends, when they break on the fourth attempt, going long. So, the reason I'm not really touching this just yet is because it's the third attempt and it hasn't really just shot up. All right, if this was a cup and handle, this should have just shot on up a lot quicker, more volume. That's what you would expect for a breakout. But the fact that it's kind of just struggling here leads me to believe it's still 50-50. Could it squeeze here right now and confirm? Yes. But could it back down right now? One more higher low before we get the break? Absolutely. I still feel 50-50 as far as my confidence goes on this, as to why I'm not personally getting in just quite yet. That's amazing. Already up 20 cents? Get it. Get it real good. So VERU is trucking along for you. Again, $13 is resistance. I would say put your support back down at $12.75 on VERU. We have to wait for the pullback on BKSY. There's no reason to be touching this right at $3 resistance unless you're looking to short the stock. The one thing I want to point out is the lack of volume on the SPY. So the SPY is moving up in price, but the volume is declining. So that's a sign of weakness. That's a potential sign of weakness here. It's something to be mindful of. If we go look at the Qs, same thing. The stock is moving higher, but that volume is dropping on off. So let's see if this is a false break, right? Volume tells us a lot. Is this a strong break, or is this a weak break to where we could come right back down below? Well, right now, it's kind of looking like a little bit of a weak break just based on how that volume is really tapering on off. Jesus, the peak call was at 180? Whew. Oh my gosh. Seen that. Now check the volume on the Qs. Volume is a very key thing to pay attention to. So look at the volume on the Qs, right? The volume is really decreasing here along these candles. Okay, so look at that volume right through here. So look at that volume really taper down, really taper on off. Higher volume on the red candle, increased volume, lower spread on the candle. So look at the lower spread on the candle, increased volume. Now we're getting a large upper shadow on an increased volume bar. Cole would come in and say that's an imbalance. That's a sign of a possible reversal. If you look at volume price analysis, which I don't really do that too much, but I pay attention to his lessons. As the stock is moving higher, you want to see the volume increase with it. If you see the stock moving higher on decreased volume, that's the first sign. Then when you see these candles, smaller spreads on higher volume, that's an indication of a reversal. Then you have high volume with a large upper shadow, and that candle happens to be red. This is a strong sign that we could actually start to reverse here on the Qs. And the biggest thing is we just ran all the way up to a new high a day. Decreased volume. These two candles really stand out to me. The volume increased along these two candles, but the spread decreased, followed by an increase in volume that was mostly selling right here. And we can tell because we have this large upper shadow. So I'm actually looking to see if the Qs can roll back over. And if we start to see that rollover, I'm looking to short the Qs. But I would say it'd have to really start dropping back below 290. We'd have to really start to see more selling volume below 290. That's when I would jump in. So that was a little bit of a false breakout on VERU. We see how it broke out, and now it's right back down below. that level of resistance. I'm personally waiting, I'm waiting for VERU to come back to this trend line. If we see VERU back to this trend line, we start to curl, we have a little bit of that U shape, I will then be jumping in. I will then be jumping in for that break up to 13. But right now, I'm waiting for it to pull back down a little bit lower for me. Same thing, I'm not touching BKSY at $3 resistance. I'm letting this thing pull back down to for me. To this trend line would be ideal, right around 250 as well. So if we just pull back nice and slow and steady into 250, also hit this trend line, that's where I want to be long for that move back up to 3. Just kind of watching to see what the cues are going to do. That's it. We are technically holding above 290.77 support, right? High a day, broke, we're holding above. I'm still not convinced. Like, I'm just not convinced personally to be in this. To be long, to be short on the cues, I'm not convinced. So I'm just waiting for a little bit more confirmation. The last thing I want to do is get long here because it looks like it's holding support when I see a few bearish signals. I see a few things that say to me, we can roll over. We could actually move lower. So the fact that I see that is why I'm not going long, but I'm also not getting short right now because we're above support. So I can't do anything. All right. The chart's saying more bearish than bullish. Right. So I'm not going long. I'm not shorting right now because we are above support. So I'd have to wait for this to come back down below. At least first, 290.77. Maybe that's where I start a position. Add to it if we crack below 290 and look at a 287.62 target on the cues to the downside. I agree. FOMO sizing at this point, if you do anything, if you're looking to like just start scaling in, long or short, depending on what you see in your plan and your thesis, yeah, definitely FOMO sizing, really small. Start with one contract, start with like 10 shares, 100 shares, completely up to you, but don't go full size. If your full size is normally 10 contracts, start with 1 or 2. Like go 20% in. So if you're wrong, you're reducing your risk by 80% by only going in 20%. Because what can you do? You can add to your position. You can add to your position. You can add to your position. But what can't you do? Right? If you're all in and it dumps, you're taking your big boy loss. If you scale in and it dumps, you're reducing your risk substantially. So you can always add to your position. So I'm personally looking to see if we can start cracking below this 290.77 level. I think that would be a place I'd be interested in. How's the SPY looking? The SPY kind of hovering around this trend line. The SPY still hasn't broke high a day yet. Last time we had a high a day, we kind of just faded. High a day. If we start to see this cracking back below that daily downtrend, we could see it start fading as well. And really get a sense of direction. I mean, we could just remain choppy. We could literally just sit sideways for the next hour and 30 minutes, hour and 20 minutes. But if we can really start to see some volume move in and really start to get a sense of direction, let's play that momentum. I don't care if it's upward momentum to 300 on the cues, there's opportunity. I don't care if it's selling pressure and momentum to the downside, back down to 285. We'll play it to the downside. We just need to actually wait to actually get some of that to base a trade off of. So what should we do at this point in time? So look at VERU. Anything here yet? Nope. BKSY. Anything here yet? Nope. I want to see it closer to the 250. RDBX. just kind of slowly stair-stepping its way up. And that's it, guys. So we don't have an entry yet on VERU. One could be coming up. And we don't have an entry yet on BKSY, but one could be coming on up as well. So until that happens, until that takes place, I'm personally just watching the Qs and the SPY to see if we start to get any kind of opportunity that presents itself here. We see anything that really stands out on a higher time frame. You got some of this divergence here. Slight divergence, decreased volume as the stock's moving up. So like a really beautiful rejection here on the 5-minute. Popped out. Nice little drop. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely enough data for me to feel like I want to short it. Like I'm definitely leaning more towards the short side, to be honest with you. But we know the market, anything could happen. So I feel like I should wait just for a little bit more confirmation. I don't want to like not take the trade because I need all this confirmation, but I think at this point in time, I think it's smart to wait just a smidge longer to get just a little bit more confirmation if we can before really diving on in here. I'm curious to see if the Qs can actually break here. And it kind of looks like a little M, right? A little bit of this M, this double top. Some would say it's a triple top. Start to put these lower highs in on the 1-minute time frame. Start cracking below this 290.50. You may see me getting in for a starter position with very nice stops over the highs. Looking to bring this all the way back down to these lows at 287.60. But you just got to wait for this to play out just a smidge longer, right? Just kind of looking at this 1-minute time frame right now. We're really just looking at the 3-minute time frame and the 5. Still a couple things that suggest short. But if you've been in the market for a week, like literally, if you've been in the market for a week, you know that you could have like the best setup in the world, like the best setup ever. It's an 80-20 setup. It's a 90-10 setup. A+. 5 separate reasons to take the trade. So much confirmation. And you're like the most confident person ever with that trade. But there's still that 10% chance that you're wrong because you can't always be right. The market, there's so many unforeseen variables. There could be a headline that comes out right now that Russia and Ukraine are coming to a resolution. Boom, the markets rip. You can't predict that. That's an unforeseen variable. So that's why you can never have 100% odds because there's those unforeseen variables. So, I'm very confident that you could see it move lower, but it's the market. The market does some pretty wild, erratic things at times. And look at that. Now it's starting to move on up here. Let's see if it actually holds. It is struggling just a little bit, and we see it backing down once again here off high a day. And a lot of this increased volume was more selling volume. Like when we've looked at every single candle and the volume on these candles, we can clearly see that a lot of this volume is more or less some selling up here. You see that bigger time frame divergence. You see the decreased volume along the way up. You see that a little bit of that imbalance. I mean, there's a lot of things that we've discussed that suggest, we could still move lower here on the Qs. I gotta literally sit here and factor cost basis in my head. Fun. I love when I have to figure a cost basis in my head because platforms can't do it. I'm not sure how to place a short call on Weeble. What do you mean a short call? Are you trying to actually short a call? Let me understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to short it. Why would you want to short a call? Just curious. Why would you want to actually sell a call? Why would you want to short a call? That's where I was getting at. If you actually want to do like a covered call or some kind of advanced option strategy like cash secured puts, covered calls, and you're trying to do something like that, that's a Corey question and a Matt question. If you're trying to short the Qs, like you're trying to short the Qs, you wouldn't want to short the call. You'd want to go buy a put, like actually go long on a put. And then the next thing I would add into that is if this is your first time trading options, I don't recommend you do it on a live account at all. You're probably with 80% certainty gonna lose, or your contracts go to expire worthless because you don't really have that education yet with options and how to manage your risk and stuff like that. So if it's a live account, I would highly recommend against it. If it's a paper account, it's okay to dabble in paper and kind of get your feet wet. But yes, if you do expect the Qs to drop, you would actually want to go buy a put because the put will go up in value as the stock's price comes down. So you'd want to buy a put. Yep. So if you go buy a put, that put will go up in value if the stock's price goes down. Now, if the stock's price goes up, your put will actually go down in value. So the Qs, I'm still 50-50 with. I mean, I think anybody looking at the Qs would be a little 50-50. And I think the stock itself is a little 50-50. Like, nice move up, consolidating. Some would say it's consolidating before the breakout of consolidation to the upside, like a flag. I just see tons of resistance overhead. And I was seeing a lot of that decreased volume along the move up, seeing that bigger picture, higher time frame, intraday divergence. So, I mean, I'm looking at all of this data, and the data still suggests maybe like 60% odds to the short side and 40% odds to the long side. I don't quite feel like it's 80-20 yet, but there's still just a slight probability to the short side over the higher probability for calls. So I don't know. I'm somewhere right in the middle, like long, short, it's just not really giving me very clear information to really just say, it's definitely a short. Let's go. I mean, it looks like it wants to crack and fade, but at the same time, it's trying to bounce on up, and it's trying to get a high day break and a nice little rip to it. So it's so unpredictable right now, in my opinion, based on what we see here, that I'm gonna just kind of hold off. It's just sitting sideways. 291.40 resistance, 290.60 support, and it's just in this little short-term channel. Let it make a decision. Let it break out of the channel with some volume, go long. Right now, yeah, you definitely don't want to be unsure when playing with options. And options right here through this chop, you're getting destroyed on the theta. If you're trading daily expirations, right? If you're trading daily expirations and you're getting a put here, this chop has probably destroyed your premium. Just this chop alone, just this consolidation over the past 30 minutes has probably cut maybe 30% off your option. The stock hasn't even ripped against you or dumped against you, right? The stock is relatively the same price as what it was 30 minutes ago, but this chop is destroying your option contract. Just because you're so close to expiration, and that theta is just, it's absolutely destroying your option contract. So right now, guys, it just needs to make a decision. Either it really shows us some strength breaking to the upside, we get calls, right? We need to see that strength, or we can see some strength to the downside and let's short the crap out of it. Because when it makes a decision out of this little consolidation, once we see a decision made, that really increases our probabilities of being on the right side of the trade. So if we really see that strength breaking to the upside, we can now go from 50-50 to like 70-30. At least we feel a lot more confident about those calls versus trying to trade this right here in this chop. If we crack strong to the downside, that at least puts those probabilities in our favor of 70-30. And we have a few things that stand out to us that suggest a short is likely. But do you guys see anything that suggests a long? Like, I'm really talking about these bearish indications that I see. Do you guys see any long indications right now? Anything that indicates a long? Looking at the 1 minute, just sitting sideways. We do have that RSI still falling a little bit. It's just really all over the place. Just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. The 5 minute, we still have decreased volume. In that 5 minute, could be a little double top. Sorry, I keep stopping. I'm smelling something like someone's cooking, and it smells terrible. Someone must be cooking outside, because whatever they're cooking, they need to go talk to Bobby. Is that his name? Bobby Flay? What's the dude's name? The cook? I don't know. Geez, they need some cooking lessons. It's bad. Maybe we can go look at the SPY and get more of an indication on where we're going. Definitely has this little curl to it. So that's one thing I will point out is, out of all this price action and what we've been doing for the past 30 minutes, just chop, 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 you kind of see a little bit of a curl to it. Just a slight little curl on up. And that can definitely help get this thing going to the long side. When you look at the Qs, same thing. You kind of got this little curl to the upside. And that's definitely a good sign. As these buyers are coming in, we could start to kind of move through and push on up with some momentum here. But it's still just a little indecisive for me at this point in time. Let's go do this. Let's look at VERU. I like VERU here, guys. I really do like VERU. And the reason I like it so much is your stops are literally right below the trend line. Your target is a break over resistance up to 13. A break over 13, we already know that we have room to 14. So I like this low risk. I love this reward opportunity. And it's a simple trend line that's been respected. And this stock has been honoring its technicals for a good majority of the day. BKSY is just still sitting sideways. That's it, just kind of consolidating. It does have a bullish flag forming here. So there is a bull flag here on BKSY. We have this rip on up. We are consolidating and pulling back in a flag-like formation into our 9 EMA. This stock has a lot of great momentum, ripping on up, pulling back, breaking out, ripping on up, pulling back, right? It definitely has good momentum, and this 9 EMA can be utilized as our moving level of support and resistance. So this 9 EMA, you could utilize this as your moving level of support, especially because we have a lot of momentum with the stock today. It's been very consistent. So, and this could be the pullback low here, right into the 280s. We could start to see some buying move in off this 9 EMA, which could push this back up to 3 and then 313. So just pointing out what we see here, and maybe it lines up with a plan that you've already built. Maybe you see something different now to where it helps you build a better plan and make a better trade decision. But that's kind of what we're seeing on BKSY. And then definitely VERU showing a lot of great potential. Right now, the Qs are just kind of grinding on up here a little bit. But why am I still not convinced on calls? Because that volume doesn't really show strength. Like, I have not yet seen an indication of strength, whether that's strength to the upside or strength to the downside. All I see right now on the Qs is indecision. And if there's indecision in the market, I'm just going to stay away. And that's all I see right now is just indecision at this point in time. Because the volume's not really, backing anything up. The volume is just slowly tapering little by little by little by little by little. So I'm still sitting on my hands. I'm just kind of waiting. I want to make sure that the trade I get involved with is the best trade with the highest probabilities of success. So I'm here all day, every day. So let's see what happens here on the Qs. I mean, it could honestly just remain flat for the rest of the day. I mean, honestly, we could just sit flat. We have some earnings tonight. We have two big earnings. NVIDIA's tonight, correct? NVIDIA's tonight. And you have Snowflake tonight. So if those earnings are good, NVIDIA is one of the top holdings for the Qs. I'm not sure about the SPYs, but definitely the Qs. That could help, cause the Qs to gap up. If NVIDIA has good earnings, that could bring up some of these tech stocks along with it. Kind of like all these social media stocks dumped right after Snapchat dumped, Snap dumped, then everything else across the board dumped. They move in sympathy with one another. So if NVIDIA has great earnings and it rips, you'll see similar stocks most likely move as well. And a lot of those stocks are weighted in the Qs, which would pull the ETF up. Something to think about, knowing that we have earnings tonight. If the earnings are horrendous and NVIDIA just dumps, watch for these other stocks to possibly dump as well, and watch for the Qs to fade and slide here in after hours. I'm not convinced. I'm not really convinced in the long or a short. Right now, it is 3 o'clock. It is 3 o'clock. We have about an hour to go. Is there anything that you're looking at that's really standing out to you? The only thing that I'm really looking at is VERU at this point in time. I still have BKSY on watch here as there's great momentum in very nice price action. The stock has been very predictable and very consistent today, honoring every break and retest, breaking this nice ascending triangle, ripping on up. Now it's starting to push off this flag and this 9 EMA. So far, this has been the most predictable stock today. the most predictable stock. They're on VERU, BKSY. VERU has been very simple and very predictable as well. But if we look at like GOVX, dead. BGFC, dead. CBIO, dead. RDBX, there's no formation, there's no strategy, there's no pattern, and it's very light volume. I'm not interested. And then I like BTTX for the possible mid-candle breakout tomorrow. I do like BTTX for the possible mid-candle breakout for tomorrow, guys. Man. I'm not touching the cues. You're like, why? It's breaking. It's moving higher. There's just too many things that still suggest it could sell off. I mean, it's just getting very restricted. Like as it's been moving, its moves are getting very restricted here. The volume is still just tapering off. As the stock's moving up, the volume is not matching and not correlating. You see that 5-minute divergence from the prior high to the current high a day. I just still have to be sit back and be patient here. Like I'd rather just not trade this and just watch it at this point in time. I meant to say constricted. I said restricted. I said the price is getting restricted. I meant to say constricted. Oh, Josh, you're so stupid sometimes. You say words that you don't know the meaning to. I know the meaning to it, but I like it, Corey. You have a plan and stick to it. Me personally, we all trade differently. I have no interest in it right now. That's just personal preference. I don't really have a lot of interest in it right now at this point in time. I just kind of want to see it just play out and learn from this. Honestly, learn from this. Just watch it play out. Not confident in something, I'll just sit back and watch it. So the Qs have room next 293.80-ish. I had 293.57 up, but yeah, 293. Yeah, 293.60, 293.70 is going to be your next level of resistance here. And that's why I haven't taken this trade even to the long side, because my bias remains short. And it's hard for me to get this short bias out of my head. I've literally sat here and looked at every time frame to try to get a plan for the long side, but it's very challenging for me to build a plan to the long side because I see a lot of things that still suggest bearish. So I'm like, if I can't really find those multiple reasons to take a call, but the stock's moving up and I still see multiple reasons to go short, but it's still moving on up, I just one of those that I'm having a hard time reading. That's it. I'm just having a hard time reading it. And if I am, it's okay. It happens. We're not perfect. I just sit back and watch it. Because here's the cool thing. We've already made our money today. Right? We've already made our money today. We don't have to trade anymore today if we don't want to. We've already found our opportunities, and we've already locked in some great profits. So we don't understand the stock, if we don't understand the movement, if we can't get an edge on it, then that's the market telling you to not trade. So still watching VERU here. BKSY looks very decent. I mean, it looks pretty nice here. I really do like this this little flag that we're starting to form here. This flag off the 9 EMA, I like these. I like these predictable stocks. I like these clean and consistent stocks. This is very predictable. It's been very clean and consistent. I like when we see these rips, these periods of consolidation forming a flag that happens to be right off the 9 EMA, and we have a visual downtrend. So if we do see BKSY continue to stay intact and respect this 9 EMA as our moving line, our moving level of support, and we start to see this breaking, this downtrend here, don't be surprised if you see it spike right on up towards around that 313 level. Where does 313 come from? Right here on the daily chart. Look at all that 313 resistance. 313 resistance, right? That's exactly where this thing's headed to next if we break out of this flag. And the chances of it breaking are pretty high. The chances of it dumping are there, but they're lower than the chances of it actually breaking, getting a nice little rip to the upside. So all we need to do is continue to look at this and make sure it's staying intact above the 9 EMA. We start to see a bounce and a push off the 9 EMA, and you're starting to break this downtrend. That's when more volume moves in. That's when more buyers start to move in, and that's when we have that potential to get that nice little push up to 313. Again, tonight we have NVIDIA and SNOW, Snowflake, earnings this evening. Those are going to be the two most anticipated earnings reports this evening. NVIDIA, Snowflake. Then we got Costco tomorrow at the end of the day. So the SPY is breaking that downtrend level. So if today is a confirmed break, so actually breaking out of this channel, I'd like to see a retest. I'd like to see it retest and actually prove to me that it's broke here and it's put in a short-term bottom before we jump in for this potential short-term rally ahead of next month's FOMC meeting. So if we see everything play out just beautifully and just perfect, and we have some time ahead of the FOMC meeting and the technicals are really suggesting go long, let's get prepared for a possible, week-long little rally to the upside leading up to the next FOMC meeting. What do I think about the Amazon split? I think it's fantastic. It's going to make it more affordable for investors. Number one, it's going to be more affordable. Right now, it's a little not very attractive because it's so expensive. So it's going to be very attractive from a per share standpoint. It's going to be a lot less expensive to trade options on. Right now, those options are really expensive. It's going to bring those option premiums back down to reality to make it more realistic to be a great something that you can day trade or do short-term swings with options. So I like the fact that they're splitting. I 100% like the fact that they're splitting on Amazon. Still watching the cues to see what's going on. So it's very, very nice move on up. We do have that resistance level at 393.50 to 393.80. I'm just curious to see what happens up around that level of resistance. We are starting to just kind of slowing down a little bit, just little by little by little. We're just kind of slowing down, easing up, not as aggressive. We could just see this slow grind the rest of the day, just very slow grind, not a lot of volatility. Curious to see what happens up here around that resistance level, because that's right around your 13 SMA. And we can see here that it was the 19th high, the 20th high, and the high from the 23rd. There's also the low a day from the 13th. So we have a couple different points in time. This has been a key area of support or resistance. So I'm be very curious to see what the Qs do here up around that level. Thoughts on AGRI? This is a pretty ugly chart as well. At first glance, it's just not the cleanest chart. So at first glance, I don't like it. I don't know anything about this company from a fundamental standpoint. I don't look at fundamentals. I look at technicals, formations, patterns, psychology, stuff like that. So when I look at a stock at first glance, either I hate it or I love it. It's either I don't like it or I like it. At first glance, I don't like it. So I feel like if I start breaking this down, I'm just going to be justifying some stuff. I can just point out the obvious. And the obvious here is we need to break above this 313 area. We do have a lot of prior support at 313, a lot of resistance at 313. Now, if we can break this 313 area, that's where volume would move in, pushing this up towards around 381. And then potentially pushing this up towards around 489 there on AGRI. Support right now, I'd have to say your best level of support's back down at 204. Spiking high, gap up low, gap up low. So I'd say right around like that 2 to 204 area of support. Current resistance 313. Over 313, resistance would be 381 and then 489. They're on AGRI. I like SoFi. I own it long term. I have a small position in SoFi long term. What's the date that you have to buy Amazon to be included in the split? Like, what's the date that you have to own Amazon on to get part of that split? Isn't it like, I thought it was like today or tomorrow? Like you had to be invested and to have that position. I think it was today or tomorrow. Personally, it doesn't matter if you buy before the 27th on Amazon. Thank you, JDOS. May 27th. So you got 2 days. But here's my thing. You buy it right now or you buy it next month and you invest the same amount of money, your investment's the same. So let's say you bought 1 share of Amazon right now. Let's say Amazon was at $2,000 a share. You bought 1 share. You invested $2,000. Correct? Right. So after the split, what happens? It's readjusted. So they're doing a 20-to-1 split. So that means the share price would be $100 a share. Your 1 share at $2,000 a share would go to 20 shares at $100 per share. Your investment remains the same. You have more shares, but the stock's price is being split. So it doesn't really matter if you buy now or after. I mean, just personal preference, I guess. I was planning on buying before, and I was planning on buying after. I'm just planning on buying Amazon in general for the long term. But yeah, there's no real set golden rule before, after. If we were in a different type of market, say like end of 2020 when everything was just ripping to the upside, you could trade these stocks ahead of their splits. Like Tesla ripped $800 before their split. Apple ripped on up pretty nicely as well before their split. So every now and then when companies announce splits, that brings in a lot of hype and the stock gets bought up ahead of the split. But this market is just getting crushed, right, over this past 5 months. So announcing the split didn't really cause any, excess hype to really pour on into these companies and these stocks. So in this type of market, in my opinion, it's just really up to you. You want to buy it before, go for it. You want to buy it afterwards, go for it. Your investment remains the same at the end of the day. Do you trade or invest in crypto? I do invest in crypto. Do you trade during pre or after hours? I do. So if we have any opportunity in, say, pre-market, I'll take the trade. If we have opportunity in after hours, I take the trade. I'm usually not here in after hours, but I'm always here in pre-market. So you see me trading more in pre-market than in after hours. So right now, traders, we're just sitting back, answering some questions. We finally see the cues rolling over a little bit. Not too aggressive, not too wild, not a lot of volatility. We had that rising wedge. It was getting very constricted, getting tighter and tighter and tighter as it was moving on up into that level of resistance. And you are starting to see a slight little crack out of this wedge formation, but it's not any kind of like massive dump to it to get like excited or anything like that. GOVX dumped due to an offering. So they dropped an offering, 20 million share or $20 million offering for $1.60 a share. So that's why we saw GOVX dump, which was awesome because we were very short biased on GOVX. I mean, we weren't very short biased, but we were pretty short biased. We talked about this one over lunch, right? We said, hey, higher time frame, ascending triangle. If it breaks to 83, you want to think long. If it cracks this neckline out of this head and shoulders formation, you want to get short. The offering helped this trade work. The offering brought this stock down below the trend line. Short, baby, short. You see the offering and it's cracking out of the head and shoulders, you're short. What was our target? It was 160. Where are you at? 162. So I love it. I mean, I'm not a fan of the offering, but I like how the offering came out at the perfect time to allow this short formation to play out. I mean, beautifully for us, right down to the 160s. And surprisingly, the offering was at 160 a share. I was like, that was our target, was 160 a share. Would you look at that? So coincidence, maybe. Strategic, maybe. But it was definitely a good trade. There was one stock that I warned you guys about an offering. And I think it was GOVX. But I wasn't actually like, guys, there's going to be an offering on GOVX. It was more of an awareness. Like, hey, guys, why do I not swing trade top gaining penny stocks? Like, why do I not swing trade a penny stock that's up 50% or 100%? Because most of the time, more times than not, these shit companies, penny stocks, shit companies, all right, they drop a press release. Their share price rips. They can do an offering to collect more capital, to bring in more money. It's just very common for a penny stock after a run up to drop an offering, and those offerings plummet the stock. So that's why I do not swing trade top gaining penny stocks, because there is that high chance that they issue an offering and it destroys the share price. That's what we saw in GOVX. They dropped an offering midday over lunch, which just absolutely destroyed the share price. That is my reason that I don't trade penny stocks. I don't swing trade penny stocks. The last swing trade on a penny stock that I had was BTTX. But I wasn't a super aggressive position. I was very conservative, very low risk. I was taking profits as a day trade to put myself in a risk-free position for the swing trade. That's when I swing trade. If I can put myself in a nice risk-free position and turn that day trade into a little bit of a swing trade on a penny stock, all right, count me in, right? But just buying the stock and just swing trading it, and again, keyword, top gaining penny stock, right? If we have a stock that's up 60, 70, 80%, traders are jumping in thinking the stock's going to gap and go the next day. I do not swing trade top gaining penny stocks. Moving average squeezes on penny stocks, I trade those. Those are swing trades, but they're not top gaining penny stocks at that point in time. They're actually down close to levels of support. So top gaining penny stocks, 50%, 100%, 200%. I will not swing trade those due to the high probability that they drop an offering, and we saw that with GOVX today. You were right. Now I remember it was SIGA, wasn't it? It was SIGA. I warned about an offering, and I don't think they dropped an offering. This thing's just selling off. So yeah, I thought it was maybe GOVX because I thought there was a few of you asking, so should I swing trade this the other day? I said no. I was like, no, you're right at the 200 SMA. I would not be looking to swing trade this long right at resistance. And then it pulled back. But you're right, it was SIGA that was the general awareness announcement on offerings. No, I wouldn't be swing trading some of these stocks. I know, right? I know, right? There's so many tickers, but I talk about them so many times a day that I recall a good majority of them. But I mean, right now, team, there's just not tons of killer opportunity in the market. It's a very slow power hour. It really is. BKSY is rolling over. VERU, I wouldn't trade this now. You have a short term head and shoulders formation. Yeah, I know it looks like an ascending triangle, but now when you look at just this area right there, you start to see a little bit of this head and shoulders formation. So I'm not even a fan of VERU at this point in time. GOVX, that trade's over with. BGFC, nothing. CBIO, there's nothing really there. You got RDBX picking on up here just a little bit towards the end of the day. Just a little bit here. A decent little uptrend. And RDBX, the top target is still 417, 714. So our main target on this play is still up towards around that 714 area. Mitch, I like that analysis. I like that thinking outside the box. It's really unique. It's rare to find. I'm saying market makers will probably try a panic sell, a little bit of a little false dump there, a little bit of that market maker price action that we discussed. Big leg down, provide that liquidity, you get that accumulation, consolidation, then boom, you get that nice little rip on up. A little bit of a dump on off. Wait for that. Get your consolidation. Look to start accumulating and scaling in, playing that market maker price action. If you guys inside the chat do not know what market maker price action is, dive into that video lessons library and look up market maker price action. Watch that lesson. It explains just that and how we see that so much with penny stock nowadays. Yeah, definitely don't apologize for sending that message, Stir. Don't apologize. I love that you're actually taking the time to vent, to express what's going on in your mind, to share what's going on, to get some feedback from members, how they battle back from these days, how they bounce back. And again, you're really just showing your transparency. Like, hey, I have been on fire for the past few weeks, some of my best, most consistent trading days. And I made a boo-boo. I woke up, I was tired. My morning routine was thrown off. I still decided to trade, even though I realized I shouldn't trade. And here are my results. So not only are you taking that time to be honest and transparent with everybody and share this with the team, is you're also showing that, hey, we're human, we're not perfect. And just expressing and showing how important, being mindful is, right? Being mindful about how you feel, listening to yourself. If you come in and your morning routine was jacked and you didn't sleep well, and in the back of your mind, you know that today's probably not going to be the best day. You knew you should have stepped back, but you didn't. This is a great learning lesson for a lot of members in chat, right? Because it's real. When you come in and you're focused, that morning routine is flowing, it's solid, you're building that confidence, you're just in the flow of things. You got that feng shui. You come in and naturally just do what you're supposed to do with that discipline, controlling your emotions, not over trading, not being aggressive, staying consistent. But when you start to notice those things, being tired, maybe you didn't eat your breakfast, maybe you meditate in the mornings, you didn't meditate, maybe you got in an argument with somebody. I don't know. That'll completely throw off your day, your mornings. And honestly, the way I look at it is if my morning's jacked, I feel like the rest of my day's jacked. And if I mess up my morning, I feel like my day even trading is not as consistent as what it normally is. So I like that you took the time to share that with the team, that you're reflecting upon what happened today and you're learning from it, number one. And number two, other traders inside the chat can learn from that as well to prevent making some of these mistakes that are common, right? We make these mistakes. They're very common mistakes, but they're the types of mistakes that we learn from instantaneously. We learn immediately. In the moment, we bounce back right away. These are the ones, they suck. These are the mistakes that suck, especially when we're very consistent and disciplined. These are the ones that really hurt the most, but they're the ones that we bounce back from the quickest. And then we have longer durations of when we make these types of mistakes. So I love it. Reflect upon it, accept it, strategize around it. And like I said, you will bounce back right away. And today, you won't even remember it. You have one good day in the market, you're good. 2 good days in the market, you're back in the green. 3 good days, you're adding to the bottom line. Just stay focused, remain disciplined, and you know you will bounce back. All we can do right now is just learn from what happened, which you have, and set steps for action. I call them action steps. You know, those little reminders that you bring with you from one day to the next, just to stay focused, just to stay mindful, just to be aware and conscious of what you need to be doing all day, every day, consistently in the market. I agree 100% with Asif's statement. Humans are made to make mistakes and learn from it. 100% right. The most successful individuals in the world have also failed the most. They fail, they learn from their failures, they move on. They don't make those mistakes again, right? They've already failed. They're not going to fail with the same thing again. Make a mistake, learn from it, move on. Don't beat yourself up. Take making a mistake an opportunity to learn. If you look at that as being an opportunity to learn from your mistake, you will always continue to move forward in life and be successful. But if you look at it as a mistake, as a negative thing, and you let it beat yourself up, you're going to fall victim. Like everybody else in the world falls victim. Make a mistake, you get beaten up, people tear you apart, and now you're just, oh man, I suck. Why did I do that? Oh man, I'm no good. And you're just naturally lowering your self-confidence. And your subconscious is just naturally telling yourself every day, you suck, you're not good. Beat yourself up. You suck, you're not good. Beat yourself up. But if you take that mistake as an opportunity to learn, and you can learn from that mistake and create rules and little action steps around that to prevent the mistake from happening again, you're doing something that 99.9% of people cannot do. And let's be honest, some of the most successful individuals in the world have failed more than they've succeeded. But they continue to succeed because they're learning from their mistakes and they're learning from their failures. So as long as you take this as an opportunity to learn, you will bounce back and you will not make this mistake as consistently in the future. So we have 27 minutes left until we end our day, team. Right now, last scan through penny stock land. Then we'll look at some large caps. There's nothing here. Let's go ahead and end our day. Utilize this time to recap your day, to journal your trades, to log them. What did you do right? What did you do wrong? What can you do better tomorrow to see better results? Or what can you keep doing tomorrow that you did good today that caused good results? You should always recap your days. That's how you should end every single day, is just recapping and journaling your trading session to get prepared for tomorrow. All right. So right now the Qs starting to pull back really slow and steady. Nothing really happening, guys. Nothing really happening. The SPY consolidating, kind of fading a little bit, but just slow and steady consolidation. Nothing really happening there, guys. VERU, I'm not liking it because of that head and shoulders formation. It just doesn't look fantastic anymore. BKSY, I mean, just watch it around the trend line. The trend line is still that area that I think we could hold up as support, right around this trend line. But overall, it's just a little slow here, right? Just a little slow here into the day. Nothing too crazy. GOVX, we've already discussed that one. VGFC, CBIO, RDBX. Again, guys, buying this at high a day, buying this at levels of resistance, no bueno. If you have already been in RDBX, and this is something that you're already in, congrats. But if you're buying this at 660, 670, let's be honest, that's a bit risky. if you had been buying this at 660 over high day in the 665s, I mean, I'm very happy that it's moving up, but that's very risky in this type of market. Very risky in this type of market. Okay. So your target, $7 and $7.14. Any stocks right now, there's nothing that really stands out to me that looks beautiful. Right now, we got the SPY kind of pulling back here a little bit. It'd be really cool if it really started dumping. The Qs are coming right back into support, so expect to see a bounce here on the Qs right off this 291.49. That's what you would think would happen. That makes the most amount of sense. Tons of resistance. Broke out, ripped on up, coming right back down to this level of prior resistance, new support. So it makes sense for this to bounce off this level of support back into prior support, which would be new resistance right around 292.25. But with how kind of unpredictable it's kind of been, like maybe I was just a little too short biased because I had all those red flags that suggested a short, but there's still that unpredictability, right? You would expect to see a bounce here, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see it just fall right through and continue to move lower. But you should see, from a technical standpoint, you should see a bounce that puts you right back into the 292.20s. If you do indeed crack this little level of support here at 291.42, your next place that you're coming down to is 290.64. When is the Amazon split? It's the 6th of June. June 6th, if I'm not mistaken. June 6th. I got to get some music going, guys. Just a little bit. It's quiet in here. It's too quiet in here. Cricket. You guys want to listen to the music too? I can turn it on for you. Right now, guys, I know it's a very calm afternoon. We're not yelling. We're not screaming. I'm not beating my chest. There's just not a lot of action right now. So I like when you guys use this opportunity to ask questions, to pick my brain, to review stocks into the day, something that you're looking at maybe for tomorrow, maybe for a swing trade. So right now, team, we're just kind of observing the market. Take this as an opportunity to learn from the market, right? How we were very nasty, very choppy, wasn't really making a lot of sense. It wasn't very predictable. How we still saw it grind on up, cracking that wedge formation, right? There's still a lot that we can do in the moment, being in the market, to learn from the market. But as far as like, let's go, let's trade, woo, we got some great opportunity. Yeah, there really hasn't been a lot of great opportunity this afternoon. Do you remember? So double bottom or two-legged pullback? You guys think that's a double bottom here on the Qs, or you think that was a two-legged pullback rejection off the 9 EMA? You could look at it both ways. You had that nice little drop into support. You had a weak volume bounce into the 9 EMA, and now it's rolling over a little bit. Double bottom, two-legged pullback, looking maybe like a little two-legged pullback here off that 9 EMA, as we are now starting to see increased volume move in as we are moving lower. So right now, definitely looking more or less like a two-legged pullback. Next target to the downside, guys, is 290.64 before you see the next bigger bounce. The next bounce here would most likely be right at this 290.64. Unless it just goes whoop, right back above that level of support, regains it and pushes. But right now we wanted to see if we can continue the drop down to this 290.64. So let's see. We did crack support. So you probably see some shorts jumping in. Now it's pushing back up. Now you got some shorts like, I don't know. Let me get out of it real quick. So this was a false crack to the downside, and we do start squeezing on up. You want to think calls, right? That could just be a false crack to bring in some short sellers, right? And now, market makers could possibly start driving it up. Again, I'm just kind of thinking outside the box. There's not a lot to go off of. We're really just looking at the last couple of minutes of data. But again, we saw that, false crack below support. It's the same thing when we have resistance. When we say a false break of resistance, what do? Falsely breaks resistance, we short it. Falsely crack support, you would think you'd want to go long on it, right? Let's see if this 291.42 level can hold on up now. Are we going to come right back down below? Are we going to hold it and reverse here? What's going to happen? Give it a few more minutes, and maybe we see something here worth getting involved with. What do you think NVIDIA will do, team? Rip or dump? Well, we really dissected NVIDIA last night, and based on all of that analysis and all of that research that we did, I'm kind of thinking along, but I'm never right with earnings. Like, I'm never right on earnings. I'll admit it. Like, it's rare. The only thing that I've been right with on earnings was AMD, but it had more of a technical backing. It was setting up from a technical standpoint with earnings, but it was more a technical stance. It wasn't just flipping a coin with earnings. I would say calls. I would say it would gap up, but my track record for guessing earnings is not the best. I don't gamble that much, so I don't really have a good track record on it. I'm saying NVIDIA has a great past quarter, but gives sketchy guidance. That's really what we're looking at. Are they raising their forward guidance? Are they lowering it? Are they keeping it the same? Anything can throw the stock off. Anything. Supply chain issues. Yeah, there's so many things. So many things. So, again, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's why we call them lottos. Go ahead and grab yourself a quarter. Grab a quarter real quick. All right. Let's grab a quarter. And let's say heads is calls and tails is puts. And let's just flip it. Whatever it lands on, that's what we go with. It's purely a gamble. Let's just keep it easy and flip a coin. I'm literally looking for a coin now. All right. We're going to use this fancy penny. All right. So heads is calls. Tails is puts. This is how we gamble in the market. We never gamble in a market, but this is how we pick our lottos, right? This is how we pick our lottos. All right, got heads. It's calls. So I'm going to listen to the penny here. And I'm going to buy some calls. Yeah, we're trying to figure out, do we take calls or puts on NVIDIA for earnings? Do we take calls or puts for NVIDIA over earnings? It's purely a lotto, but which one do we take? Let's flip a coin. Let's see. I got tails. The penny is so 50-50 just like me. Let's see if we get anything else here. What do we got? We got a heads. All right, so it's 2 heads and 1 tail. So right now the penny's leaning more towards the call side. And the penny once again came in at tails. The penny is just as 50-50 if I am. Stupid penny. It's not working. Quit looking at me. You failed. You failed. I'll talk to you later, penny. I'll talk to you later, Abraham. Is it Abraham on there? I hope it is, so I don't sound like an idiot. I'll be speaking to you later, Abraham Lincoln. Supposed to try and put those odds in our favor. Help us make a better decision, and you come in 50-50. Pathetic. Who's on the penny, guys? I don't know my money's like that. It's Lincoln, right? I think it's Lincoln. Oh, someone said, what is it now after I threw it? I can't find it. I don't know. I can't even find it. So it's 0. It's nothing. It's flat. It's literally, it's standing straight up. It's literally just standing straight up. It didn't land on tails or heads. It's standing straight up. It stuck to a piece of bubble gum on my floor. Straight up. So we're still 50-50. I don't know, guys. At any point, would you swing DraftKings? I'm not swinging it, but I do have a small investment in DraftKings. I also have a small investment in Penn National Gaming. So as far as like a swing trade based on technicals, it's really hard to swing trade this market. Like, this market has been pretty challenging to swing trade in. But yeah, I do invest. I have a small holding on it. I do have a small investment on it. Trader King saying, you're delirious. Go enjoy your afternoon. What are you talking about? Ah! Whoa! Yeah, I am now. Now that really expresses my deliriousness. Is that even a word? Deliriousness? The deliriousness? Like, Josh, you got to get out of chat, man. You got to stop talking right now. Like, you got to just stop right now. Stop talking. You're just digging yourself a big hole. You cannot redeem yourself from this ever. You're gonna have to shut down Alpha, come up with a new name, and then just wear a mask all day. We won't know who you are. That's the only way you can redeem yourself from this. Now, I'm having a good time with you guys. Because, I mean, there's nothing really happening right now to be trading, so why not enjoy our time together and have fun? You guys want to laugh and chuckle a little bit? Well, there you go. You can laugh and chuckle a little bit. Gotcha. Perfect. I love it. He needed an afternoon laugh. You got an afternoon chuckle. I don't even know if that was a full-blown it was probably a dumbass. Probably sitting behind your computer like, Josh, you're a D8. Silly guy. Not even funny, just stupid. But if you laughed, I'm glad. I'm glad I made your afternoon. So right now, I'm just looking to see how low the Qs are going to go. How low can they go? I love you too, buddy. I love you all. Each and every one of you. Equally. Stir, I love you more. Excuse me, guys. I had something stuck in my throat. Corey's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, look at that. Sorry, that threw me off. Look at that massive red candle on the Qs. Okay. Let's see how much lower it's going to go. It's really starting to not look all that great, is it? No, I'm joking. You're all my favorite. I was joking, okay? Trader King, you are my favorite. Steve's like, he's just a teacher's pet. But you guys needed a laugh. Y'all got to laugh. Come on, dude. I just texted you. Come on, dude. I sent you a text. Kamal, don't worry. It's really you. Gosh. Check your messages, Kamal, okay? Next time I text you, read it. Gosh. Oh, man. Y'all crack me up. You guys are way too much. I'm curious to see how the sarcasm. I'm just looking to see how much higher the Qs are going to get here, guys. Or how much higher the Qs are going to get. How much lower the Qs are going to go. Could have been a fat finger order. Maybe someone went to go sell, 10,000 shares of their position. They accidentally did, 100,000 shares, and it was a quick little drop because someone fat fingered their order. I don't know. Anything could happen. Could have been anything. But right now, I expect to see the next bigger bounce. The next bigger bounce at the VWAP here. And I was thinking the same thing. Do I hold some SQQQ overnight for a swing trade? That's what I was thinking just now, Corey. We were getting ready to discuss it. Do I hold an SQQQ position overnight to see if we gap down? I don't know. I don't know what we do. I kind of want to, though. With this end of day little drop of Ruski there, it kind of makes me want to, but we'll probably see it gap up at, $1,000 tomorrow. Knowing how the market works, how the market moves, it'll be up at like $1,000, new all-time high. And the next day, it'll be bankrupt at zero. Good job, John Boy, though. You rebuilt your channel for the Qs, started to scale in for some puts. You got that nice little crack. Good job there. He goes, I was referring to him being the favorite, but that candle too. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Right now, I want to see if we can get the Qs down here at VWAP. I want to see if we can drop a little bit lower and see if I can put myself in the green here on SQQQ. Been holding SQQQ for about an hour, about an hour and a half. I've been holding SQQQ. I was so convinced and so convicted that we were going to roll on over and drop. So I was scaling in a little bit, and then it squeezed off. It squeezed against me. I was like, you know what? I'm still convinced and convicted, so I add a little bit more, but I'm still just right at break even right now. So I'm trying to hold a little bit. There's a decent amount of volume here pushing on in. I'm going to go ahead and at least close out maybe half this position. I'm curious to see if it does actually start popping on up here into the day on the Qs. I would assume since he's playing through earnings that he chose, I would think Friday's expiration. That's what I would think would be Friday's expiration. But again, I could be completely off, but I would think it would be Friday's expiration. I was wrong. Yeah, June 3rd, next Friday's expiration. It's weird. I'm watching the Qs here. It's just a little odd that when both of those last two candles kind of had just some aggressive, price action behind it and they pushed up, there was like no volume, like at all. When you looked in real time at this last candle, as it just made that little squeeze on up there, there was like no volume. All the volume started coming in once we saw it back down. So I'm like, okay, it's still pretty weak volume here. I kind of want to hold a little bit overnight on SQQQ. I want to hold like maybe a small position overnight on SQQQ here. I don't know what to do. What to do. Do I stay or do I go now? I'm going to give it another 2 minutes. Like, I'll make a decision within the final 1 minute on do I hold my position on SQQQ overnight for a little bit of a swing trade, because I'm still a little biased to the short side. I don't want my bias to take over here. So at least best thing is I could, get out of majority, maybe get out of like 50 to 75% of that position and hold a little bit, because I still have just that gut feeling, a little bit of that biasness that will gap down a little bit. But again, I can't use my gut in this market, because the market is the market. Market's pretty wild, can be unpredictable at times. We got a minute 53 to go. About a minute 53 left. Looking to see what the Qs do in the final minute and 40 of this trading session. Maybe just flat here. Right in the middle of maybe just flat. Maybe one ugly head and shoulders. You kind of see that, right? A little bit of this shoulder, head. Could be the start of a right shoulder. You are seeing that kind of just like it looks like it wants to roll over a little bit. At the same time, you did come down and you found some good support on that prior high after the Fed minutes are released. So it still shows some potential. You have some decent volume here now. After we really let it develop, you did see some decent volume move back in through this area. So I'm still 50-50. I have 58 seconds to make a decision on if I close 100% out, or I close out half and ride the other half for a swing. Right now, I'm leaning more or less towards closing half and riding half for a swing. But if we see this just kind of start to really pick on up in the last 30 seconds, and it's closing strong, probably just close it all out, like 100%, just close it out. Right now, I'm leaning more or less towards the maybe take half. $16 seconds to go. 10. All right, I'm going to sell half my position. All right, I'm going to take the other half. Yeah, I sold half my position. I'm going to take another half, but I'm going to sit here and monitor this and look at this. The reason why is we have NVIDIA and Snowflake with earnings. If those post good and those rip, watch for the Qs to kind of move as well. So the reason why I'm sticking around here is I want to see what NVIDIA earnings are. $650, and see if NVIDIA dumps, then I feel pretty good about holding SQQQ long, thinking that the Qs can drop on off. So we got a limit order, 56.50. the route, ARCA, time and force, day plus, 2, 2, doot, doot, doot. We're good. All right, let's do this. Let's shift our focus to NVIDIA. They do have earnings coming on up. You have Snow with earnings as well. So we're watching Snow. And we're watching NVIDIA for earnings. And NVIDIA will move really aggressively. We all know that, right? NVIDIA will be very aggressive no matter the direction it goes. If NVIDIA starts ripping, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you get up to 183.89. If NVIDIA starts dumping, I wouldn't be surprised if you come down to 156 on NVIDIA. Yeah, 10% in either direction. That puts us right around that $16 to $20 move, right? 20-point move here gets us up into the 190s. 20-point move here gets us down to the 150s. If it's 10%, we actually are sitting right at these two levels. So I definitely see that 10% potential as well in either direction. Because from the current price up there is 8%, down here is 8%, yeah. And that puts you right around a couple of these key levels. Snow still not out. NVIDIA still not out. It is, yeah. You got to be quick. So what you have to do if you trade earnings in post market or pre market, what I found to work the best is creating a spread on my order entry tool. So I'll have two order entry tools. One's for my buy and one's for my sell. And so what I want to do is set the buy. So like the order box that I'm say buying with, I'm going to set that $50 over the current price. So if I hit buy at $50 over the current price, it's going to fill me at the ask. Now for my sell orders, right? For my sell orders, say I put it $50 below the current price. So if it starts dumping and I click sell $50 below the current price, it's not going to really fill me $50 below the current price. It's going to fill me at the bid. So that's what I do is I create a natural spread substantially far away from the current price up and down. One's for buying, one's for selling, and it basically replicates and simulates a market order in post-market, pre-market. So if I buy in, I'm getting filled at the ask. If I sell, I'm getting filled at the bid. It replicates a market order by creating that very wide spread between the current price. I do have a lesson on that. How I trade pre-market, post-market. I actually have a lesson on exactly how I set up my order boxes for pre-market and post-market so I can get in very fast, just like a market order during the day. Snow, looks like earnings may have came out. Yep. Earnings. I don't see anything posted yet. Could be an early reaction. Yeah, I don't know if that's an early reaction. No, their earnings are coming out. Their earnings are coming out right now. Snow's down to 120. They lost 53 cents a share. Q1 loss 165 million. Q1 revenue was 422. We need a little bit more here, but obviously those earnings are not the best. NVIDIA should be very shortly, guys. We're currently down about 22 points here on SNOW. This is the lowest the stock's ever been. So this is the lowest this stock has ever been. you would see a most likely you would see a bounce at psychological support. Psychological support is $100. How are the Qs reacting to that? They're not. The reaction is going to be with NVIDIA. NVIDIA pops and rips, you'll see the Qs move up. NVIDIA dumps on off, you'll see the Qs move on down. We're down to 114, 113. We are still falling very aggressively. NVIDIA is still relatively flat. We do see it pulling back just a smidge here from that 169 to 168. So, I mean, we're still pretty flat from the close. We closed at 169.75. We're at 168. We do see the Qs pulling back here a little bit. SQQQ is popping up just a little, about 20 cents or so. NVIDIA is starting to pull back here just a smidge, but earnings are not out yet. Down to 166 now. 165 on NVIDIA. Earnings are not out yet. Earnings are not yet out. So this is just a little early reaction ahead of earnings. Earnings aren't out, so we could still see this thing rip. But just because the stock rips on earnings doesn't mean it's going to open higher, right? Go look at Zoom. Freaking ripped on earnings, but opened relatively flat. So don't lose faith just yet. Like Corey said, earnings are not out yet. Just a little early reaction here. Yeah, a lot can, yeah. A lot can. Again, everybody thought they were going to get paid on Zoom. The ones that were like, yeah, Zoom just posted. I saw a couple of those TikToks. We told our team to buy Zoom lottos. We're going to be getting paid huge in the morning. And it's literally like 5 o'clock after earnings. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, we made this alert for Zoom calls through earnings, lottos. We're going to get paid huge. You know, those options actually opened up lower as the IV crush alone. The stock opens pretty much flat. The spreads were pretty large in the morning, and they were actually pretty hit hard just simply because of an IV crush. So, yeah, that's just one of those things, guys, is anything can happen from earnings to the next day. Zoom squeezed up like 17 points. It opened flat. Those options were really hard to get out of the next day. Spreads were wild. I was looking at them. The spreads were wild. And, yeah, they didn't have those big time massive returns that a lot of people were banking on. So NVIDIA is still sliding here little by little by little. We do not have posted earnings yet at this point in time. It's kind of chopping ahead of earnings. If you see good earnings on NVIDIA, I do have my finger on the trigger to get out of my SQQQ swing trade. Because if NVIDIA posts good earnings and it rips, the Qs are going to move. Look at the Qs. The Qs are sliding here a little bit. Why? NVIDIA is sliding here just a little bit. What does that have to do with the Qs? What does NVIDIA have to do with QQQ? It's almost 4% of the Q's weight. So it's one of the top holdings. It's one of the top holdings. NVIDIA is 3.78% of the Q's weight. What's another stock that can move off NVIDIA news? All right, NVIDIA, good earnings. What's another stock that can move off sympathy to NVIDIA earnings? Stocks like AMD, maybe a stock like Intel, maybe a Microsoft type stock, maybe not so much, but always ask yourself that question. You can look at this as far as like the social media stocks like Snapchat with some pretty nasty news, and that thing dropped. Twitter dropped. A lot of these other social media stocks dropped. Facebook dropped. So yeah, you could definitely see the markets get pulled down just simply on NVIDIA not having the best earnings. That pulls stocks like maybe like AMD down a little bit. It's one of the top 10 holdings for the Qs. And so you can clearly see that right now. NVIDIA kind of chopping on down a little bit. The Qs, same thing, kind of just chopping on down a little bit. So if NVIDIA posts great earnings, wouldn't you think the Qs would push up here a little bit? Absolutely. If NVIDIA has bad earnings and they dump, don't you think the Qs are going to continue to slide a little bit? Absolutely. And if the Qs continue to slide and fall, SQQQ will continue to rise. So if we see NVIDIA post good earnings, before we get that reaction on the Qs, and before we see the SQQQ react, I will be completely out of that trade. If we see NVIDIA spike and there's good earnings, you will see me clicking that sell button on that position I have for a possible swing trade. And I'm actually right at break even right now. So I can actually probably walk away from this trade for a very minimal loss versus waking up tomorrow, seeing this down 5 points, 10 points, and being like, man, I wish I would have taken that 20-cent loss versus a $2 loss. NVIDIA's at 167 at this point in time. 167 here on NVIDIA. Snow is very tempting to short right here. I like this grind on up. Tapping that 90 EMA could definitely be the next leg down. I really do like this for a short, but I'm not going to touch it. Last stock I touched in after hours, I got my face melted off. So I'm going to hold off on taking any trade whatsoever in post-market off earnings. When are their earnings? 9:15 maybe? 9:15 or 9:30, one of the two. It's either 9:15 or 9:30. We could see them here in the next 30 seconds, team. Could be right around that 4:15 mark. I was at 4:20? Okay. It's at 4:20. Fantastic. So, yeah, within the next 6 minutes. Yeah, that would have been a nice short. About a 4-point drop, 5-point drop right off that 90 EMA. Well, I'm definitely shutting down my main broker for the day. That's for sure. I'm going to remove the temptation to even think of a trade. So this thing right here, this is getting shut down. That right there, out of sight, out of mind. Absolutely. Just to remove that temptation of even trying to take a trade. So yeah, I'm good on that. I'm gonna shut this down. On Snow, yeah, those are really nice shorts. I really like those. When you get a massive dump down, you got this really ugly grind, this very choppy, little grind on up, and the first touch of the 90 EMA. I love these. I absolutely love those shorts. I mean, they're quick scalps. You get in, it dumps real quick, you get out. If it does continue to dump and fade, right, you're getting paid big. But they're such low risk because you're looking to nail it right off that blue line. And if you see a candle close above that blue line, it voids the trade. But if you see that where it's just up, rejection, I absolutely love those shorts. They're quick little moves, quick little base hit opportunities there. But like I said, just this past week, I took a pretty nice loss on Zoom. It was very similar. I had one of these very similar setups, and I took it, and the thing just melted my face off. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to completely avoid that short there, even though I wanted it. But so I'm going to sit back. So out of sight, out of mind. I am going to shut down right here, right now. Again, out of sight, out of mind. It's very tempting, but I don't want to give my profits back. It was a good day. I want to continue to add these profits to the bottom line consistently. Nvidia still fading here. Earnings will be in the next couple of minutes. Nvidia's data center business is growing 80% year over year. Even their even TD's feed right here. Of course, holding stocks or options over an earnings print is gambling because stocks can react bullishly to an earnings miss and bearishly to an earnings beat. Options traders, particularly those who are holding close dated calls or puts, take on extra risk because the institutions writing the options increase premiums to account for implied volatility. Even right here. It's gambling. Don't gamble. All right, we should have them here soon, guys. We are approaching that 420. I'm curious. I'm curious. Are they going to come right at 420? Just like 420. Big rip. Knowing my luck that I'm actually shorting the Qs, I'm long on SQs. Knowing my luck, this thing is going to skyrocket. Good job, Kamal. Kamal, he's going to hit him a big old winner. What did I say earlier? That if I took these lottos, I would take calls based on our research. Probably get a dump. I'm going to short the video right now. I'm going to short 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares. I'm going to short in the video right now. I'm going to leverage my entire account. Now that I look at it, I probably should have shorted 1,000 shares, right, guys? I called it. I said calls based on my analysis. It's probably going to dump. Maybe I should short it. Yeah, maybe I should just go against my intuition and my gut. Yeah, that's how I'm going to start trading. I'm going to trade against myself. I think this is a great long. I'm going to short it. I think this is a great short. I'm going to go long on it. I'm going to be consistent forever now. So right now, their EPS missed. Their estimate was 129 a share. EPS came in at 116. Their sales did beat, though, slightly. So their sales, 8.29 billion. They beat the 8.12 billion estimate. So revenue, sales, my apologies, sales, they did beat the estimate. But earnings per share was a nice little miss there. I do like NVIDIA long-term personally. I do like NVIDIA as a company. I do like NVIDIA, and I see growth potential still in NVIDIA. I see a lot of growth potential, especially when we start really adapting more to like blockchain, crypto and metaverse and stuff like that. I definitely think NVIDIA is going to be a key player. And they are a key player in the technology space. And as technology continues to evolve and grow, I think NVIDIA is definitely a key player in that space. I like NVIDIA long term, personally. I never liked it at $300. I never liked it at $300, but it's becoming much more attractive now. I like it lower. I like it before those pandemic levels. That's kind of where I like NVIDIA. I know I'm very wishful here. I'm asking for a lot. But personally, I like NVIDIA back down in the $70 area. Before the COVID crash, before this massive run up, that's where I like NVIDIA. So like I said, I'm very wishful here. I'm asking it for it to come down another 100 points. But it's still so sketchy on what's going on in the world. There's so many things that could happen. The markets could still drop. We're still not even talking recession yet. We could still, there's so many things, guys. There's so many things that could happen. NVIDIA could come down to $70. But I don't think it's terrible here personally, but I'm still waiting on my long-term investments. Like, I'm still not like convicted. I'm not convinced. I'm not confident that I really want to be buying just yet. And that's why I'm taking it one day at a time. That's why I'm just taking it one day at a time. That's it. One day at a time. And once we start to see more positive news consistently and we see better, like, healthy moves and things just seem to be stabilizing and returning to normal, that's when I want to start getting in. But right now, if I look at what's going on right now, there's still no real signs of things returning to normal. It's so 50-50, still so many, red flags. And I don't want to prematurely pull the trigger. That's it. I don't want to prematurely get in. Like, I made a mistake selling my house in September. I prematurely, pulled the trigger on the sale of my home. What do I mean? I sold in September. If I would have just stepped back and said, what can I do to make a better decision? What are some things that I can be looking at to get an idea that the market is slowing down? If I would have just said, you know what? Obviously, there's a lot of demand. There's not a lot of supply. So again, when a house hits the market, there's so much demand. These home values are going up. So what's something that could slow that down? Newer homes being built faster, right? They're pumping out newer homes, right, to help that demand, offset some of that demand. Interest rates going up. People can't afford those loans now, so they're slowing down on financing homes and buying homes. I'm like, if I would have just thought a little bit more strategically back in September, I probably could have delayed the sale of the home another 3 to 4 months. If I would have delayed the sale of the home another 3 to 4 months and started to kind of see these things line up and fall into place back in February, my house, I would have made another $60,000 on it. But because I saw them up 50%, I'm like, dude, I'm up 50%. That never happens. Hasn't ever happened. It'll probably never happen again. I made 50% on my home in 2 years, and my goal was to make 30% in 5. So I jumped into the sale. But if I said, you know what, let's start to see if we can put the pieces together, right? What's something that would slow down, that buying pressure in the housing market? Raising rates, increased supply of new homes. And obviously we started to see a little bit of this back in February, especially with the increased rates. And that could have been a better idea to say, all right, let's go ahead and put the house on the market. There's still demand. I can see that it can start slowing down over the next couple of months. Let's go ahead and sell it now. I would have made an extra $60,000 on the house. And so I have the same mindset with everything is, okay, what are some things that we could see take place to give us a better indication that, hey, things are returning to normal, right? A resolution between Russia, Ukraine, that would be amazing. That would be awesome, right? If there was a resolution and the war stopped, that's a great sign. If we really come to find out inflation is falling back down and it's under control, and the Fed doesn't have to be as aggressive with their interest rate hikes moving forward this year, that's a great sign. If we don't continue to hear the fears of a new COVID outbreak and possible shutdowns and lockdowns, that's another great sign. So I'm just waiting for some of these pieces of the puzzle to fall into place, and then I want to start buying. But right now, I feel like it's a little early for me based on that reasoning right there. So that's why I'm not buying yet. Because, there's still a risk of what? NATO? Yeah, I'm not really big into the economics, but Russia, Ukraine, if Russia engages NATO, is that? Yeah. That can be an all-out crap show. There's still a lot of things that I think we need to, kind of wait for. So do I just continue to hold my my SQQQ? I'm going to let you guys make this decision. I want to have some fun with it. For those of you that are inside of chat right now, would you continue to hold your SQQQ as a swing trade being up over a point? Or would you just go ahead and take your profit right now, knowing that anything could happen until tomorrow? We could see the Qs and the SPY actually gap up tomorrow. Yeah, we could see it gap down substantially. But what would you guys do? I'm just curious. I like to pick brains. Right now, it's up over $1. Steve said take profit. J-Dos said sell. Secure the bag. Spaz says I'm holding. I'm holding. Charlie, that's my favorite saying. You can never go broke in the market by taking profit. You are damn right. You cannot. Do it. Do it. We're up over a point. Let's take it. Let's just do the right thing here. Let's go 58.50, 58.50. All right, so we're going to sell at 58.50 and place. Filled. Out. Done. Now, if this thing rips another 5 points tonight, don't be surprised if I don't show up tomorrow. Okay, if I come into the market at 7 a.m. and I see SQQQ over $60, don't be surprised at 9 o'clock you're wondering where's Josh at. Okay, I'm literally on the phone. I am calling. I don't know who I'm calling, but I'm calling the people that know how to get addresses, that know how to find where people live. That's who I'm on the phone with. The people that know the people to help find the people that find the other people that live it. Yeah, and I'm going to get I'm going to be taking notes. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to have my pen out. And they're going to be like, 1382 Franklin Street, Massachusetts. Oh, fantastic. All right. How about Corey? Oh, yeah, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Sure. Oh, all right. And then you're going to hear me on the phone talking to the airlines, booking trips. And then I'm going to be calling Enterprise to get a rental car. And then I'm going to be talking to my wife. I need my tire slashing knife. That's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. So don't be surprised if I'm not here. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning. Nah, I'm kidding. Have a fantastic night, ladies and gentlemen. Good job today and good work. Let's go ahead and read off some profits inside of Profits Chat. It was an amazing day. Congratulations, all traders. John Boy, 127. Corey, 102. Corey saying, choppy day, 261. I still like the profits. J-Dub was a battle back day. I like how he kept his cool. He stayed emotionless. He was disciplined. He was able to battle back from a negative $500 day, only down $76, way to make it happen. John Boy again with another profit. One tall, cool one, locking in a solid $112 on the day. Kamal with $1,865. George from the NYC, $590. Rod this morning, $344. Trading Hunter locking in some amazing profits as well. Johnny Holmes. Ladies and gentlemen, good job and good work. Asif, we got 1988. Congratulations, traders. Consistent profits are consistent profits. Enjoy those profits. Congratulations on earning those profits the right way. JDOS, negative 30. Way to keep the loss small and way to trade properly, guys. So congratulations, traders. Big profits, small profits, little losses. You guys are being disciplined. You're staying consistent across the board. I absolutely love it. And that's the first step towards success. Have a wonderful night, ladies and gentlemen. And I will see you back here. Maybe. It really depends on SQQQ. But if everything's looking good, I'll see you back here at 7 a.m. If not, you may hear a on your door. And then you open the door, no one's there, and you look down. Why are my tires slashed? Ha ha ha. No one will know. Have a fantastic night, traders. If you need anything, members at alphadataTrading.com or drop me a message here inside of chat. Once again, team, I love you all. Take care. Enjoy your evening. I'll see you back here at 7 a.m. Take care, guys. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Now it's official. Have a good night, guys, and take care once again.